Chapter 2101. Ning Xiuma shook her head. It's no use. This beast is very smart. Between food and life, it chose the latter. If we want to attract it, we have to give it a strong drug. A strong drug? What do you mean? Let me go and let me be the bait. If you keep hugging me like this, it will be defeated by your sword. It knows that it will never succeed if I stay in your arms. So, Ning Xiuma suggested. Shun Julie froze and spat out 2 words coldly. Don't even think about it. She was still seriously injured and could not move freely. If she attracted the beast's attention alone, she would not be able to dodge the beast's lightning-fast attack. Ning Xiuma lightly breathed in before slowly opening her mouth. Divine God, as I expected, you already want to sever all ties with me. Since that's the case, why are you being so wishy-washy? Shun Jili was speechless. Let me go. I think my life has nothing to do with you. Ning Xiuma's face was slightly tense. I will not let my companions sacrifice themselves for no reason. Shun Jili finally found a legitimate reason to protect her. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes slightly. When she opened her eyes again, her voice was even calmer. If you don't let me go, you will make more of your companions sacrifice themselves. Shun Jili could not refute, because in such a short time, the beast had injured 2 more people. Divine Lord, later you will lead everyone to guard the corner of the array. I will lure the beast over. You will activate the array and seal it in one fell swoop. Shun Jili paused for a moment. He naturally knew that what she said was the best way, but he was afraid that he would not be able to save her in time when she was in danger. Ning Xiuma seemed to understand what he was thinking. Don't worry. Although I am lame, those evil beasts won't be able to capture me that easily. She smiled again. I attracted 2 beasts by myself just now, and I was attacked by 7 or 8 dark eagles. Weren't you very relieved? Shun Jili. Her last sentence was like a sharp needle that pierced his heart. He couldn't refute her. All right, let me go. Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. I can protect myself. Ning Xiuma held his hand and twisted it. Shun Jili could only let go. Ning Xiuma landed on the ground. After all, her leg was seriously injured. Although it had already been stitched up, once she landed on the ground, the soles of her feet hit the hard ground. Pain shot through her body like lightning. Her body stiffened slightly, but she stood firm. She raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead. Her body suddenly rolled, and she was not far away from the evil beast. The evil beast had already retreated more than 10 steps when it suddenly saw Ning Xiuma alone. It was stunned. It was still very cunning. Its small eyes narrowed. What? Why was this person alone? Was it a trap? It didn't immediately pounce over. It even raised its head to look at Shun Jili. It had suffered a lot under Shun Jili's hands just now. Although it was not afraid of being cut, this person's strength was too strong. It still felt very painful when it was cut. Shun Jili's face was slightly pale. He stood there and didn't have any intention of going forward to pick up Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma's roll just now had shaken her wound again. Blood seeped out from her injured leg and quickly dyed her new dress red. The air was filled with the smell of her blood. The evil beast sniffed. Its feet still didn't move, but it didn't retreat anymore. Chapter 2102. Ning Xiuma rolled on the ground and got up again. Her leg was obviously in great pain, and her whole body was trembling. After getting up, she turned around to face the evil beast and retreated step by step. Suddenly, she tripped over something and fell down heavily with a groan. At this moment, she was already more than 100 feet away from Shun Jili, but only 6 to 7 feet away from the evil beast. As long as the evil beast suddenly jumped, it would be able to bite her directly. This was simply a huge temptation. The evil beast could no longer hold back. It jumped up and pounced on Ning Xiuma like lightning. The evil wind blew and the stench assailed her nostrils. At this moment of life and death, Ning Xiuma desperately rolled away. The evil beast's sharp claws brushed past her skirt. She jumped up and seemed to be in a panic. She stumbled and ran forward, blood flowing all the way. Her running speed was not fast, and she looked like she would fall at any time. This made the evil beast itch, and it chased after her relentlessly. Ning Xiuma knew that the evil beast was very suspicious. When she started to run, she did not run directly to the array core. Instead, she ran in circles around it. At first, the evil beast was still paying attention to the array core. Later, it gradually let down its guard and chased closer and closer. Everyone saw that Ning Xiuma had brushed past the claws and teeth of the evil beast several times. It was really a matter of life and death. They all broke out in cold sweat for her. Fortunately, Ning Xiuma had a special body movement. Although it seemed dangerous, she was always able to avoid the attack of the evil beast by a hair's breadth. After a moment, she finally ran to the array core and fell into the array core with a plop. The evil beast repeatedly failed to pounce on her and was furious. At this moment, it saw a rare opportunity and immediately pounced over her. "Start the array," Ning Xiuma shouted from the array core. The moment the array was activated, she rushed out. Her ankle suddenly tightened. The evil beast's big claws hooked onto her trousers and was about to pull her back. Ning Xiuma's heart tightened. If she let the evil beast pull her back, she was afraid that she would immediately fall into the mouth of the evil beast and be bitten in half. She could not break free for the time being. The righteous path was in trouble. A hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed her wrist. At the same time, a violent hurricane slammed towards the evil beast. Chila! With a loud sound, Ning Xiuma's trousers were torn in half. Her whole body was pulled out by that strong hand and fell into someone's embrace. As for that evil beast, it was directly smashed into its butt by the hurricane. Almost at the same time, the formation was activated. A golden light rose from the ground and enveloped the evil beast. Success! Success! Everyone started cheering. This time, Ning Xiuma contributed the most to the sealing. If it wasn't for her, it would have been very difficult to successfully seal the last evil beast. She saved everyone's lives. He had saved the mythical continent. Long live the Demon Lord. Demon Master, you're the best. Long live the Divine Lord. The Supreme Divinity and the Demon Master shall rule the mythical continent forever. Countless cheers rang in her ears. Ning Xiuma's heart was still beating wildly after escaping death. She was lying in Shun Julie's embrace. It was only at this moment that she felt the pain in her whole body. She was crawling and rolling on the ground just now. Not only did she tear open her wounds, but there were also many wounds on other parts of her body. At this moment, she was in so much pain that she wanted to bend over. "Don't move." Shun Julie hugged her tightly. Since the 8 evil beasts were all sealed, his bamboo flute could finally stop for a moment. "Demon Master, you're bleeding again. Demon Master, quickly heal your wounds. Demon Master, I have medicine here. It's most effective in healing injuries." Chapter 2103. Devil Master, it's better if you use little demons. Little demons' medicine is most effective for people from both the monster realm and the devil realm. Devil Master, use mine, Devil Master. In a short moment, more than 10 people surrounded Ning Xiuma and Ning Xiuma. More than 10 hands stretched out, each hand holding a different kind of ointment. There were so many different kinds of ointment that it dazzled the eyes. Ning Xiuma's heart warmed. Before she could say anything else, Shun Julie had already retreated with her and said, "You guys support the array first." They retreated to a spacious area. With a wave of his hand, he set up an egg-shaped enchantment. There were only the 2 of them inside the enchantment. Ning Xiuma. This scene was a bit like a reenactment of the past. It made her heart skip a beat. Shun Julie's fingers were intertwined with hers. It was only at this moment that Ning Xiuma realized that Shun Julie's palm was even colder than her own. Shun Julie placed her on a blanket that he had casually conjured and said, "Take it off." "Ah." Ning Xiuma looked at him in surprise. "Let me see your injury." Shun Julie squatted down. Without waiting for her to react, he directly tore open her trouser leg, revealing her injury. The wound split open again, and it looked like it was grimacing in pain. It was quite frightening. Ning Shuama was speechless. In just a moment, 2 of her trousers had already been torn. If she had known this would happen, she would have prepared a few more trousers in her storage space. Although his actions looked direct, they were not rough. When he tore open her trouser leg, he did not touch her injury. Ning Shuama was shocked by the wound that looked like a dog gnawing on it. She subconsciously sucked in a cold breath and said, "It hurts. If you know it hurts, don't try so hard." Shun Julie rebuked her. Ning Shuama could only shut up. Shun Julie took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and poured all the medicine into her wound. "This medicine doesn't work. The more you apply it, the more you bleed." Ning Shuama couldn't help but say. She had already used this medicine once. Before she could finish her sentence, she shut her mouth because Shun Julie had placed one of his palms on her thighs. Fresh blood gushed out from his palms and mixed with the medicine into her wound. Strangely enough, Shun Julie's medicine had a miraculous effect. The wound on her leg was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Shuama stared blankly. "So your blood has this kind of function?" Shun Julie ignored her and simply took off her clothes one by one. Ning Shuama was startled. He couldn't be thinking of taking her here, right? She was still a little girl, and there were so many injuries on her body. She subconsciously tugged at her collar. "Don't." Before she could finish her sentence, she realized that she was thinking too much again. Shun Julie didn't mean to take her. Instead, he checked her other injuries. Her body was covered in bruises and bruises. It was a ghastly sight. Shun Julie's face didn't look good. She had old injuries on her body, and they weren't completely new. These old injuries should be caused by her breaking the enchantment of his Fanteon Palace. He thought that she had become a female Vajra after being possessed by the heavenly axiom, but it turned out that her body was still so fragile. She was so fragile, but she still wanted to do it. He raised his hand to treat her wounds one by one, and she was almost cured. Originally, Ning Shuama felt pain all over her body, but when his hand touched her body, it quickly relaxed and the pain disappeared. Ning Shuama looked down at him, and her eyes were slightly complicated. She wanted to hug his neck, but she resisted. She put her hands on both sides of her body and grabbed the blanket beside her. Chapter 2104. Does it hurt a lot? Shun Julie saw her movements. Ning Shuama shook her head slightly and did not say anything. She looked a little absent-minded, and her fingers were clenched tightly. She seemed to be trying hard to control something. After a while, he finally treated all the wounds on her body, including the small wounds on her fingers. He let out a sigh of relief when all of them were healed. He let her stand up and said, "Try moving around and see if there's anything wrong." Ning Shuama stood up and jumped a few times. She almost did not feel any pain. The Almighty's medical skills were really good. "How is it?" Shun Julie asked. "It's all healed. Your medical skills are really good. Thank you, Divine Lord." Ning Shuama saluted him and thanked him sincerely. Shun Julie was slightly stunned. He looked at her and asked, "Do you still hate me?" He did not like the way she tried to distance herself from him. Ning Shuama shook her head slightly and said, "Divine Lord, you think too much. I don't hate you." She paused and said, "I just suddenly realized that you're not the Almighty 50,000 years later. I will not treat you as him." Shun Julie's face turned pale. "You," Ning Shuama smiled and stood up. "What the Supreme Divinity said is correct. The great God in 50,000 years might just be your reincarnation, but I'm treating you like him. This isn't fair to you, nor is it fair to him. I don't want to make such a mistake again." She walked to the edge of the wizardry barrier. "Divine Lord, now is not the time to talk about personal feelings. I only treat you as my companion now. Let's go out. There's no point in being entangled." Shun Julie felt like he was punched in the face. His handsome face was pale. He wanted to say something, but did not know how to say it. "Shuama, if you hate me for not saving you in time, I can apologize to you." Before he could say the word apologize, Ning Shuama interrupted him. "Divine Lord, there's no need to. I really don't blame you for this. I just want to understand. It's normal that you don't want to be someone else's substitute since you're a supreme God. Originally, I was wrong. Now, I will correct my position, and I realize that I can't actually treat you as him. I love him, and it has always been him. Even if you were his past life, it won't work. All right, let's get out of here and stop arguing here. The barrier was broken, just like a broken heart. Ning Xiumo walked out of the barrier without looking back. Everyone was anxiously waiting outside. Seeing that she was safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. One after another, they asked about her injuries. Ning Xiumo turned in a circle on the spot, her clothes fluttering in the wind like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She smiled sweetly and said, "Divine Lord, your medical skills are amazing. I'm all better now." She waved her hand. "There's still one last step. Everyone, work harder." A moment later, Shun Juli also strode out. His face was slightly pale. He did not pay attention to Ning Xiumo and turned to leave. Ning Xiumo looked at him from behind. Her gaze was complicated, but she did not say anything. A moment later, he turned back. There was another barrier beside him. Inside the barrier, Miao Fan was lying inside with her eyes closed as if she was sleeping. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise. Miao Fan was clearly trampled in a meat paste by the evil beast just now. How could she be lying inside the barrier now? Everyone was smart enough not to ask about the supreme god's matters. The 8 beasts were only temporarily sealed in different places. If they wanted to seal it completely, they still needed the cooperation of the various sealing points. Only by activating the largest formation in the center could they gather all the purple fiend underground and seal it completely. Chapter 2105. According to the original arrangement, Shun Juli would go to the center, and the others would stand at the 8 seals. The method was similar to the seal that Ning Xiumo had experienced 50,000 years later. Shun Juli turned and walked to the center. He did not look at Ning Xiumo from beginning to end. Because Ning Xiumo was not included in the formation, after everyone was in place, Ning Xiumo had nothing to do. She smiled and said, "I'll be a patrol." She turned and walked away. In the golden formation, countless talismans were flashing. Shun Juli stood in the center of the formation and took out Miao Fan from the enchantment. He raised his hand, and a white light came out from his fingertips and gathered on Miao Fan. Miao Fan slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Shun Juli, she was stunned and said with a trembling voice, "Juli, did you save me? I thought I was trampled to death by that evil beast." Shun Juli looked down at her and said, "Miao Fan, you have to pay the debt you owe." Miao Fan had a bad feeling. She subconsciously wanted to sit up and said, "Juli, what do you want me to do? I know I'm wrong. I was just used by Luo Jiuqin. I'm innocent." Shun Juli held her down with one hand and said, "A mistake is a mistake. Being used by someone can't erase this heinous crime. So, Miao Fan, you have to pay for your mistake." He took out a few drops of blood and dripped it between her eyebrows. One drop, Miao Fan's face changed. She was familiar with Shun Juli's method. That was the same method he used to turn her into little Xiumo. She shouted, "Juli, don't turn me into her. I beg you, don't turn me into her." Before she could finish speaking, Shun Juli sealed her mute acupoint. She couldn't utter another word, but her eyes were wide open. Shun Juli's movements were methodical. After a while, Miao Fan turned back into little Xiumo and said, "You can't let others bear the consequences of your sins. Miao Fan, after this seal is successful, I will collect your soul and send you into a good reincarnation." This was the only thing he could do for her, considering that she was once his sister in name. Tears rolled down from the corners of Miao Fan's eyes. She wanted to refute and beg for mercy, but unfortunately, Shun Juli didn't give her the chance. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Shun Juli closed his eyes slightly and stood at a position in the array. He said 2 words to the sound-transmitting amulet on his waist. "Begin." The array was activated. Countless characters jumped and rotated from the array. There seemed to be an invisible force in the air that pushed the slate under Shun Juli's feet. With a creaking sound, a black hole slowly appeared in the center of the array. The black hole was deep, and there was a whistling sound coming from the hole. The whistling sound was very strange. It sounded like thousands of ghosts were crying in unison, mixed with the roars of the 8 evil beasts. It was as if the gate of hell had been opened, the surrounding purple spirits rushed over as the array was activated. They turned around along with the array, but they seemed to be afraid of something and didn't want to enter the black hole. These purple spirits were actually the resentful spirits of thousands of victims. They were fierce, cruel, and had no thoughts. No matter what kind of creature they invaded, they could trigger the violent primer in the creature's body, making it completely crazy. There was no cure for it. They were actually a kind of obsession. They were only interested in the flesh and blood of their enemies and gods. In order to lure them into the black hole, bait was necessary. And this bait was Meow Fan. Chapter 2106. Shun Julie stretched out his hand, and Meow Fan's body flew into the air. Meow Fan, atone for your sins and be reincarnated into a better body in your next life. He flicked his finger, and blood dripped down from Meow Fan's limbs. The blood made the spinning purple specter stop and rush toward Meow Fan. Shun Julie waved his sleeve, and Meow Fan's body fell into the black hole. The purple specter also rushed into the black hole. Excited shouts, muffled chewing, and all kinds of creepy sounds came from the black hole. Shun Julie closed his eyes slightly and used his fingers to cast a spell, controlling the whole formation with his divine power. The spinning purple specter was like a waterspout, whistling in the air, and the sound was so loud that it sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Almost no other sound could be heard in the whole formation. Just as Shun Julie expected, the purple specter inside and outside the formation gathered and rushed into the black hole. After a long time, the purple specter became thinner and thinner, and the whole formation could be seen clearly even without magic. Sweat beaded on Shun Julie's forehead, but he heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was going well. He only needed to hold on for another hour, and he could seal the most important purple specter. After he got out, he would use his divine power to remove the remaining purple specter, and the world would be saved. Half an hour later, the scene suddenly changed. The purple specter was still pouring into the black hole, but deep inside the black hole, there was a muffled whistling sound. The ground under their feet suddenly shook, as if the purple specter underground had turned into lava and was about to erupt. Shun Julie's face changed. The purple specter was not willing to be sealed and wanted to rebel. Once they broke out again, their strength would be twice as strong as before. By then, the mythical demon continent would be completely finished. The vibration was getting more and more violent, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Shun Julie's message-transmitting talisman, which was tied to his waist, was heard screaming, "Supreme Divinity, they are fighting back. Supreme Divinity, the purple specter has sunk into the ground, and now it seems to be floating up. Supreme Divinity, what should we do? Ah, it is coming out." Shun Julie commanded the crowd to suppress Shah according to his command. At the same time, he took out his bamboo flute and played the divine tune again. When the sound of the flute rang out, the boiling below seemed to slow down a little, and the ground beneath their feet also shook a little less. Suddenly, the sound of a pipa tinkling could be heard. It matched perfectly with Shun Julie's zither music, and the effect was instantly doubled. Shun Julie's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw Ning Xuemal walking towards him in a red dress. Her red dress was not like what she usually wore. It was shaped like a Taoist robe and was extremely loose. It fluttered as she walked. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders and was not tied into a bun. It was like a curtain or a waterfall flying behind her. Even though Shun Julie did not cast any spells on her, she suddenly grew taller. She no longer looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, but like a 16-year-old girl. His brows were like distant mountains, and his eyes were like autumn waves. There was a snowflake-shaped cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, and it bloomed charmingly. Her waist was slender, and her body was enchanting. Her every move seemed to reveal a deadly charm. Her 10 fingers danced on the pipa as she walked over step by step. Chapter 2107. The sound of the flute and the sound of the pipa combined organically and flowed in the whole array. It was the first time that Shun Julie had seen her in such a dress. His heart was slightly moved, but this time he was trying his best to suppress Zisha. He couldn't be distracted. No matter how many doubts he had, he could only suppress them for the time being. Ning Xiumao walked into the array and looked at Shun Julie across the black hole that was still swallowing Zisha. She didn't look at him, but concentrated on playing the pipa as if it was the last song in her life. Every syllable and every gesture was perfect. Shun Julie closed his eyes slightly and didn't look at her. He just played the flute more quickly and melodiously. As he poured his divine power into it, golden talismans spun out of his flute and hovered in the air. Ning Xiumao smiled slightly and poured her divine power into her hands. A red talisman came out of her pipa and rose into the air. The golden talisman and the red talisman met in the air. After a spin, they combined and rushed into the black hole. The perfect combination of playing lasted for an hour. The vibration of the ground was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that Zisha was really suppressed by the combination of the two. Shenjili didn't look relaxed. He looked up at Ning Xiumao opposite him, and there seemed to be light waves flashing in his eyes. Ning Xiumao finally looked up, and her eyes fell on his face. Her eyes were calm and emotionless. Shenjili had seen all kinds of her. She acted coquettishly. She cried because he made her angry. She was naughty. She was coquettish. She was shameless. She was smiling. Every kind of her was so lively and vivid, like a ball of fire that broke into his peaceful life. His eyes unconsciously revolved around her. When he realized it, he was deeply immersed in it and couldn't pull himself out. He had seen so many sides of her, but he had never seen her like this. Her facial features were still the same, but her temperament was very different from before. Her body seemed to be covered with a layer of light, a layer of golden and red light. A pure devil's body was shrouded in black or red light. Immortals and deities, on the other hand, were surrounded by white or golden light. Take Shinjuli, for example. Once he fully unleashed his aura, his entire body would be shrouded in white light. As for the golden light, it was a light that only Buddhas possessed. As for Ning Xiumao, her body was shrouded in a dual-colored light. She looked like a demon and a Buddha at the same time. Inside, there was a red light with a golden edge. She stood in front of him like this, and he couldn't see any emotions in her eyes. This made Shun Julie panic for no reason, as if this person was going to leave him. Xiumao, once the seal is complete, let's have a good talk. Because the purple evil underground had shown signs of weakening, Shun Julie could finally divert his attention to say a few words. Perhaps what they lacked was communication, and this version of her made him feel a little unfamiliar. Ning Xiumao lowered her eyes slightly, hiding the turbulent emotions in her eyes. She slightly curled her lips. I think I've said everything that needs to be said. There's nothing left for us to talk about. This sentence was actually very choking and sharp, especially her faint tone, which made it even more maddening. Shinjili didn't go crazy. He looked at her quietly with deep eyes. You're hiding something from me. Ning Xiumao sighed softly. Divine Lord, why do you have to worry about this? After all, I'm not the little Xiumao from before. My character is very different from hers. I'm a soul from 50,000 years later, and maybe you'll still be you after 50,000 years. Chapter 2108. Ning Xiumao sighed softly. Divine Lord, why do you have to worry about this? After all, I'm not the little Xiumao from back then. Our personalities are very different. I'm a soul from 50,000 years in the future, and maybe you'll still be you after 50,000 years, or maybe you won't. There are also many differences in your personalities and ways of doing things. Because I missed him too much, I accidentally transmigrated here and fell in love with you. You're right, I actually really treated you as a substitute. This is my fault. I even let him down for what he did for me back then. You don't know how much he loved me back then, but I've always let him down. When I realized this, he was no longer in that world. I frantically searched for him, but I couldn't find him anymore. Her voice was a little choked, but Shun Julie's heart sank as he listened to her. The woman he loved so much was telling him how much she loved him in the future without any hesitation. Shun Julie dared to bet that there was no one in this world who was more miserable than him to encounter such a terrible thing. Her eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Shun Julie reached out his arms to hug her, but when he remembered that her tears were not for him, his arms slumped down. His heart was filled with pain. It was very painful, but he couldn't do anything about it. After pausing for a moment, he said in a hoarse voice, "Whether you love me 50,000 years in the future or not, you can't go back in the end, right?" He closed his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of almost inaudible pleading in his voice. "Xiuma, I'm still me. Whether I'm 50,000 years in the future or now, my soul is the same. If you can fall in love with him, you can naturally fall in love with me too. Didn't we get along very well before?" In the past, he wouldn't have said such a thing, but now he wanted to try. He couldn't bear to lose her. She loved him 50,000 years in the future, but in the end, she still loved him. It was better than her falling in love with another man. Ning Xiuma gazed at him. "Divine Lord, little Xiuma and I also have the same soul. Have you fallen in love with her?" Shun Julie was stunned. Little Xiuma was indeed different in his heart. She had always been a very special existence. But if it was love, it seemed to be too early. A little less than love, but a little more than like. It was completely different from how he treated Ning Xiuma now, and he couldn't mix them up. He did not want to lie, and he disdained to lie, so he shook his head slightly. Ning Xiuma lowered her eyes. "That's it. You and he share the same soul, but you're not him, and I've always loved him. Originally, I was muddle-headed and gave you the wrong impression. I'm sorry. If you hate me because of this, I have nothing to say." Shun Julie slowly tightened his grip on the bamboo flute. His knuckles turned white, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. After a long time, he said, "I don't hate you." Ning Xiuma curled her lips into a smile. "That's good. Divine Lord, no matter what, I hope you can forget." Just as she was about to say, "Forget me," Shun Julie interrupted her. His voice was cold and indifferent. "From now on, no matter what, I have nothing to do with you." Ning Xiuma forced a smile. "Yes, if I don't reincarnate, then I won't love you in the future, and I won't love you 50,000 years later. I'll forget you, automatically erase all memories of you," Shun Julie said word by word. Chapter 2109. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes slightly, but the smile on her lips did not change. "All right." Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from underground, and the ground shook violently. The black hole that had just swallowed countless purple spirits suddenly spewed out a large cloud of purple smoke, which rushed straight toward Ning Xiuma. "Be careful." Shun Julie's expression changed. He and Ning Xiuma were standing on opposite sides of the black hole. No matter how fast he moved, he was still some distance away. He could only watch as the large cloud of purple smoke wrapped around Ning Xiuma and dragged her into the black hole. "Xiuma." Shun Julie did not care about anything else. He rolled up his sleeves and wrapped them around Ning Xiuma's body, who was shrouded in purple smoke. He pursed his lips and pulled her back. "Xiuma, you have to hold on." The strength of the purple smoke was unusually strong, and it pulled Ning Xiuma down desperately. Shun Julie's kung fu was so strong, but he could not pull her down. The two forces were entangled with Ning Xiuma's body. The purple smoke wrapped around Ning Xiuma's legs, and Shun Julie's sleeves wrapped around her slender waist. Under the pull of two opposing forces, even someone as strong as Ning Xiuma could not bear it. She groaned. Although the sound was very low, it was like a sharp knife cutting into Shun Julie's heart. He suddenly tilted his body and hung upside down. He grabbed Ning Xiuma's hand and said, "Xiuma, I'll save you." His voice was trembling. Ning Xiuma raised her head and looked directly into his eyes. There seemed to be wind and clouds in his eyes. Her lips trembled slightly. Suddenly, she bit her index finger and made a strange seal in her hand. "I'll use my body to save the six realms. The heavenly axiom has faith. Fulfill my oath. Don't go against it." After saying this string of curse-like words, Ning Xiuma backhanded her palm and slapped the blood seal on the back of Shun Julie's hand. Shun Julie felt as if he had been electrocuted. His hand suddenly lost its strength, and Ning Shuima's little hand fell from his grasp. He turned pale with fright. Fortunately, his sleeves were still wrapped around her slender waist. He was about to use his sleeves to lift her up again. The Sky Splitter sword suddenly appeared in Ning Shuima's hand. Her voice trembled slightly. "Supreme Divinity, I'm going to find him. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the Tianci continent after 50,000 years." "No!" Shun Julie shouted. However, it was too late. The Sky Splitter sword in Ning Shuima's hand flashed and cut his sleeves. The purple smoke dragged her body and tumbled down. Shun Julie's expression changed greatly. Almost without hesitation, he jumped down as well. "Ning Shuima, if you only love the reincarnated me, then I'll reincarnate with you." Just as he jumped down, a ball of extremely bright golden red light suddenly rose from under his feet. That light was like an extremely sturdy barrier, and it directly lifted him up before he could stabilize himself. A loud rumbling sound came from below. The black hole suddenly closed up, and there was no longer any gap. "Shuima," he shouted, and suddenly broke free from the golden red light's restraint. He pounced down and slapped the hole that had already closed up. He wanted to pull her out. He wouldn't allow her to be alone in that dark underground. She would be afraid. He was a god, and he could go against heaven and earth. His palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Not to mention a closed hole, even if it was a stone mountain, it would be flattened by his palm. An earth-shattering loud sound rang out. At the place where the hole originally was, a bottomless pit was finally blasted out. Dust and stone fragments flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. Chapter 21:10. At the original location of the cave entrance, he finally blasted out a bottomless pit. Dust and debris flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. He jumped down. "Shuima, I'm here to save you." His feet landed on solid ground, but it was only solid ground. This pit was a solid pit with a bottom. He desperately groped around inside with his hands, but he couldn't touch her. He couldn't touch her anymore. She had already disappeared, together with those damned Zisha. From now on, he could no longer see her trace. His heart felt like it was being cut open. The pain was unbearable. Rumble. His earth-shattering palm strike and the success of the original ceiling formation caused the whole mountain to collapse. Countless boulders fell, and countless fallen trees tumbled. Dust and debris covered the sky. The whole Jai mountain was collapsing. In this ceiling battle, there were only a few dozen people who were lucky enough to survive. At this moment, these dozens of people were floating in the air, looking down at everything. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts were also extremely heavy. The purple spirits were successfully sealed, but the whole 6 realms were destroyed. Only a few dozen people survived, but it was only a temporary survival. Because they had stayed in the strongest purple spirits and were injured, the purple spirits had invaded their blood. It was only a matter of time before they died from the poison. How long would it take for the celestial demon continent to recover its previous prosperity? There were still strands of purple mist floating in the air. Those were the remnants of the purple evil chi. Although they had lost their source and could no longer grow, they would not disappear on their own. It was still very dangerous for them to continue floating in the world. "Where's the Divine Lord?" Someone looked around. "I don't know. I didn't see him come out." They were all automatically ejected after the formation was successfully activated. "Ah, the Devil Lord is not here either." Someone else found something. Could it be that the Divine Lord and the Devil Lord left together after the sealing? I heard them playing the flute and pipa together. That sound was like the sound of nature. No way. The remaining purple spirits have not been purified. The Divine Lord will not leave. "Ah, the Divine Lord is coming up. The Divine Lord. The Divine Lord." A person slowly rose up from the dust cloud below them. When everyone saw that person's face, they were all stunned. The Supreme Divinity, who used to be the most celestial with his fluttering white robes, calm and dignified, was now covered in dust and grime. His hair was grayish-white, and his loose white robes were tattered with black and yellow patches. It was almost impossible to tell his original color. When he flew up, his celestial steps were unsteady. Supreme Divinity. Divine Lord. Everyone went up to her, and someone asked impatiently, Supreme Divinity, where is the Devil Lord? Where is the Devil Lord? Shun Julie's deep blue eyes turned to look at him. His eyes were cold and empty. There was a strong aura around him. When the cold aura was released, the surrounding temperature dropped abruptly. The cloud under everyone's feet instantly froze into a lump of ice and fell straight down. Shun Julie stood there, his sleeves hanging down. The wind lifted his long hair, strands of snow-white hair. He lowered his eyes slightly. Devil Master? Who is the Devil Master? His voice was cold and emotionless, as if he was at a loss and cold. There was another celestial in front of him with high cultivation. Because he was farther away, the cloud under his feet was not frozen. He heard the Supreme Divinity's low voice and widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 2111. The Divine Lord seemed to have lost his memory. He had lost his memory. Shun Jili looked at himself and seemed to be puzzled. Why am I in such a sorry state? He brushed his sleeves, and his messy robe was finally tidied up. Suddenly, a hairpin slipped out of his sleeve and fell to the ground. He caught it subconsciously. It was an exquisitely carved jade phoenix hairpin. The jade was suet jade, and every feather of the phoenix was so intricate and lifelike. He recognized that it was his own work. It was carved by hand without using any psyche power. It was not a simple task to carve such a hairpin. He looked at the hairpin in his palm with deep eyes. Who did he carve this hairpin for? Although he always liked to carve things to pass the time, he had never carved anything for a girl. The hairpin was exquisite, but he felt heartbroken when he looked at it. He narrowed his eyes and threw it away. The hairpin fell to the ground and disappeared in an instant. His heart ached for no reason. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he forced it down. After the pain was gone, he looked around and saw the purple spirits floating in the air. He exhaled and made a gesture. The heavy rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Shun Juli used most of his remaining divine power to purify the 6 realms. 10 days later, fiery gold seaside. Shun Juli stood quietly by the seaside in a white robe. Fiery gold seaside was a sea of death that even immortals could not cross. It was rumored that there was a space-time door in the depths of the sea. It was the only place in the celestial demon continent that led to the outside world. Of course, it was just a rumor. No one could verify the authenticity of the rumor because the person who tried to verify it never came back. The celestial demon continent was a wasteland. There was no one in the 6 realms. He was the only one left. He was lonely, unprecedentedly lonely. Subconsciously, he did not want to face such a bleak 6 realms and wanted to leave. Therefore, he closed the Fanteon Palace and came to the seaside, the Tianzi continent. This was the only thing left in his mind. Could the other end of the sea lead to the Tianzi continent? He waved his sleeves, and a boat made of psyche power appeared in the sea. He jumped on it. Half a month. It had been half a month since the allied forces of the 3 realms attacked Mo Palace. All kinds of powerful people unleashed all kinds of spells at the same time, shaking the barrier that the 8 divine beasts had built with all their strength, causing it to sway and become thinner and thinner. Mo Palace had already run out of food. The devils in Mo Palace were so hungry that their eyes turned green. They all wanted to take a bite of the stone lions by the roadside. The 8 great mythological beasts had been running out of food for a few days, yet they were still able to hold on for so long. They were already at the end of their rope. The soldiers of the 3 realms outside couldn't charge in, but the people of Mo Palace couldn't get out either. They could only defend the city of Worry. Inside the Mo Palace, there was a gloomy atmosphere. It was not scary to be besieged. What was scary was not knowing how long they would be besieged, because they couldn't see any hope. The people of the 3 realms seemed to have made up their minds. They wouldn't retreat unless they got an explanation they wanted. In this encirclement battle, the people of the 3 realms had the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before Mo Palace was conquered. The explanation that the leader of the three realms wanted was to hand over the 8 great mythological beasts and the Devil Master, who had started a massacre in the immortal prison. Of course, the Devil Master's son also had to be handed over, because there were rumors that the Devil Master was the one who had sent the 8 great mythological beasts to break the prison. They could be considered the instigators, although most of the people in M.O. Palace were ruthless devils. Those who could enter M.O. Palace were all carefully selected by General Manager Himu. Not only were they powerful, but they were also absolutely loyal to the Devil Master. Chapter 21:12. Most of the demons were arrogant and untamed. They feared nothing and had never been willing to be threatened by other realms. Naturally, they were unwilling now. They would rather fight to the death with the people of the 6 realms. Asking them to hand over their spiritual leader, the Devil Master, was simply a pipe dream. However, being surrounded like this, hiding in M.O. Palace like a coward, was really too stifling. Almost every demon was suffocated to the point of bursting into flames. Every day, there was an endless stream of demons requesting Manager Himu to fight. Those with fiery tempers were practically pointing at him and cursing him for being a coward. Manager Himu only had one word to reply to anyone who requested to fight: wait. The first day, they waited. The second day, they waited. The 5th day, they waited. And the 8th day, they waited. It had already been half a month, but it was still the same wait. All the demons were furious from waiting. If it weren't for the fact that they were usually more convinced of Manager Himu's authority, they would probably roll up their sleeves and give him a good beating first. Just how long do we have to wait? Turtle, just give us a quick answer. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to suffer this anymore. Those bastards are blocking the door and not letting us out. They're too cowardly. That's right. I'd rather go out and fight to the death with them. My head is as big as a bowl. Even if I have to die, I can drag a few of them down with me. Turtle, just say the word. We can't wait any longer. In the conference hall, all kinds of curses and requests to fight almost broke through the roof. Turtle, we really can't go on like this. We've already been starved for 3 days. If we rush out and fight now, we still have the strength. At the very least, we can drag a few of them down with us. If we wait any longer, we'll be so hungry that we don't have any strength left. If they break through M.O. Palace, we'll only be slaughtered. Manager Himu's mouth was also burning with anger. His expression was still calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wait one more day. Manager Himu still knew some inside information about the Devil Master. The Devil Master would often mysteriously die, but he would come back from the dead after 7 or 8 days. The Devil Master had once said that if something like this happened to her again, he had to wait. He had to wait for her to come back to life. The longest she had given him was 16 days. There was only 1 day left, therefore he had to wait. He believed that as long as the Devil Master woke up, he would be able to resolve this crisis and beat the crap out of the people from the 3 realms. The great Devil Master's frequent death was a top secret in the M.O. Palace. Only little Nyenma, the 8 mythological beasts, and General Manager Himu knew the inside story. As for the others, the news they received was that the Devil Lord was gravely ill, and had already fainted. Head Steward Himu was trying to treat him. In M.O. Palace, Head Steward Himu was the head steward of M.O. Palace. His medical skills were also top-notch. In the devil world, he had always been known as a divine doctor. Since he said that he was treating the Devil Master's illness, all the devils believed him. Everyone was hoping that the Devil Lord would wake up and lead them to beat up those bastards outside. Himu, how is the Devil Master? Some people couldn't keep their cool. Head Steward Himu pursed his thin lips and didn't answer directly. Let's wait for another day. He turned around and walked out. A blood-red crystal coffin. Half of the blood coffin was filled with a blood-like liquid. Ning Shuima's body was soaked in this blood, floating up and down in it. Shin Yinma sat next to the blood coffin with his little hands tightly clenched. Chapter 21:13. Shin Yinma sat next to the blood coffin. His little hands were clenched tightly, and his big eyes were bloodshot. He stared at his mother in the blood coffin and realized that he had lost a lot of weight. His round little face had now become a pointy chin, and his eyes looked even bigger. The blood coffin was General Manager Heimu's magical weapon, and the blood inside was mixed by the demons in the MO Palace. Of course, there was also little Shuima's God's blood in the middle. This was General Manager Heimu's secret technique. He used blood to nourish the corpse so that the body would not rot or become stiff. His mother was already a little stiff, but after she was soaked in the blood, her body slowly returned to its softness. Except for the coldness, she was no different from when she was alive. But can Mother come back in the end? It had been half a month. Half a month. She did not seem to be waking up. Even her face. Her face was as pale as a dead person's. The last few times his mother's soul left her body did not show such symptoms, but this time, there were footsteps outside, and General Manager Heimu walked in. He first looked at Ning Shuima in the blood coffin. He put his palm on the crystal coffin for a moment and shook his head slightly. The person in the coffin did not show any signs of waking up at all. Once a person died, the blood in the body would not flow, and the body would gradually become stiff. The first few times Ning Shuima's soul left her body, the blood in her body would flow, but at a much slower speed. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to feel it. However, this time, when her body began to stiffen, the blood really stopped flowing. The blood coffin made by General Manager Heimu had the effect of making the blood in the body flow again. It was quite effective in the first few days, but now the effect was getting weaker. The Devil Lord's body showed signs of stiffening again. If it stiffened again, even if the Devil Lord's soul came back, this body could no longer be used, and there would be no place for his soul to stay. Moreover, the Devil Lord might not be able to come back. General Manager Heimu's fingers were clenched tightly in his sleeves. Every time he touched the crystal coffin, he was full of hope to see a miracle, but every time, he was disappointed. Now, he was almost desperate. "Heimu, will my mother never wake up again?" Shin Yinma asked softly. His voice was hoarse, as if he had not drunk water for a few days. Head Steward Heimu looked at the child in front of him. This child had already stayed in front of this coffin for half a month, without sleeping or resting. General Manager Heimu was worried that Shun Yinma would hurt his body, so he tried his best to persuade him to take a rest. However, Shun Yinma only shook his head. He had to stay here, as if his mother would disappear completely in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he did not dare to blink. He wasn't in the mood to eat at all. However, Head Steward Heimu advised him to take care of his body. That way, when his mother came back and saw him, her heart wouldn't ache. This sentence hit Shin Yinma's heart hard, so he began to eat. Even if he had no appetite, he would force himself to eat. At the end of the day, he was still a child. Usually, such a young child would still be in the arms of his parents, but he had already experienced several life-and-death separations. He had already lost his father, and now he was about to lose his mother. No matter how strong he was, he could not bear it. Therefore, he quickly lost weight until only his head was left. General Manager Heimu squatted beside him. "Young master, if you want to cry, then cry. You will feel better if you cry." Chapter 21:14. The child was now holding all his emotions in his heart. Manager Heimu was really worried that he would hurt his body. Shin Yinma slowly shook his head. It was not that he did not want to cry, but even if he cried, he would not be able to find his parents, and he would not be able to find anyone who could really comfort him. After all, Manager Heimu had been with him for a long time, so he knew his character. In fact, he was quite a baby who loved to cry. He would cry so much that the Devil Master did not know what to do and wanted to give him the stars and the moon in the sky. This time, the Devil Master still did not wake up. Manager Heimu thought that little Nyenma would cry his eyes out, but he did not expect that he did not shed a single tear. When Manager Heimu saw him like this, his heart ached as if it was on fire. After all, this child was still a baby. He should be at the age where he acted like a spoiled child in front of his parents. No matter how precocious he was still a child. Head Steward Heimu almost wanted to hug him and comfort him. However, the little guy did not allow anyone to hug him. When the Devil Master was alive, he often stuck to the Devil Master like a dogskin plaster and could not be shaken off. But now, he did not allow anyone to hug him. There was even a kind of dignity in his body. There was a kind of divine pressure that made people not dare to act rashly. Initially, Manager Heimu did not feel it, but these days, he faintly felt that Shun Yinma was becoming more and more like the Divine Lord. Shun Yinma looked up. Heimu, my mother's soul did not leave her body this time, right? He slowly clenched his fingers, and the joints of his small fingers cracked. Did Luo Jiochin, that bastard, cast a spell on her body? Did he actually kill her in the prison? These days, Manager Heimu actually had this suspicion, but he dared not say it at this time. He did not want to make such a young child feel hopeless, although he himself was almost hopeless. He paused and said, Luo Jiochin should not be so wicked, right? Didn't the young master say that he would not personally hurt you and your mother? If he violated the promise, I am afraid that he would be struck by lightning. Shin Yinma was silent for a moment. He did not have to do it himself. Manager Heimu was speechless. It was true. Even if Luo Jiochin did not do it himself, he could have asked someone else to do it. Shin Yinma added, I am afraid that the Celestial Kingdom has contributed a lot to this. Head Steward Heimu took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Shin Yinma's eyes were bloodshot. If my mother is really dead this time, I will kill everyone in the celestial world, skin Luo Jiochin alive, and break his bones to take revenge. His tone was awe-inspiring. That little child actually had a murderous aura emanating from him, made Head Steward Heimu's heart turn cold for no reason. Young Master, where there's life, there's hope. This time, if we really have no other choice, I hope that young Master will consider the bigger picture, Head Steward Heimu said in a deep voice. If the Devil Lord still couldn't wake up, then the young Lord would be the hope of the Devil Realm's resurgence in the future. He didn't want the young Lord to do anything impulsive in a moment of anger. With his current ability, wanting to fight to the death with the Celestial Realm was undoubtedly like throwing an egg at a rock. Other than losing his life, there was no other benefit. If it really came to the point of mutual destruction, Head Steward Heimu would think of a way to send young Master away. He was just afraid that after sending young Master away, young Master would force his way back. Therefore, he had to make it clear to little Nyenma. However, would such a young child understand the principle of retreating in order to advance? Chapter 21:15. However, would such a young child understand the principle of taking a step back in order to advance? General Manager Heimu was not sure. He still wanted to say something to persuade him. But Shin Yima looked up and said in a calm tone, Heimu, I will not do anything impulsive. He took another breath and said word by word, I will kill them one by one when I have the power. I will not let any of them go. General Manager Heimu's eyes lit up. This was the son of the Devil Lord. He could finally let go and make arrangements for the aftermath. He looked at Ning Shiwama in the blood coffin and closed his eyes slightly. Devil Lord, you can rest in peace with a son like this. I will risk my life to protect the young master and never let him be hurt. General Manager Heimu got up and looked out of the window. The sky outside was as dark as ink. Another day had passed. If the Devil Lord did not wake up tomorrow, he would carry out the last step. It was a step that would destroy everything. Because of the wizardry barrier covering the sky, the masters from other worlds would attack the barrier from time to time. It was as if there was a layer of water in the sky, which was constantly vibrating. Even in the depths of Mo Palace, the sound of the attack could be heard. Since the three worlds attacked Mo Palace, there had been a continuous roar outside Mo Palace. General Manager Heimu strode out. He found the mythical beast, Baizhe, which was supporting the wizardry barrier at the northernmost end. Baize's original form was there. Its once glossy fur was now dull, and its eyes were bloodshot. However, it still stood there valiantly, as firm as a mountain. It was not easy for the 8 mythical beasts to support the wizardry barrier. It consumed their divine power. Fortunately, it could protect the entire Mo Palace from all directions. Many masters from the 3 worlds wanted to come in through the ground, But when they reached the bottom of Mo Palace, it was as if there was a diamond above their heads. They could not get in no matter how hard they tried. This time, they had the help of the people from the underworld. They were good at penetrating. Logically speaking, nothing could stop the people from the underworld. However, when they encountered the wizardry barrier of the 8 mythical beasts, they were helpless. However, they had been supporting it for so long, and now they were almost exhausted. Has the Devil Master woken up? This was the first thing Bai Zai said when he saw Manager Himu. Head Steward Himu shook his head slightly. Bai Zai's eyes were filled with disappointment as he said in a low voice, "This barrier can only last for a day at most." General Conwat Himu said, "I know. Maybe it's time for us to start our final plan. In the future, I'll leave young Master to you. The road of escape in the future will be very difficult. You have to be mentally prepared." Bai Zai's eyes were filled with determination as he raised his head and laughed. "I've been mentally prepared for this for a long time. As long as the 8 of us are still breathing, we will protect the little Master's safety." Once Palace Missouri fell this time, the Devil World would definitely be destroyed. The other 3 realms would definitely think of ways to hunt down the brothers and the young Devil Master endlessly to eliminate the source of the problem. Therefore, the road ahead was still very long and bumpy. Head Steward Himu took out a jug of wine. "We're about to part. Would you like a farewell drink?" Bai Zai laughed heartily. "You actually hid it from me. Hadn't they already run out of food for a few days? Why are you hiding such a good thing?" General Conwat Himu smiled. "I prepared this jug of wine for today. I've always been reluctant to drink it." He took out another empty jug and divided it into 2 halves. He threw one to Bai Zai, who directly caught it with his big mouth. Chapter 21:16. For the future return of the young Master. Let's do it. I won't let you down. Let's do it. Inside the brightly lit tent. Your Majesty, if nothing goes wrong, the barrier created by the 8 divine beasts will be broken tomorrow. The commander of the celestial world bowed and reported to the celestial arch. The celestial arch nodded slightly, and his voice was full of pressure. "Give them an ultimatum. If they don't hand over the 8 divine beasts and the young Master of the demon world, no one in the Mo Palace will be spared." "Your Majesty, there's something I don't understand," the human emperor beside him interrupted. "Please speak." "Your Majesty, since we can break through the Mo Palace tomorrow, why worry about not being able to catch the people we want? Why is there a need to give them an ultimatum? In my humble opinion, they're meat on the chopping board now. We can do whatever we want with them, and there's no need to mention any conditions to them." "That's right, I think so too. The demons originally lived in a barren place like the dark demonic world, but because of the Demon Master, they seized many good territories in the 6 realms, causing the 6 realms to be in chaos. Now is the time to set things right, so we don't have to talk to them about any conditions. When the time comes, we can just catch the 8 divine beasts and that little brat and punish them to give justice to the victims. As for the others, we can kill them or let them go. We just have to chase them back to the demon world," the young Master of the underworld suggested. The celestial arch didn't comment and just smiled faintly. "Do you all think that we can catch the 8 divine beasts once the barrier is broken?" Everyone looked at each other, and one of them said, "The Mo Palace barrier was created by the 8 divine beasts. Once the barrier is broken, won't they be at the end of their rope? Won't it be easy to catch them?" The celestial arch sneered. "You've underestimated the 8 divine beasts. You probably haven't heard of their deeds. Please elaborate." The 8 divine beasts used to be the 8 evil beasts. The birth of each of them was a bloodbath, and each of them was powerful enough to overturn a mountain. Once they fought, they could destroy a world, and there would be no living creatures within thousands of miles. Back then, when they were wreaking havoc, even 100,000 heavenly soldiers were unable to capture them and suffered heavy losses. It was the Reverend God who came out and subdued them one by one with a supreme technique. Then he brought them back to the Brahma Palace and turned them into stone statues. He used his divine power to remove the evil aura from their bodies over a long period of time. It took him tens of thousands of years to completely tame them. The Reverend God was afraid that they would go out and cause trouble, so he usually used a secret technique to imprison them in the Brahma Palace and turn them into stone statues. It was only recently that it was completely revived, and it even recognized the demon's son as its master. The Celestial Emperor told everyone about the origins of the 8 great mythological beasts that he had read in ancient books. Although it was only a few words, it was enough to shock everyone. One of them still had some doubts. According to what Your Majesty said, these 8 mythological beasts are indeed powerful. But why didn't they directly fight back when they were besieged this time, but instead set up this kind of enchantment? The Celestial Emperor said they are divine beasts that have been taught by the supreme divinity, so they don't usually hurt people. Besides, they've been sealed for more than 50,000 years, so they should be much weaker than before. Your Majesty's words are reasonable, but I always feel that something is a little strange. With the power of the 8 divine beasts, if they ran away from the beginning, we probably wouldn't have been able to catch them. I didn't expect that they would be willing to stay here and guard the city. What are they protecting? Or what are they waiting for? In other words, the demon realm had no other reinforcements. Chapter 21:17. In other words, there are no other reinforcements in the Devil Kingdom. What are they waiting for? Or were they actually still waiting for some mysterious reinforcements? But who could this mysterious savior be? According to the report, the Devil Master is seriously ill and unconscious. Are they waiting for her to wake up? The Celestial Emperor's face was gloomy. He had received the exact news that the Devil Master Shuima was dead. However, he did not see the body with his own eyes, so he was not at ease. If the Devil Master was only unconscious, once she woke up and found that her son and subordinates were being forced to do so, she would not let it go easily. However, these days, the successor of the Divine Lord seemed to have disappeared. No matter what method the Celestial Emperor used, he could not contact him. The Celestial Emperor once personally went to the Pantheon Palace to take a look. He could only vaguely hear a sound from inside, but he could not tell what it was. Without the master of the Pantheon Palace to open the door, the Celestial Emperor could not enter. Gradually, the Celestial Emperor did not dare to count on Luo Jiuchen anymore. He only wanted to catch the 8 mythological beasts as soon as possible and get the body of the Devil Master Shuima out so that he could execute her with a secret technique. Of course, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. Shen Yinma also had to be eliminated. The son of the celestial god and the great devil must be very talented. Once he grew up, his revenge would be very tragic. This was the Celestial Emperor's plan, but it was a little dirty and it was not convenient to say in public. Therefore, he just coughed and said, "The Devil Master has made a big mistake. Whether she is unconscious or dead, she must be judged by the 6 realms. She must be punished according to the heavenly law to bring justice to the 6 realms." Basically, the people in the tent were the leaders of the 4 realms. Originally, it was the 3 realms. Later, the underworld joined in the name of Avenging Yama. Now, it was the union of the 4 realms. These leaders were all old foxes who had been in the world for a long time. Naturally, they understood the seriousness of the situation. If the Devil Master was dead, the 8 mythological beasts would definitely escape with the young master. There would be endless trouble in the future. If the Devil Master was not dead, once she woke up, there would be a bloody storm. Therefore, whether the Devil Master was dead or not, they had to conquer the Mo Palace as soon as possible. Your Majesty, are you saying that once the Mo Palace is broken, the 8 mythological beasts will escape with the young master? The Celestial Arch nodded. That's most likely the case. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the 8 great mythological beasts have reached the end of their tether, if the 8 of them join forces to break out of the encirclement, no one should be able to stop their sharpness. Therefore, it is best to force them to hand over the person themselves. He paused for a moment, and then found a fair and just reason. No matter what, this disaster was caused by the 8 great divine beasts and the Devil Master. It has nothing to do with the other devils in Mo Palace. We are benevolent and righteous people, so we should try not to kill them all. As long as they are sensible enough to make friends with us, we can let them live. Suddenly, a brilliant firework like light exploded in the sky above Mo Palace. The devils of Mo Palace were gathered in the martial arts field to discuss countermeasures. When they saw the light, they all looked up. Lines of words slowly flashed in the sky above Molan. Ultimatum: hand over the 8 great divine beasts and the devil master's devil son, and we can let you all live. He would never kill the innocent. Otherwise, I will bathe Mo Palace in blood. The lines of words were golden and full of power. The devils became restless and started cursing. The 8 guardians of Mo Palace looked at each other. Suddenly, they raised their hands together. 8 rays of red light shot up, and a line of sonorous and powerful words appeared below the barrier. Hypocrites, see you on the battlefield. Chapter 21:18. This was destined to be a sleepless night. The demons of Mo Palace rubbed their palms together. Their days of being cowards had finally come to an end. They would rather die in battle than be trapped and slowly starve to death. Hot blood was boiling in his veins, clamoring for release, clamoring for a great massacre. In a main tent of the 4 realms outside Mo Palace. Your Majesty, they still refused to surrender and even issued a challenge, a spy reported. The Sky Emperor narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I've already given them a chance. They gave it up on their own accord, so don't blame us for being impolite. Now is the time to eliminate the demons and restore the might of the immortals. He immediately dispatched troops with the other masters of the 3 realms. If the barrier of Mo Palace is broken, what should we do if they split up and escape? Someone asked. The Sky Emperor's eyes shone with sharpness. Gather all the troops and hunt down the 8 divine beasts and the son of the demon. We can ignore the rest for now and surround them in the future. The 8 divine beasts and the son of the demon were the biggest threat to him. As for the other demons, they were just a bunch of mobs. Once their leader was captured, they would not be able to do anything. It would not be too late to deal with them slowly. Your Majesty, Venerable Yi Tianli requests an audience, someone reported. The Sky Emperor's eyes lit up. Invite him in. Yi Tianli was once the strongest person in the immortal world. Back then, Ning Xuema chopped off one of his hands, forming a grudge. The Sky Emperor thought that he would definitely be crippled, but he did not expect that his hand could be reattached. His performance in the battle to seal Zisha was remarkable, and the Sky Emperor had a whole new level of respect for him. He was originally the strongest person in the immortal world, and after the battle with Zisha, he was favored by the Sky Emperor. Ning Xuema mistakenly killed the Sky Emperor's sister at a banquet in the immortal world. Yi Tianli was among the people who captured Ning Xuema, and he contributed the most. This time, the Sky Emperor sent him to contact the hidden masters from the other realms to assist in the attack on Mo Palace. Now, he had finally rushed back. Yi Tianli did not disappoint him. This time, he brought back 10 masters. They were all famous hermits. Any one of them could defeat 10,000 people. The Sky Emperor was overjoyed and rewarded Yi Tianli and his companions heavily. He also gave Yi Tianli a new mission. After the enchantment of Mo Palace was broken tomorrow, Yi Tianli and his companions were to ambush in the sky with the sky net and wait for the opportunity to capture the 8 mythological beasts and the son of demon. The night gradually receded, and a line of white appeared in the east. Dawn was about to break. Shen Yinma sat in front of the blood coffin for another night. No one came to disturb him, and no one came to comfort him. Under such circumstances, any consolation would be superfluous. Outside, the first rays of the morning sun rose and shone into the room through the window lattice. Shen Yinma squinted his eyes and then turned his head to look into the blood coffin. His face was already pale, and his fingers were clenched tightly. Mother! His little hand touched the blood coffin. His voice was hoarse and dry. Do you not want Yinma anymore? Young master. How was the devil master? Steward Himu strode in. Shen Yinma did not speak. He only looked at the blood coffin. Steward Himu looked into the blood coffin, and his body stiffened slightly. Inside the blood coffin, with the first ray of the morning sun, Ning Xuema's body in the coffin had undergone an amazing change. The flesh quickly dried up, and it looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin. The Devil Master was really dead, and he would never come back. Steward He-Moo's heart was bleeding, and his last hope was finally shattered. However, now is not the time to be sad. Steward He-Moo took a deep breath. Chapter 21:19. However, it was not the time to be sad. General Manager He-Moo took a deep breath and bowed to Shun Yinma. Young master, it is time for you to make a decision. Shun Yinma closed his eyes slightly and slowly got up. He only said one word, "Okay." He raised his hand and fished out the body from the blood coffin. The body had shrunk into a skeleton, and there were some bloodstains on it. It looked a little scary. If it were other children, they would have been scared and hid behind the adults. However, Shun Yinma was not afraid at all. Although he was short, his kung fu had reached a certain level. It was easy for him to carry a body like this. He stood up. The bloody skeleton in his arms almost covered his whole body. He strode out with the skeleton in his arms. Young master, General Manager He-Moo did not know what he was going to do, so he quickly followed him out. On a big bed made of agarwood, Ning Xiuma had been washed clean. She was lying on the bed wearing a new set of clothes. There were no other burial objects on the bed, only the withered lotus. The lotus was once his mother's most precious thing. His mother told him that the lotus could bring about miracles. He did not wait for a miracle. Instead, he waited for the death of both his parents. From now on, he would be a fugitive without his parents by his side. He put the lotus by his mother's side as an explanation for his mother's love for it. "Mother, you can rest in peace. Nianma will avenge you in the future." Shin Yinma sat on the bed and leaned over to kiss his mother's cheek. General Manager He-Moo and the other high-ranking generals of the Devil Kingdom watched from the side. They were all sad and angry. General Manager He-Moo took a deep breath. "Young master, the Demon Lord's spirit in heaven will bless young master's return." Shin Yinma did not speak. His mother's soul must have been gone. Otherwise, how could she be willing to leave him alone? Where did the spirit of the Devil Lord come from? He bowed a few times to the big bed. Then, he made up his mind to release the true Samadhi fire. A fireball was thrown over, and the agarwood bed burned. The three true flames burned things very quickly. After a while, the Devil Lord's corpse could no longer be seen on the big bed. Only a handful of ashes was left on the spot. Shin Yinma kept the ashes in a small porcelain jar and carried it on his back. "Mother, I will take you with me." Ka! A bolt of lightning seemed to have exploded in midair. The unbreakable barrier that had protected the Mo Palace for half a month was finally broken. The battle cries instantly spread into Mo Palace. Countless figures of the Six Realms experts appeared in the sky above their heads. Flatten Mo Palace. Slay the demons and return peace to the Six Realms. Flatten Mo Palace. Flatten Mo Palace. The slogans were earth-shattering, causing the earth to tremble slightly. In the sky and on the ground, countless experts of the four realms appeared in Mo Palace. However, when he saw everything in Mo Palace clearly, he was somewhat stunned. These people thought that after Mo Palace was conquered, the devils would all flee outside. However, they had already set up an inescapable net in all directions, waiting for these devils to walk right into it. However, they did not expect that these devils had no intention of escaping at all. They gathered in the largest martial arts field in Mo Palace. Thousands of devil soldiers and generals were arranged in a strange pattern, as if they were forming a shocking array. Their clothes were also strange. Everyone was wearing a linen robe with their hair draped over their shoulders. There was a flame pattern embroidered on their chest. Chapter 21:20. Their attire was also very strange. Every one of them was wearing a sackcloth robe, and their hair was loose. There was a flame pattern embroidered on their chests, and there was also a flame pattern on their foreheads. They stood there in an orderly manner, and their eyes were fixed on the invaders of the four realms. The 8 great guardians of the Devil Clan stood in a row, dressed in the same attire as the Devil Generals. In the middle of the array, there were 8 mythological beasts. A snow-white beast stood in the middle, and Shun Yinma sat on the back of the snow-white beast. He was surrounded by 7 mythological beasts, protecting him from all directions. Outside the Devil Clan's formation, there was a strange pattern dripping with blood. It looked like a skull with its mouth open and laughing. The 2 eyes of the skull seemed to be alive as they moved on the ground, as if they were also staring at the invaders. It was a strange array and a strange people in the M.O. Palace. The M.O. Palace was full of strangeness, and it made people feel cold when they saw it. The first invaders from the 4 realms were stunned when they saw the scene. Some of them were good at traveling underground and wanted to get into the center of the Devil Clan's array to kill the 8 mythological beasts. However, when they got close to the array, they could not wait to come back. It was as if they had been poured with strong acid. Their skin and flesh were burned, and they screamed in pain. Obviously, traveling underground was not a good idea. Since they could not attack, they could only attack openly. This time, there were tens of thousands of people from the 4 realms, but there were only a few thousand of them. Moreover, they had been hungry for a few days. The commander of the 4 realms ordered a group of people to attack. They were the vanguard to test the strength of the Devil Clan. Naturally, they also wanted to know what they were up to. The group of people could be said to be elites. They shouted and rushed forward. The group of people in the array of the Devil Clan finally moved. The great guardian of the Devil Clan laughed. "Ungrateful bastards, I will let you have a taste of the power of the Devil Clan." He suddenly waved his hand. The Devil Clan surrounding him did not face the enemy head-on. Instead, they crawled on the ground. The great guardian suddenly flicked his finger, and a red light flashed. In the blink of an eye, it circled around the devils who were crawling on the ground. The man prostrating on the ground suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the distant main hall to tremble and the tiles to clatter. Of course, the experts of the 4 realms were also shocked. Their ears buzzed, and they all took a step back. What kind of tactic was this? The high-ranking generals of the 4 realms were confused. Naturally, the experts of the 4 realms would not be scared off by this shout. After taking a step back, they simply took out all kinds of magic treasures and attacked the group of crawling devils blocking their way. All kinds of magic treasures flickered in midair, emitting ear-piercing and pleasing sounds. All kinds of lights flickered, and each of them carried a fierce, murderous aura. Each of them was powerful enough to cut a person's body and split a person's soul. The prostrating demons remained motionless, but a circle of red light burst out from each of their bodies. The demons prostrating on the ground disappeared and were replaced by blood-red falcons. Every single one of them was gigantic, and they carried an eerie, ghostly aura. They circled in the air and flapped their wings, sending raging flames and gusts of wind toward the experts of the 4 realms. They were completely defeated by the attack. Blood Nether Falcons. They are Blood Nether Falcons. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, they're using the Blood Soul Forbidden Technique." Chapter 21-21. The Blood Soul Forbidden Technique was said to be the most advanced and most brutal technique in the demon realm. It was a technique that used the lives of demons as the price to transform their souls into the most ferocious Blood Nether Eagles. The Blood Nether Eagles were not afraid of weapons, fire, or water. It could be said that they had copper skin and iron bones. One could not even find a place to attack, to kill them. One could only use the water of the heavenly river to water them. However, only the heavenly emperor could use the water of the heavenly river. No one else could even think about it. Furthermore, their attack power was extremely terrifying. It was 10 times more powerful than the Blood Nether Eagles that the experts in the purple demon formation encountered. However, once those demon generals turned their souls into Blood Nether Eagles, they could no longer be resurrected. They would burn out their souls and die within 3 days. Their souls would truly dissipate. Unexpectedly, these demons did not want to escape. Instead, they chose to perish together. Dozens of Blood Nether Eagles flew up and down. They spat out samadhi fire from their mouths and flapped their wings. In the blink of an eye, they killed the first group of people from the 4 realms. The people from the 4 realms were forced to retreat. They did not know how to deal with them. "I'll let you bastards have a taste of our power. You want to bully the demon realm? Dream on." I'm going to perish together with you. Don't even think about escaping." Another 3 groups of demon protectors laughed wildly as they activated the Blood Soul forbidden technique. They had been besieged for such a long time that they were simply too sullen. Everyone had a belly full of anger in their hearts. They would rather die than drag a few people down with them. There were 4 groups of people in total. The souls of every 2 people combined and turned into blood nether eagles. There were a total of 400 blood nether eagles that attacked the people from the 4 realms. There were about 10,000 people from the 4 realms who entered the MO Palace. However, they were all scared witless by the 400 blood nether eagles. Countless screams came from all directions. Some people were burned into charcoal. Some people had their bodies torn apart. There were broken limbs and body parts everywhere on the ground. Blood flowed along the ground of the training ground. The generals of the 4 realms hurriedly organized their forces to resist the blood nether eagles. At the same time, they wanted to send people out to call for reinforcements. However, they could not get out at the moment. The blood nether eagles covered the entire sky. These blood nether eagles were also well trained. They could turn into such ferocious beasts in an orderly manner. Some were waiting in the sky, some were diving down, and some were guarding the entrances and exits. They worked together and guarded the training field like an iron bucket. As for the soldiers of the 4 realms, they were like turtles in a jar. In just 2 short hours, more than half of the soldiers who came in had been killed or injured. Some of them reacted quickly and immediately used the underground movement technique to escape. Only then did they manage to save their lives. The leaders of the 4 realms would never do something like taking the lead. They stayed in their own tents and waited for the news of victory. 2 hours later, there was no news of victory. Instead, a general covered in blood rushed in dejectedly and reported to the emperors of the 4 realms a piece of bad news. The Devil Clan had activated the Blood Soul forbidden technique in MO Palace and started a massacre in all directions. Of the 10,000 people who had entered, less than 3,000 were left now, and the number was still decreasing rapidly. The Heavenly Emperor turned pale with fright. The other sovereigns of the 3 realms were still confused because they were inexperienced. At this time, the Sky Emperor did not have time to explain to them. He immediately led everyone out of the central tent and rushed towards MO Palace. This central tent was the core of the army and was naturally far away from the battlefield. Therefore, it would take some time for the Celestial Emperor and the others to fly over. Chapter 21-22. What he didn't expect was that as soon as they flew into the sky, they saw a red cloud rising from MO Palace. Those blood nether eagles rushed out of MO Palace. Not good. They must be escorting the 8 divine beasts and the son of the demon to escape. With hundreds of blood nether eagles charging at the front, which ambush troop would be their match? The inescapable net that the 4 realm leaders had painstakingly set up would be torn open. If the 8 divine beasts escaped now, there would be no end to the trouble. The celestial Thearch's prediction was right. As soon as the blood-red cloud rushed out of MO Palace, it immediately chose a direction and left. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the blue sky. The celestial Thearch panicked and immediately ordered the troops lying in ambush in that direction to quickly appear and intercept it at all costs. He himself also rushed in that direction like a gust of wind. What he didn't expect was that just as he ran 100 meters with countless celestial world guards, General Manager Himu led a group of demon soldiers and generals to stop him. The celestial Thearch looked at the demon soldiers who instantly formed a human wall in front of him and blocked his path. He felt like he was struck by lightning. Weren't demons usually the most selfish and heartless ones? Wasn't it normal for them to scatter when disaster struck? Why did everything change now? Everything changed when the celestial Thearch led his troops to attack the demon world. He only needed to kill the leader first and capture or execute the leader. Those demon soldiers and generals would collapse on their own and scatter in all directions, unable to cause any trouble. He thought that it would be the same this time. Once MO Palace was broken, these demons would take the opportunity to scatter and flee. He only needed to concentrate his troops to deal with the 8 divine beasts. Unexpectedly, not only did these demons not run, but they also came to meet him. They were facing the celestial world, which had the strongest combat power and troops. One had to know that all the people by the celestial Thearcha's side were top-notch experts, and they had the largest number of people. Each of these experts could fight against 10 experts from Mo Palace. General Manager Himu had brought 2,000 demons. Other than those who had transformed into blood nether eagles, almost all the demon soldiers and generals were here. Were they going to fight to the death, just to protect that little guy? Have all the devils changed? That devil lord had only ruled the Mo Palace for 3 years, yet he had already subdued the hearts of the people to such an extent. How did she do it? The Celestial Arch had a belly full of questions. His gaze fell on General Manager Himu, and he said in a low voice, "Are you here to die? Was it worth it? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I won't spare your lives." The Celestial Emperor was in a hurry to catch up with the 8 mythological beasts, so he didn't want to waste his energy here. Therefore, he deliberately said this to give these demons a chance to escape, so that they would give up without attacking. Head Steward Himu's eyes were bloodshot, but he was still smiling calmly. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Celestial Emperor, do you think you can wipe out the devil race? He really dared to brag as long as he had a mouth and acted as a wall if he had a face. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Celestial Emperor, you are the #1 person in the celestial world, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable. A general beside the Celestial Arch scolded. How dare you? He actually dared to insult the Heavenly Emperor like this. We, the celestial world, are righteous. How can we be despicable? Despicable and shameless is a word only used to describe you demons. Okay? Chapter 21-23. Head Steward Himu raised his head and laughed. Righteous? The celestial realm is hunting down a child who's not even half a year old. You call that righteous? You're tarnishing the name of righteousness. Nonsense. He's not an ordinary child. He's the son of the devil. He ordered the 8 demonic beasts to break into the prison and kill so many innocent celestial generals. The general from the celestial realm retorted. He gave the order? What proof do you have that our young master gave the order? The celestial emperor's face darkened. He didn't want to argue with people because of his status. What's more, he had to chase the 8 divine beasts first. As for these small fries, he could deal with them later. The celestial realm's soldiers wanted to retort, but the celestial emperor waved his hand to stop them. They're just arguing. Ignore them. Everyone has the right to kill the demons of the devil realm. There's no need to argue with them. He raised his hand, and a golden light suddenly flew out of his palm. With a thunderous sound, it struck Head Steward Himu. Since the celestial emperor was the leader of all immortals, he naturally had some skills. His martial arts were definitely top-notch and could be considered terrifying. However, he usually held a high position. If there was anything he needed to do, his subordinates would do it for him. He didn't need to do anything at all. Thus, after so many years, the people of the 6 realms had almost forgotten his true abilities. They'd forgotten that he used to be the most invincible person in the 6 realms. Head Steward Himu was the first to bear the brunt of his thunderous attack. He was caught off guard, and by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late to block it. He only had time to dodge the attack on his vitals. He couldn't dodge the entire attack. His entire body was sent flying by the golden light. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and crashed into the crowd of demonic soldiers and generals. If it weren't for the 3 enforcers desperately holding on to him, he would have fallen off the cloud and shattered into pieces. Their leader was beaten up, so the demonic realm's people were naturally enraged. Bastard, you're attacking because you can't win an argument. So the celestial realm supremes are nothing more than this. Fight! Let's fight this bastard. The demonic realm's people all attacked the celestial emperor. Naturally, the celestial emperor's people also began to fight back. For a time, both sides were in a chaotic battle. Magic treasures and devilish lights flew about. Severed limbs and mutilated bodies were the same color, and wails and curses filled the entire heavens and the earth. This battle was exceptionally tragic. In just an hour, countless people from both sides had been injured and lost their lives. Although there weren't as many people around the Sky Emperor as there were in the Devil Realm, they were all elites among elites. Usually, when they fought, they could fight against 10 or even 100 people. In addition, the allied army of the Four Realms had a lot of people, but they were all dispatched by the Heaven Emperor to set up inescapable encirclement in all directions. Now that the Devil Soldiers and Devil Generals were all gathered here, they naturally received the order to rush over. Amidst the chaos, more and more people from the Four Realms appeared, while the number of people from the Devil Realm decreased. Of course, the Celestial the Arch disdained to participate in such a chaotic battle. He quickly used a spell to extricate himself from the battle and led a dozen or so capable subordinates to chase after the 8 mythological beasts. The 8 mythological beasts surrounded Shen Yinma, but it was not easy for them to escape. Although the Shuang was in front of them, the enemy had sent too many people, and their strength was too strong. It could be said that within 100 miles of Mo Palace, there were arrays and ambushes set up by the allied army of the Four Realms. Moreover, a slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. Chapter 21-24. It could be said that within 100 miles of the Mo Palace, there were arrays and ambushes set up by the allied forces of the Four Realms. Moreover, the generals of the Four Realms had already received orders from their superiors to stop the 8 mythological beasts at all costs. Therefore, the 8 mythological beasts also encountered great obstacles on their way. The blood nether eagles at the front were almost always fighting. They formed a sharp cone shape to protect the 8 mythological beasts in the middle and then rushed forward. Countless people were killed and injured by their claws. Along the way, there was a rain of blood, and the clouds along the way were blood red. Shen Yinma had been on by Zay's back with his little mouth tightly closed. Occasionally, he would help to deal with the attacks in front of him. Because there were many enemies along the way, and the attacks came from all directions, the blood nether eagles occasionally could not protect them. Naturally, the 8 mythological beasts would also help. They had used their divine power to set up a wizardry barrier to resist the powerful attacks of the Four Realms for half a month. In fact, the power of the 8 mythological beasts was almost exhausted, so their attacks were not very powerful. However, they were still trying their best to protect their young master. In fact, Baizé was still a little worried. It was afraid that little Nianma would not be able to accept the sacrifice of his own people and desperately want to go back to fight. By then, all the efforts of the Mo Palace would be in vain. The only child of the Divine Lord and the Great Devil would not be able to protect him. However, it did not expect little Nianma to sit steadily on its back. When he saw the subordinates of the Mo Palace who used to play with him sacrifice their lives to turn into the blood nether eagles, his little body trembled. Although he was very stiff, he was still very calm. He didn't do anything rash in the heat of the moment. This made Baizé feel relieved. The young master was indeed the son of the Divine Lord and the Great Devil. He was even calmer than an adult when he encountered a situation. Shen Yinma did not speak along the way. If Baizé could not sense that he was on its back, it would have thought that he had turned into a little stone statue. Baizé was still a little worried about his mood. It was afraid that he would fall sick when he suddenly encountered such a big change at such a young age. During the fight, it would also comfort him. It said that the young master could cry if he was sad. Even if the young master cried, no one would laugh at him. Baizé had said something like this 3 or 4 times. Baizé, you don't have to say anything. I will not cry. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Little Nianma finally spoke when Baizé was nagging for the 4th time. Although his voice was dry, it was very firm. His mother had said that crying was a sign of weakness, so he would never cry again. He no longer had any relatives in this world. What he needed the most was to be strong, make himself stronger, become even stronger. Only in this way could he be worthy of his mother, worthy of his father, and worthy of the title of the son of God and devil. Sooner or later, he would return as the king and reshuffle the 6 realms, take revenge for everyone in the Mo Palace, and trample on all the injustice in this world. Right now, all he had to do was survive. He clenched his teeth tightly and pursed his lips into a straight line. Occasionally, blood would splatter on his body, but he didn't seem to feel it. The troop formed by the blood nether eagles was like a sharp arrow, sweeping through everything in its path. No team could hurt them, and no team was unafraid of their three true flames. Therefore, even though smoke was billowing all the way, this special team still continued to advance. Chapter 21-25. Baizé used its claws to wipe off the blood on its eyelashes. It looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, we have broken through 5 lines of defense. There is only one left. As long as we break through this last line, we will be safe. We will bring you to the safest place to recuperate. Shinyama nodded and did not say anything else. Was there any place in this world that could be considered safe? Only by becoming an absolute powerhouse like his father and mother could he be considered safe. Only then could he have the final say in this world. Shouts and screams were heard from all directions. The soldiers in front of the 6th line of defense finally appeared and blocked their way. Both sides were too lazy to talk nonsense. Once they met, a white-hot fight broke out. The soldiers in the 6th line of defense did not manage to stop the bloody nether eagles. They were all killed by them. The bloody nether eagles flew up and down like burning wheels. While they were fighting with the soldiers who blocked their way, the sky suddenly began to rain heavily. It was like the Milky Way pouring down. The bloody nether eagles who were fighting were caught off guard and were drenched by the heavy rain. They screamed in pain. Their bodies began to melt as if they were poured with concentrated sulfuric acid. It was like a falling rain. The hearts of the 8 mythological beasts suddenly sank. The Milky Way water, the real Milky Way water. More than half of the bloody nether eagles were drenched by the Milky Way water. The 8 mythological beasts suddenly raised their heads and looked at the celestial emperor who was floating in front of them. Their eyes gradually turned red. There is no need to run anymore. The general next to the celestial emperor shouted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Capture them first." The celestial emperor gave the order. At this time, the 8 mythological beasts naturally did not want to talk nonsense with them. The more they talked, the more reinforcements would come. Although the 8 mythological beasts had never fought with the celestial emperor, they could judge how strong his kung fu was based on his aura. He was a strong opponent who was difficult to deal with. This was a battle of life and death. If they won this battle, they would be able to live. If they lost, there was only one word: death. The celestial emperor naturally understood that this was a very important battle, and he needed to do it himself. He slowly took off his outer robe, and a resplendent glazed sword slowly appeared in his palm. As soon as this sword appeared, it shone brightly, almost illuminating half the sky. His gaze fell on Baizé. He knew that it was the leader of the 8 beasts. You only have 2 options: either surrender or die. If possible, he still wanted to subdue the 8 divine beasts. If he could use them in the future, he would be even more supreme in the 6 realms, second only to the supreme god. This was a huge temptation, so the celestial emperor didn't want to take the lives of the 8 mythological beasts unless it was absolutely necessary. As for the child that the 8 mythological beasts were protecting like an eyeball, he had to die. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was not an empty phrase. It was something that every person in power would consider. Baizé laughed. His laughter was like thunder as it rumbled through the air. We'll take the 3rd path and kill you as a scapegoat. 2/3 of the blood nether eagles were killed by the heavenly river water summoned by the celestial arch. There were only a few dozen left. The tongue snake saw that the situation was not good, so it rose into the air and transformed into a gigantic umbrella in the air. It protected the remaining blood nether eagles and blocked the heavenly river water. The celestial emperor frowned slightly. It seemed that the supreme god and the demon master had tamed the 8 mythological beasts to be extraordinarily loyal. If that was the case, then he could only kill them. Chapter 21-26. He cast a spell, and the long sword in his hand flew directly into the air. It spun in the air and turned into thousands of swords. Each of the swords was pointed directly at the 8 mythological beasts and little Nienma. The 8 mythological beasts were also ready to fight. Although the two sides had not yet fought, the murderous aura in the field had stirred the surrounding clouds. The air was so heavy that it almost dripped water. Since you are so reckless, I will personally send you on your way. The long swords in the air formed a sword array like a dense rain, and with a fierce wind, they flew toward the 8 mythological beasts. This was the ultimate skill that the Celestial Emperor practiced. When he was wandering in the 6 realms, he used this skill to kill hundreds of masters in the monster kingdom. When this skill was used, everyone's face changed. The 8 mythological beasts looked up at the same time and spat out a ray of light from their mouths. 8 rays of light fanned out above their heads to protect them from the storm of swords. The sword array of the Celestial Emperor was obviously different from other sword arrays. It was unusually powerful. The 8 mythological beasts were indeed at the end of their rope. They tried their best, but they still could not withstand it. The light shield above their heads shook more and more violently. It was getting thinner and thinner. In the end, it gradually sounded like it was about to break. The 8 mythological beasts were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Baizé and its brothers looked at each other. Perhaps it was time for them to use their last trick. They could take out their souls and condense them into a beast. It was the most powerful beast in the world with the power to destroy the world. Not only could it protect their little master and escape easily, but it might also be able to kill the Celestial Emperor for revenge. The only drawback was that once they condensed into a beast, they would die, and the beast would also die within 8 days. By then, their little master would really be alone. This was a standard trick to perish together. If it was not such an emergency, they would not want to use it. Now, it was not up to them. Their little master's life was more important than anything else. Young master, you have to take care, Baizé whispered. Shinyanma seemed to have a premonition. His little hands clenched tightly and grasped Baizé's fur as if he was holding the only thing he could rely on. You? Don't leave me. Baizé's heart ached, and its anger rushed to the top of its head. We will not abandon you. We will transform into another form to protect you. Little master, you must be strong. Seeing that the 7-colored light above their heads was about to break, the 8 divine beasts looked at each other and knew that they couldn't delay any longer. Suddenly, they turned around and arranged themselves in an octagonal formation. What they did not see was that Yi Tianli, who was behind Sky Emperor, had already pulled out his sword. Just as the 8 divine beasts were about to extract their souls, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. In broad daylight, there were actually golden red rays of light. The light was like a small sun that tore through the sky and fell from the sky. The sound was so powerful that it shook the entire world, causing everyone to tremble. Some of the weaker ones even had their eardrums broken by the sound, causing them to spit out blood. The Celestial Arch was also taken aback. His attention was diverted, and the sword formation was unable to pierce through. Everyone was blinded by the golden red light. This golden red light was extremely strange, and it gave off an extremely powerful pressure. As soon as it appeared, everyone's minds were shaken, and even the Celestial Thearch's heart was beating wildly for no reason. His power was high, so he squinted his eyes to look at the source of the golden red light. In a trance, he saw that there seemed to be a slender figure wrapped in the golden red light. In the golden red light, the figure flew in their direction like a flash of lightning. Chapter 21-27. The Celestial Emperor was shocked. His fingers suddenly trembled. That figure seemed to be the Devil Master. The 8 mythological beasts were already in despair, but at this moment they also opened their eyes wide and looked at the figure in disbelief. Their mouths were opened so wide that a basketball could be stuffed into them. The Devil Master. It was their Devil Master. Their leader, the Demon Master, had actually returned. Shinyanma's eyes were wide open. Others were subconsciously afraid of the golden red light, but he was not. When the golden red light shone into his eyes, it made him feel warm and friendly. The person in the golden and red light was even more warm. The person who had been frozen in the blood coffin and had been burned. The person who he thought would never appear again. The person who did not want him anymore and left him alone. Mother, 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 he finally shouted out. His voice was hoarse and sharp, piercing straight into the sky and piercing into people's hearts. It made the hearts of the 8 mythological beasts tremble. After Shun Yinma shouted, he finally lost all his calmness. He desperately wanted to rush to the figure that was coming from afar. Baize was still calm. It opened its mouth and caught his little body. Then it threw him back on its body. Little master, calm down. The Celestial Emperor was standing opposite. If little Nianma rushed out, he would be caught as a hostage. It would be great if the Devil Master was back. At this time, there must be no other accidents. In fact, the Celestial Emperor had forgotten to catch little Nianma at this time. The moment when he saw Ning Shiwama appeared, his first thought was to retreat. He had once exchanged blows with this little demon master 2 years ago, and he had suffered a miserable defeat. Ning Shiwama only wanted to take the territory of the Celestial Kingdom and defeat him. She did not want to kill him, so she let him go easily. But now, he had forced her child and her people to be in such a state. When the Devil Master knew the truth, she would pull out his tendons and skin him alive. He used the cloud steps and wanted to retreat, but Yi Qianli blocked his way. Yi Qianli looked at him with a faint smile. Your Majesty, the Demon Lord is not dead. She is here again. Should we take this opportunity to take her down? The Celestial the Arch. He was speechless. With this slight delay, Ning Shiwama landed on Baize's back. Little Nianma cheered and rushed into her arms. Mother, mother, mother. Perhaps because he was too agitated, his little body was trembling nonstop. He called out repeatedly, each call more urgent and hoarse than the last. In the end, he simply burst into tears. Her tears flowed like a river, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances and worries of the past few days. The woman was Ning Shiwama. She lifted her arms to hug her son, and her fingers slowly touched her son's cheeks. Her son had lost weight. He had lost a lot of weight. Whose fault was it? Who had forced her son into such a state? Who was it that forced the 8 divine beasts into such a state? Who was it that forced her people into such a state? Although Ning Shiwama had just been reborn in this world, all her memories were still there. She was also very smart. Although she did not experience the previous things, she understood what had happened when she saw the current scene. She slowly looked at the people in front of her, and her eyes were as cold as iron. Chapter 21-28. The Celestial Emperor and the others felt a chill in their hearts when she glanced at them. They could not help but take a few steps back, especially the Celestial Emperor. His face was even paler. He used to think that his sword was very powerful, but now he felt that it was a little heavy. He held the sword and did not know if he should keep it or keep it. At this time, he missed Luo Jiuchen very much. If he was here, he would not be afraid, even if the Devil King returned. Now that he could not contact Luo Jiuchen, he did not have the confidence to face the Devil King again. After a pause, he decided to strike first. Devil King, you came back at the right time. The 8 mythological beasts robbed the prison and killed many soldiers. So, you joined forces with the other 3 realms to attack Mo Palace? Moreover, he had personally dealt with a child? Yin Lang, you're really capable. Ning Shiwama finally opened her mouth. Her voice was light as a feather, but it carried a dense chill. She was a martial arts expert, and she saw the move made by the Celestial Emperor when she was in the air. Once the move hit, not only would the 8 mythological beasts die, but little Nianma would also disappear directly. Even the child's soul would not be left behind. It was an eye-opener for the dignified Celestial Emperor to be so cruel to a child. Yunlang was the Celestial Emperor's real name. Every time she called him that, it was when she was angry and was about to attack. The Celestial Emperor felt a chill in his heart. He gritted his teeth and explained, I just want to catch your son and bring him back for interrogation because someone said that the 8 mythological beasts were under his command, so Ning Shiwama smiled. Just an interrogation? Yes, before the Celestial Emperor could finish his answer, the red light in front of him suddenly dazzled. This move was like a move that flew from the sky. It was ethereal and indescribable. Even lightning could not compare with its speed. The Celestial Emperor was shocked and hurriedly dodged. The red light swept past his hair. His black hair was dancing wildly, and his scalp was burning with pain. The Celestial Emperor subconsciously touched it and almost blacked out. His high feathered crown was split in half by the red light, and half of his hair was shaved off by the red light. He was now half bald, and it was a bloody bald head. A layer of his scalp had also been shaved off. Fresh blood flowed out, and the pain was bone-piercing. Actually, he could tolerate all of this, but what he couldn't tolerate the most was his comical appearance. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. He had never been so humiliated before. Back when he was sealing the Purple Demon, he had been in the Purple Demon formation for 3 days and 3 nights, but he was not in such a sorry state. The people around the Celestial Emperor were also stunned. This was the first time they had seen the Heavenly Emperor, who had always been dignified and awe-inspiring, beaten to such a state by someone with a single move. The Heavenly Emperor's appearance was simply destroying their worldview. Everyone was amused and shocked at the same time. Half of the people present knew about the Celestial Emperor's martial arts. Before the gods and demons were reborn, he was the most powerful person in the 6 realms. He was invincible in the world. Coupled with his extreme means, he went through many hardships to become the most powerful person in the celestial world. Later, when Yi Tianli was born, Yunlang was already the Celestial Emperor. Naturally, he would not fight with Yi Tianli. No matter how arrogant Yi Tianli was, he could not challenge him. Therefore, although Yi Tianli was called the most powerful person in the 6 realms, the Celestial Emperor was not included. Before the gods and demons and the demigods appeared, no one dared to challenge the Celestial Emperor's authority. The Celestial Emperor had always maintained his authority. Chapter 21-29. Even when Shuama, the Great Devil, appeared 3 years ago, she did not embarrass the Heavenly Emperor. Even when the Heavenly Emperor was defeated, no one saw it. Now, this incomparably dignified and inviolable Celestial Emperor had actually been beheaded and skinned by a single sword strike. The Heavenly Emperor did not even have a chance to escape. The Great Devil's kung fu seemed to have improved a lot. It could only be described as terrifying. Even the demigod, Luo Jiuchen, would be afraid of such a kung fu. Needless to say, the rest of the people were even more afraid. Ning Shuama's move had shocked everyone. The King of Hell, the Emperor of Man, and the Beast King could not help but step back quietly. The Heavenly Emperor raised his hand to touch the blood. He was even more shocked. He was ashamed and frightened at the same time. Ning Shuama carried little Nianma in one hand and the Sky Splitter sword in the other. She did not look at the Heavenly Emperor, but coaxed her son. "Baby, do you want to learn the dog-beating sword technique from me?" Little Nianma's little hands tightly grasped her clothes, as if he was afraid that she would run away. He was already out of breath from crying, but when he saw the Heavenly Emperor's strange posture, he laughed with tears in his eyes. When he heard his mother's question, he nodded and answered loudly, "Yes." Well, if you want it, then stay here and watch. I will show you. If you see the mad dog again, you can do it yourself." Ning Shuama's voice was gentle. "Okay." Little Nianma nodded and obediently let his mother put him on by Zay. Although his eyes were still full of tears, they were already wide open. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly took a step back. "You, Great Devil, don't do anything stupid." Ning Shuama weighed the sword in her hand, her charming face full of smiles. "Yunlang, let's put everything else aside for now. You scare my son, so I'll have to coax him. I'll have to trouble you to come with me. Don't worry, we'll only compare notes, just like how you only want to interrogate him. We won't be serious." Before the Heavenly Emperor could speak, Ning Shuama's body flashed, and she had already made her move. It comes like thunder, withdraws in anger, and withdraws like the clear light of the rivers and seas. He was talking about Ning Shuama's swordsmanship and martial arts skills. Her sword attack was too fast, and the Celestial Emperor had no chance to resist at all. He wanted to call for the guards around him, but Ning Xiuma's sword light was pressing down on him, and he couldn't be distracted at all. He could only risk his life. Their swords were shining with a rainbow light and a red light. When they fought, they would fill the sky like fireworks. It was a very beautiful sight. However, no one saw it as a firework, because every single light from these fireworks was fatal. The Sky Emperor's guards wanted to rush up to protect the Emperor, but they were stopped by Yi Tianli. Everyone, His Majesty, is now sparring with the Demon Lord. It's not appropriate for us to go up. It will bring shame to His Majesty's reputation. All the guards, they looked at each other. Recently, His Majesty thought highly of Sir God Yi Tianli. Since he said so, there was no need for them to fight, right? Thus, all the guards were at ease as they watched from aside. Nianma, do you see this? This is called turning back to pick the dog. Nianma, look at this. This is called driving the dog into a corner. Nianma, I will teach you another move. This is called closing the door and beating the dog. Nianma, the Heavenly Emperor, was rendered speechless by Ning Xiuma's wind-like attacks. However, every time Ning Xiuma made a move, she would say something, and every move she made was inseparable from the word dog. Chapter 21:30. No matter how calm and composed the Celestial Emperor was, he was so angry that his heart was trembling. Devil Master, don't go too far. He finally blurted out during the fight, and he also paid the price for being distracted and saying those words. Ning Xiuma swung her sword and cut off 5 of the Celestial Emperor's fingers. He groaned, and blood spurted out. Ouch! You are red. I accidentally hurt you. I am sorry. I will be more careful in the future. Ning Xiuma's voice was clear and crisp. She added, Nianma, the move you just used is called Reverse Dog Paw. The Celestial Emperor was speechless. Her pretty face was always smiling, and even her voice was soft and gentle. However, her moves were extremely cruel. For the Celestial Emperor, every move she made was a humiliation. However, she had been using the pretense of a friendly match. If it was really a friendly match, she could defeat him within 10 moves. However, she was not in a hurry to kill him. She did not even give the Celestial Emperor any chance to speak. Every time the Celestial Emperor wanted to speak, he would be greeted by a storm of attacks from her. He could not even say a word. It was simply a one-sided beating. In less than half an hour, the Celestial Emperor lost a part of his arm. He was stabbed in the ribs, half of his pants were torn, and a piece of flesh was cut off from his calf. Every move she made had a name for it. Every move had the word dog in it. Every move had an explanation. Every time she hurt the Celestial Emperor, she would smile apologetically and apologize. Then, she would continue to beat him mercilessly. After 20 moves, the Celestial Emperor's body was covered with wounds. He was almost turned into a human stick. The Celestial Emperor's guards could not hold back anymore. They knew that it was useless to fight now, so they began to urge Yi Tianli. Yi Tianli sighed and finally pulled out his sword. He asked, Your Majesty, do you need me to help you in your duel? The Heavenly Emperor was suppressed by Ning Xiuma to the point that he could not speak. Therefore, Yi Tianli spread his hands and said, Your Majesty does not need our help. It is just a friendly match. Don't take it seriously. The guards of the Celestial Emperor, little Nianma's eyes sparkled as he looked at them from Baizei's back. He had been depressed for the past few days and had almost forgotten how to smile. Now that he saw the Heavenly Emperor being taken care of, he could finally hold his head high. The corners of her lips finally revealed a slight smile. That smile grew wider and wider until her little mouth looked like a bean pod. When he saw the exciting part, he couldn't help but clap his hands. Mother, let's do another drive the dog into a dead end. I didn't see this move clearly. As a result, Ning Xiuma's sword light flashed. As expected, it was another move. The flickering sword light cut off one of the Celestial Thearcha's ears. I'm sorry. Swords have no eyes, and I hurt you again. Actually, I just want to spar with you and teach my son. Ning Xiuma withdrew her hand with a smile. The Celestial Thearch. He could barely stand. If it were an ordinary sword wound, the Celestial Thearch would be able to heal it quickly even without bandaging it. However, Ning Shuima had used the Sky Splitter sword to fight him. Even the Divine Lord had not recovered from her sword for a long time, let alone the Celestial Emperor. Pain. The only thing he could feel was pain. His whole body was in pain. It was as if he was being cut into pieces. It was so painful that his face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. It was comparable to having his tendons pulled out and his skin cut off. He opened his mouth and struggled to reach out his bloody hand. He forced himself to say, "Antidote." Chapter 21:31. Ning Shuima shrugged. "Sorry, I've just been reborn and haven't refined any antidote yet. You can wait." "Great. Long live the Devil Master. Long live the Devil Master. Devil Master, you're finally back." There was a hubbub of voices all around. Everyone was shouting excitedly. Ning Shuima turned her head to look. It turned out that the survivors of Mo Palace had all rushed over. Everyone looked excited, and some even had tears in their eyes. Ning Shuima's flashy appearance not only shocked the Celestial Thearchus group, but also shocked the people from the Four Realms who were attacking Manager Himu. Little Devil Master Mo was fighting in the Six Realms 3 years ago and became the nightmare of many people. They knew that once she was reborn, she would definitely take revenge. In their shock, their attacks slowed down. Meanwhile, Manager Himu and the other demons were already prepared to die. Now that they saw their Devil Master descending from the sky, they were wild with joy. When they were at their most desperate, their true savior came. Moreover, this savior was their backbone. Who wouldn't be excited? Many demons burst into tears on the spot, especially some female demons. Their tears were even glistening. Third Guardian Gong Yu Ing sent a netherworld person flying with her sword. "Damn it, don't be so useless. Why are you crying?" She said she wouldn't cry, but when she raised her hand to wipe her face, she wiped away her tears. Manager Himu shouted, "Brothers and sisters, our Devil Master is here. Let's go and welcome her." He took the lead and rushed forward. At this time, Mo Palace's troops seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were already exhausted, but now they suddenly had an endless amount of energy. They shouted and roared as they rushed in that direction together. However, the people attacking them were all uneasy. They didn't know if they should still fight this battle. While they were distracted, Mo Palace's people had already run away. A few people from the Four Realms who were blocking the front couldn't dodge in time, and were kicked away. After Mo Palace's troops ran away, the generals of the Four Realms looked at each other and also rushed over. Therefore, whether it was the people of Mo Palace or the people of the Four Realms, they all saw the scene of Ning Shuima beating up the Celestial Emperor. The people of the Mo Palace had been besieged by the people of the Four Realms for so long. They had been sullen for so long, and they had even been in despair for so long. Seeing this was simply too satisfying. It felt so good, especially the names of Ning Shuima's moves. They felt as if they had eaten an iced watermelon during the hottest days of the summer. They felt so good from head to toe. If head steward Himu hadn't instructed them not to make any noise that would affect their Devil Master's beating, they would have long since roared with laughter. Because the battle between Ning Shuima and the Celestial Thearch did not last long, most of these people had only seen the end of the battle, and they were still not satisfied, seeing that the Celestial Emperor had failed to ask for the antidote. The troops of the Mo Palace were simply too happy. It was as if their hearts were filled with boiling water. Everyone wanted to dance wildly around their Devil Lord to be satisfied. As for the people of the Four Realms, they were all looking at each other and didn't know what to do next. Ning Shuima had returned to Bai Zai's back. She hugged her son, who wanted to dance on Bai Zai's back, and kissed his little face. "Nienma, how is it? Have you learned the set of dog-beating swordsmanship?" Shin Nienma was exhilarated. He hugged his mother's neck and smiled brighter than the flowers. "Mother, your set of swordsmanship is great. I have learned most of it." Chapter 21:32. Ning Shuima stretched out her finger and pointed at his forehead. "Little fool, you can't just learn the whole thing. You have to learn the essence of it completely so that you can use it flexibly in the future. Then, you won't have to be afraid of wild dogs. Are there still a few moves that you haven't remembered? Don't you understand?" Shin Nienma nodded honestly. "Well, Mother has demonstrated a total of 28 moves, and I have remembered 18 of them. Ning Xuema smiled. It doesn't matter. I will find someone to demonstrate it to you again. Then, you will understand. She glanced at Ren Huang, Yama, and the Beast Emperor. Which one of you wants to practice with me? Her eyes were clear, and her tone was even gentle, as if she was talking about the weather today. However, when the three of them were swept by her gaze, they shuddered and took a step back. At this time, the people of the four worlds finally understood that the great Devil Master was looking for a practice partner for her son. In fact, she was avenging the Devil Kingdom and her son. These three people's kung fu was far inferior to the Celestial Emperor. If the Celestial Emperor was beaten so badly, the three of them would be even more useless. Together, they came up with all sorts of excuses to shirk away from the responsibility. When the people of the Devil Kingdom saw them, they naturally laughed and scolded them viciously. At this time, the three of them could only grit their teeth and pretend to be deaf and dumb. They would rather admit that they were cowards than accept the challenge. Ning Xuema looked at them with her arms crossed. Although her face was always smiling, her eyes were extremely cold. How dare they bully her subordinates when she was not around? They bullied her son. Before she traveled to this world, her son was still fair and tender. His little face was as round as an apple. She had not seen her son for only half a month, but he had become so thin. His small arms and legs were like sticks, and his neck was so big that even his hair had lost its luster. He was even thinner than Lu Yu. When she suddenly saw her son's appearance, her heart was twisted into a fried dough twist. The pain was unbearable. She did not even want to touch the baby in her hand, but he was forced to such a state by the Celestial Emperor. If she came a moment later, she was afraid that her son would have lost his life here. No one could bully her people and escape unscathed. No one could do it. She glanced at the three rulers and asked, "Where's my son? I'm definitely going to teach him today. I'm just asking you to be my sparring partners, yet you're making all kinds of excuses. Are you not giving me face?" His words made the three rulers' faces turn pale. Among them, the human emperor was more quick-witted. He tried his best to evade the topic. "Demon Lord, the sparring is a small matter. We're only here to seek justice for the immortal realm." "Demon Lord." Ning Xuema's lips curved into a smile as she interrupted him. "Is it fair? Of course, I have to give you all justice, but teaching my son is equally important. It's rare to meet so many experts here, and they're even more complete than the invitation. If I don't ask for your advice, wouldn't it be a great regret?" The human emperor was tongue-tied, and he couldn't help but say, "Demon Lord, you're making things difficult for us. Do you know who the Demon Lord is? You're second only to a god. How can we be your opponent? The Devil Lord is forcing a battle. Isn't that bullying?" Ning Xuema's eyes turned cold. "Is this bullying? Then what's the point of the four realms joining forces to deal with a child who's not even half a year old? What's the point of killing such a young child?" The human emperor, his face turned red, and he couldn't answer for a moment. Chapter 21:33. Hell King added, "We just want to catch the 8 mythical beasts that cause trouble. As for your son, we just want to invite him to the immortal realm to clarify some things. We don't have any intention to harm him." Bullshit. Full of nonsense. Who invites him like this? You guys keep saying that you want to catch the son of the demon god. Okay. The people from the demon realm immediately scolded and exposed his lies. Ning Xuema listened for a moment and raised her hand. The demons stopped scolding. She waved the sky splitter sword in her hand and glanced at the three of them. She smiled gently. "So you guys think so highly of my son? As his mother, shouldn't I feel happy? Come. To thank you guys, I will teach you a few moves. Don't worry, I will stop when I'm done." A red light flashed and pounced towards the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor turned pale with fright and was forced to fight. Ning Xuema swung her sword in a circle and pulled the Hell King, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. She then turned around and pulled the human emperor into the circle. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ning Xuema finally finished practicing the dog-beating swordsmanship and stopped fighting with the three emperors. Ning Xuema was very trustworthy. She really stopped when she was done. She pierced them like porcupines. The three of them were covered with wounds. There was almost no place on their bodies that was not cut. They were all pierced by the sword. Their clothes were also pierced like a fishing net. The three of them were also in so much pain that they could not speak. The human emperor was the most cowardly. He was held by the guard beside him and could not even stand. Of course, in the fight just now, the three emperor's guards wanted to rush up and save their lord. However, Yi Qianli and the few hermits he summoned were watching them. As long as they made a slight move, they would be stopped by Yi Qianli and the others. They said that the king's competition was about face. Even if they lost, they had to lose in glory. They could not call for help, or else they would be cowards. Yi Qianli and the others were rare experts in the world. How could they not stop them? Therefore, the guards could only watch helplessly as their lord was taught a lesson by the Devil Master. No, it was full of holes. These four people could be said to be powerful figures in the six realms. Now that they were beaten up in public, their prestige in the past was gone. They could not wait to find a hole to hide in. But now, there was no hole for them to hide in because Ning Xuema was not finished. After Ning Xuema finished dealing with the four leaders, she shocked everyone present. The people of the four realms felt a chill in their hearts. It was not that they did not think of ganging up on him, but with this devil lord here, they might not be his match even if they ganged up on him. What's more, behind the demon lord, there were 2,000 to 3,000 powerful demons, dozens of blood nether eagles, and Yi Qianli, who was unknown whether he was a friend or a foe. More importantly, their lord did not give them an order. Compared to the demon's joy, the generals of the four realms still felt incomparably indignant when they saw their lord being cultivated to such a state. Everyone felt that this demon master had gone too far. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. This demon lord had humiliated the four emperors. Their lord was humiliated like this. They felt like they were slapped in the face. They stood behind their lord with a gloomy face. Many people had the idea of fighting for their lives. It was not for anything else, but for justice. Especially those people from the immortal world, they were all sad and angry. They looked at Ning Xuema with eyes full of hatred. Chapter 21:34. One of the immortals who hated evil stood out from the crowd. Devil Master, you're so mighty. You're so capable. You're so domineering just because you're born with an advantage. No matter how great the power in this world is, it can't be more powerful than reason. Devil Master, you bully people with your fists. Even if you defeat everyone, you might not be able to win people's hearts. His voice was impassioned. All the living beings in the six realms won't submit to you. Ning Xuema glanced at him and recognized that he was a famous immortal in the celestial world. His name was Nie Wuchang, and he was known for his righteousness and his hatred of evil. Ning Xuema faintly smiled. She absent-mindedly waved the sword in her hand. You actually dare to speak to me like this. Aren't you afraid of death? The pressure from her body directly pressed towards that immortal. Those who were slightly weaker would have been forced to the ground by her. Nie Wuchang held his head high and threw caution to the wind. I only respect those who deserve respect. Since I dare to say this, I've already disregarded life and death. Ning Xuema clapped her hands lightly and laughed instead of being angry. Good. You're a man of steel. I'll talk to you. Do you think it's reasonable for the celestial world to join forces with the other three realms to attack Mo Palace and capture a child who's not even half a year old? Is it righteous to bully a child? Nie Wuchang was stunned. Your son is not an ordinary person. He's the reincarnation of an evil star. His power is already incomparable to that of ordinary people. He'll bring disaster to the six realms. Ning Xuema had been smiling, but at this moment, her pretty face suddenly darkened. Which mother would be angry when she heard someone else talk about her child like this? Before she could say anything, the demon general beside her was furious. Nonsense. Although our young master is smarter than ordinary people, that's because he's the son of a god and a demon. He's a genius. What reincarnation of an evil star? I think you're the reincarnation of a jinx. The jinx of your 6 family members. That's right. Not only is he the reincarnation of a jinx, but he's also the reincarnation of a god of plague. People in the devil world were generally hot-tempered and liked to do things directly. There were many boorish and hot-blooded men. Once they started scolding someone, they could really hurt someone's grandma. He scolded Nie Wuchang until his face turned ashen. With his status, he naturally disdained to argue with others like this. He only sneered. Ning Xiumao raised her hand to stop the demons from cursing. She glanced at Nie Wuchang and said in a cold voice, Nie Wuchang, you should have evidence before you speak. What are you trying to do by slandering a child? Where did you get the idea that he is the reincarnation of a malefic star? Nie Wuchang said proudly, of course, I'm not saying this for no reason. It's said by Lord Luo, who is going to be the master of the six realms. He got this maxim from the heavenly Tao stone. Because of this, His Majesty risked universal condemnation to capture a child in order to save the six realms. He's not just bullying the weak. He's doing this for the safety of the six realms. Ning Xuan narrowed her eyes. Venerable Luo? Heavenly Tao stone? That's right. His Majesty got this idea from Venerable Luo himself. It can't be false. Ning Xuema coldly smiled. So you heard it from the Heavenly Emperor's mouth. How can you be so sure that the Heavenly Emperor didn't use this as an excuse to trick you into going on an expedition to capture a child? Even if it's really Luo Jiochin who said this, he must be lying. Only the real master of the world can communicate with the Heavenly Tao Stone. Luo Jiochin has never ascended to that position. Chapter 2135. Nie Wuchang could not help but stare at the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor gritted his teeth and remained silent. Yi Tianli, who was next to him, suddenly spoke, Your Majesty and I decided on this statement after discussing it. It has nothing to do with Lord Luo. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Countless eyes looked at Yi Tianli. The Celestial Emperor did not care about the pain and said angrily, Nonsense! Yi Tianli, I have always treated you well. I did not expect that you would slander me today just to please the Devil Master. I clearly heard this from Venerable Luo, so how could I have discussed it with you? Yi Tianli glanced at him and slowly took out a blue magic conch from his arms. He clicked on a certain spot, and a conversation was transmitted from the magic conch. Your Majesty, Shun Yinma is a child after all. He is also the son of the Celestial God and the Devil Master. I am afraid that you will be criticized by the six realms if you punish a child like this. The voice belonged to Yi Tianli. It doesn't matter. I will just fabricate a reason for him to be killed. What about the reincarnation of the Devil Master? Just say that he is the reincarnation of the Purple Devil Master. The world is very afraid of the Purple Devil Master. This accusation will certainly stop people from talking about it. This was the Celestial Emperor's voice. I don't understand. Your Majesty, it is fine to catch the 8 mythological beasts. Why do you have to catch the child? He is still so young. He is the son of the Celestial God and the Devil Master. His mother died in prison. Who knows if he will seek revenge on the Celestial Kingdom when he grows up? Tianli, you have always been smart. Don't you understand the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots? The magic conch's voice was not soft. Everyone present could hear it. Everyone looked at the Celestial Emperor with a strange expression. The Celestial Emperor's face turned pale. Fake! Fake! You are clearly framing him. Your Majesty, this is the truth conch. Once it leaves a message, no spell can change it. Yi Tianli said coldly. The Celestial Emperor was speechless. Nie Wuchang felt like he had been slapped in the face. His belief in the Celestial Emperor collapsed by half. His face turned red, and after a while, he said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty was wrong to want to kill your son, but the Devil Lord was also wrong first. The six realms have their own laws. The Devil Lord poisoned the princess at the banquet and caused her to die an unnatural death. Naturally, he should be imprisoned and dealt with later. However, the 8 divine beasts broke into the prison and killed so many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, committing a heinous crime. No matter what, our immortal realm is the army of justice. Head steward Heimu raised his head and laughed. Righteous? The dignified celestial world hunted down a child who was not even half a year old. How could they be called righteous? Are you trying to smear the name of justice? Nonsense. He is not an ordinary child. He is the son of the devil. It was he who ordered the 8 devil beasts to break into the prison and kill so many innocent, immortal generals. He gave the order? What evidence do you have to prove that it was our young master who gave the order? If he didn't give the order when the devil lord was locked up in the heavenly prison, who was the one who sent the 8 demonic beasts? Head steward Hamu's voice turned cold. It's me. You are ungrateful. You captured our devil lord, and you don't even allow us to save him? The immortal realm claims to be righteous, but what you are doing now is not righteous or benevolent at all. Our devil lord risked his life to seal Zisha a few days ago and save the 6 realms from disaster. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you actually burned the bridge after crossing it. You captured him and locked him up in the prison without any explanation. Our young master is the son of the devil, but he is also the son of the supreme God. Chapter 21:36. The supreme divinity immortalized in order to save the world and seal Zisha. Shouldn't his child be treated well by the 6 realms? But what did you do? You killed his mother. You even wanted to kill him. How can you call yourself righteous? You're clearly taking advantage of our devil lord's misfortune to take over the devil realm's territory, yet you insist on using the banner of righteousness. Do you think everyone in the 6 realms is blind? The celestial emperor's face was livid. He finally said, "Sophistry. After all, it was your devil lord who killed her first. I invited her to the banquet out of goodwill, but she poisoned the princess because of a quarrel. Even if she deserves credit for sealing Zisha, she can't be so lawless. Naturally, she has to give the celestial court an explanation." Ha ha! Who do you think you can fool with that? Our devil lord only attended your banquet because she gave you face. Our devil lord has always been magnanimous and won't stoop to the level of petty people. Why would she take the princess's life because of a quarrel? Let's say that our devil lord was angered by your sister and wanted to kill her. She could have done it with a wave of her hand. Why did she have to poison him? It's obvious that someone with ulterior motives is framing her. Even a 3-year-old child can understand such a simple logic. Don't you understand, Celestial Emperor? Did your head get squeezed by a door? What's the reason for locking him up in the Imperial prison without a second word? If our devil lord really did such a thing, would she obediently wait for you to capture her? With her ability, it shouldn't be difficult for her to escape your capture, right? But she didn't. She dared to imprison you because she had a clear conscience. She thought that the celestial realm has always been known for being fair and strict and would give her an explanation and clear her name. But you killed her in the Imperial prison. Do you really think there's no one in the devil realm? Our devil lord was wronged, so of course we had to save her. You killed her. The 8 divine beasts have already given you enough face by not massacring the celestial realm. General Manager Himu was also eloquent. He choked the Celestial Emperor with a few words. The Celestial Emperor said angrily, "There were witnesses and material evidence at that time. It's useless to quibble. Also, your devil lord was clearly here. How was she killed?" Ning Xiuma, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, finally spoke slowly. "I did die in the prison. As for returning here now, it's because I escaped death and was reborn." Everyone, Ning Xiuma had appeared with a golden red light. This was something that everyone had seen. Indeed, it looked very much like a rebirth. Ning Xiuma flicked her finger and smiled leisurely. "As for what you said about me killing your sister, do you think someone like her is worth my time?" That's right. The Celestial Emperor and his sister have always been on bad terms. They don't interact with each other at all. That sister often speaks ill of the Celestial Emperor behind his back. I heard that the siblings often quarrel because of this. Who knows if the Celestial Emperor didn't do it this time? He poisoned his own sister and put the blame on our Devil Master. This is a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, that must be it. I heard that there are still many righteous people in the immortal world. Now that they are being used by a despicable person, I'm afraid they don't feel good about it. The Lord of the immortal world should also be a selfless role model. But now, she's saying one thing and doing another. It really makes people look down on her. I wonder if the others in the immortal world would feel angry to have such a lord. The demons immediately became noisy again. Chapter 21:37. The Celestial Emperor was so angry that his face turned as red as a pig's liver. Ning Shuima clapped her hands to silence the crowd. Then she slowly said this, "You have misunderstood the Celestial Emperor. He did not do it. There's someone else behind this." She turned to ask little Nianma, "Nianma, do you still have my things?" She was reborn, not repossessed. Therefore, she did not have the things in the storage space of the original body. Shinyama nodded. "I have kept all of Mother's things." A moment later, Ning Shuima also got a magic conch. It was the same kind as the one that Yi Tianli had. The recording was the conversation between her and Luo Jiuqin in the prison. Everything, the truth was revealed. The people from the four worlds looked at each other. Not only was the Celestial Emperor's face as red as an eggplant, but even the soldiers around him felt that their faces were burning. Most of these people did not know the inside story. When the Celestial Emperor sent the troops, the reason he gave was very reasonable. Therefore, everyone thought that they were indeed the righteous ones. Now, they felt like they had been slapped in the face. They felt that they were not strong enough to stand there. The Celestial Emperor's face turned green, but he did not say anything. Not many of his former subordinates stayed by his side. They all kept a distance from him. As for the other three kings, they all looked as if they suddenly realized that they had been used this time. They bowed and apologized to Ning Shuima. At this time, it was not shameful for them to find a way out. Ning Shuima smiled and ignored them. She looked at General Manager Heimu and asked, "How many people did the Devil Kingdom lose this time?" General Manager Heimu was a capable man. He had already calculated the number of people and reported to Ning Shuima truthfully. Devil Master, this time, including the Blood Nether Eagles. The MO Palace lost a total of 1,688 people. It was a tragic number. Ning Shuima nodded slightly. She glanced at the Blood Nether Eagles and said, "They don't have to be included. I can restore them." The remaining Blood Nether Eagles' eyes suddenly lit up. Even General Manager Heimu widened his eyes and stared at his Devil Master in disbelief. Ning Shuima flicked her sleeves and said, "Other than those who can be saved, our MO Palace has lost a total of 1,500 people. These people can't be sacrificed in vain. I still have to get back at them." The expressions of the people from the celestial world changed. Someone couldn't help but say, "We lost more people than you, nearly 10,000. You are invaders. No matter how many of you die, your deaths will be in vain." Ning Shuima said straightforwardly, "The immortals." That was indeed the case. Since they had invaded and defeated the other party, they naturally had no right to negotiate with the other party. They could only allow the other party to name their price. Could it be that the Devil Lord wants to kill another 1,500 of us? Someone asked cautiously. The corners of Ning Shuima's lips curled up. Since this is a war, military orders must be obeyed. The ordinary soldiers are just following orders. It has nothing to do with them. I will not punish ordinary soldiers. As soon as she said this, all the soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. However, the four generals' hearts were all on edge. Could it be that the Devil Lord wants to kill all 1,500 of them? The problem was that even if they counted all the generals, it still wouldn't be enough. Ning Shuima's gaze was like ice as it swept past the generals of the four realms. "You have a total of 420 people. Since you were all deceived by others and obeyed orders, I won't kill you all. You can break one of your arms and barely make up for it." Chapter 21:38. Although Ning Shuima's conditions were cruel, they were reasonable and fair. Rewards and punishments were clear. No one was dissatisfied, and no one dared to be dissatisfied. After all, they were still alive, right? These people were all generals, and they were not afraid of pain or death. Therefore, after half an hour, the army of the four worlds retreated, leaving only a pile of bloody arms. Before they left, Ning Shuima left behind a few words for them. A few words that made their balls hurt and made them not dare to rebel again. In order to prevent everyone from going back on their words and causing trouble for the Mo Palace, I have spread a bone-corroding poison in the air. It will enter upon contact with blood. If you don't have my special antidote, you will die within 10 days. Everyone was speechless. Broken walls, broken bones, and flesh were everywhere. The Mo Palace that used to be filled with flowers and brocade now looked like hell. Ning Xuema carried little Nianma to the training ground of the Mo Palace. She looked at the collapsed palace and the ground that was full of ravines. She was lost in thought. General Manager Heimu was worried that she would be sad. Devil Master, don't worry. As long as the people are still alive, the Mo Palace can be rebuilt. Ning Xuema nodded slightly. The palace could be rebuilt, but what about the people? Could they come back? Not far away, the Crimson Nether Eagles stood in a row on a broken shelf. They were originally devils, but in order to protect their young master, they used a forbidden spell to turn into the Crimson Nether Eagles. They only had 3 days to live. Now that they were back, they actually wanted to go back to the house where they used to live. However, they could not go back in this form. They stood there in a daze. They still had consciousness. Pairs of eyes looked at Ning Xuema, but there was a desire to live. Ning Xuema inwardly sucked in a breath of air before instructing head steward Heimu to prepare all kinds of magic tools she needed. She wanted to transform these Nether Eagles back. General Manager Heimu agreed and immediately went to prepare. After the chaos, there were many things waiting to be done. All the devils in Mo Palace were busy healing their wounds and rebuilding. Most of them had mixed feelings. They should be happy that they survived the disaster, but many of their relatives and friends died in this disaster. They cannot be happy. But fortunately, the Devil Master had returned. They once again had a pillar of support, and there was hope again. The only thing that made them nervous was the fake god. That person was a very powerful existence. He had always been at odds with the Devil Master. He always schemed against them, which made them worried. However, in this incident, that person did not appear. This made the devils feel relieved, but they were also a little worried. However, the devils had always been generous. This time, they were able to return safely. It was equivalent to keeping their lives. If there was a disaster in the future, a scar as big as a bowl would be left on his head, but he was not afraid. Tianli, thank you for this time. Ning Xuema thanked Yi Tianli, who was walking beside her. A large part of her previous plan was planned together with Yi Tianli. Yi Tianli had secretly sent her the shell of truth after she was sent to prison. He had helped her when she was at her most dangerous time. The secret tunnel that led to the outside world was also created by Yi Tianli. This made it easier for the 8 mythological beasts to enter the prison to save her. Yi Tianli had been secretly helping her. For her, he went to the Sky Emperor's side as a spy and successfully gained the Sky Emperor's trust. This made the Sky Emperor put him in an important position and told him all kinds of secrets. This allowed him to find the Sky Emperor's weakness and expose his conspiracy. Chapter 2139. More than a dozen of his hermit friends were helping the Celestial Emperor in the process of besieging the Mo Palace. But in fact, they had secretly helped little Nianma to escape several times. If Ning Xuema did not appear in time, Yi Tianli would have been ready to pull out his sword when little Nianma was really in danger. He wanted to plot against the Celestial Emperor. Even if he could not kill him, he could at least injure him and create a chance for little Nianma to escape. Of course, if that happened, he would be completely exposed. There is only one word waiting for him: death. Fortunately, Ning Xuema appeared at the critical moment. He also successfully exposed the conspiracy of the Celestial Emperor and Luo Jiuchen with her, and helped Ning Xuema to clear her name. However, his identity as a spy was also exposed, and he could no longer return to the Celestial Kingdom. Brother Yi, I am sorry. Ning Xuema could not help but sigh. You can't go back to the Celestial Kingdom because of me. Yi Tianli smiled gently as usual. Xuema, you don't have to be polite with me. I have always treated you as a friend. Besides, I don't like what the Celestial Emperor did. As for Lord Luo, he does not have the magnanimity of a master of heaven and earth. It is better not to protect him. I only want to be worthy of my friends and my conscience. I don't care about anything else. Ning Xiaoma smiled. Even she did not expect to become a real friend with Yi Tianli. She glanced at his wrist. Your hand. How is it? Yi Tianli moved his wrist. It is fine now, and there is not much difference from before. Don't worry. By the way, Xiaoma, why did you cut off the arms of those generals? Are you really avenging the Devil Assembly? You have to know that they were actually following orders. Yi Tianli was a little confused about this. Ning Xiaoma did not hide it from him. Revenge is only one thing. The more important thing is to weaken their combat power. I don't know why Luo Jiuchen has not shown up. This person has always been a hidden danger. I don't know what he is planning behind the scenes. We have to be careful of him instigating the Four Worlds to attack the Mo Palace again. Those generals were the mainstay during the war. Now that they are injured and poisoned, they are powerless to attack the Mo Palace again. They will definitely hold back. Yi Tianli could not help but laugh. Maybe there will be people who are afraid of death. In order to get your antidote, they will come to the Four Realms as soon as there is a disturbance, right? Ning Xiaoma touched her nose. You saw through me. There were more than 400 generals, and there were bound to be some who were afraid of death. For the sake of the antidote, they would do anything. She had already asked head steward Himu to make arrangements to pay attention to the movements of these generals and seize the opportunity to instigate a rebellion. As for the Celestial Emperor and the other 4 emperors, each of them had been severely injured by her Sky Splitter sword. They also needed the special antidote that she had concocted. For the sake of the antidote, they naturally wouldn't act rashly, which was equivalent to being controlled by her. Her method was actually imitating the Tianshan Tong Lao in demigods and semi-devils. She planted the life and death talisman on the leaders of the sects that she needed to control. Only her antidote could keep them alive. Therefore, although the leaders of the sect were secretly dissatisfied with the Tianshan Tong Lao, they still obediently allowed her to control them. Ning Xiaoma originally did not want to use this method, but desperate times called for desperate measures. This way, she could turn passive into active. Yi Tianli was also very smart. After thinking for a while, he understood Ning Xiaoma's intention. He sighed, the poison in those people. Is it powerful? Chapter 2140. Ning Xiaoma smiled. If they do not use their psychokinesis within 2 years, they will not be powerful. If they come to harm the Mo Palace again, don't blame me for being merciless. The poison that she used on those people was similar to the life and death spell. If they dared to attack again, she only needed to use a special spell to make the poison spread quickly in their bodies and explode. Yi Tianli looked at her with a complicated gaze. She was not a kind girl and would not repay evil with good. She was a person who would seek revenge. If you were kind to her, she would risk her life for you. If you were not kind to her, she would chase you for 3,000 miles. She might not be the most beautiful woman in the 6 realms, but she was the most dazzling one. Unfortunately, her heart already belonged to someone else. However, it was not bad to be her friend. Yi Tianli looked at her with a smile. Do you need me to do anything else? Ning Xiaoma was not polite with him. If possible, help me treat the injured Mo Palace. I remember that your medical skills are good. Yi Tianli nodded. Okay, I have a few friends who are good at medicine. I will ask them to help. He turned and strode away. Ning Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief. What was there to regret if she had such friends? She had been busy just now and could only take a breather now. Little Nianma had been in her arms for half a month and did not want to come down. The child had not slept for half a month. His eyes were red like a rabbit's. Now that he was in his mother's arms again, he was very relieved. He fell asleep on Ning Xiaoma's way back. He did not feel safe even when he was asleep. His 2 little hands were holding her collar, and he could not pull it away. Ning Xiaoma finally returned to the small courtyard of the side palace. On the way back, before little Nianma fell asleep, he timidly told her that Xiao He had also withered on the 3rd day after she fell asleep. He had tried many ways to save it, but he could not. In the end, he gave the withered Xiao He to her as a funeral gift and burned it. That sentence almost sent Ning Xiaoma to hell. It made her stumble while flying and almost fell off the cloud. But at that time, the entire Mo Palace was looking at her waiting for her to give them strength. And her son's eyes were also looking at her. This child was probably frightened by her death this time. Seeing that her expression was slightly not right, he immediately grabbed her clothes and said, "Mother." Ning Xiuma took a deep breath to calm herself down. She smiled at her son and said, "It's okay. I am fine. Come, Nianma, take a nap. Your eyes are as red as a rabbit's." Finally, Gu Shijiu managed to make Nianma fall asleep. Now that she had finally returned to this small courtyard, she was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to search the flower bed again. She put Nianma on the bed in the house and walked out by herself. She squatted in the flower bed, hoping to find some clues, even if it was just a root. An hour later, she was finally disappointed. She searched every inch of the flower bed, but found nothing. The Xiaohe who had once brought her hope was gone. She squatted there, feeling cold all over. Even her fingers were a little cold. Gone. How could it disappear? She had clearly changed the spell, hadn't she? She had clearly changed her fate. Why did her only hope disappear when she came back? After she jumped into the black hole, did Shun Jili have an accident? She recalled the last time she saw Shun Jili. His eyes were almost crazy, and his actions were crazy. Chapter 2141. She recalled the last time she saw Shun Jili. Shun Jili's eyes were filled with madness, and his actions were crazy. Her heart seemed to be squeezed by something. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. She slowly sat in the flower bed. Until now, she was able to organize her thoughts. When she was trapped in the Fanteon Palace in that era, the Heavenly Stone made a deal with her to encourage her. It said that as long as she sealed Zisha, the Heavenly Stone would help her, and her martial strength would be improved instantly. At that time, she was worried about Shun Jili. How could she not risk her life to get this promise? So, she tried her best to break the enchantment of the Fanteon Palace and finally broke out. And in the array that sealed Zisha, she got the last revelation from the Heavenly Stone. That revelation was a bit deceptive, but it coincided surprisingly with history. The seal of Zisha required either her or Shun Jili to sacrifice themselves in order for it to succeed. If she didn't die, then the one who would die would be Shun Jili. Ning Xiuma had no choice. Of course, she chose to sacrifice herself. So, to reward her, the Heavenly Stone allowed her to make a wish. This wish would be fulfilled through a spell after she jumped down as a sacrifice, but the Heavenly Stone was very strict. It only gave her half a minute to think. It also said that her wish could only be 8 words, and she could only make one wish. This request was too sudden. Ning Xiuma couldn't think of anything else in her nervousness. Finally, within half a minute, she hurriedly asked the Heavenly Stone for a wish that Shun Jili would never immortalize. If he didn't immortalize, it meant that he would never die, even after 50,000 years. Because she knew that she was going to be a sacrifice, Ning Xiuma naturally wanted to alienate Shun Jili. She even wanted to draw a line between them and deliberately hurt his heart. She wanted him to be desperate for her. She wanted him to hate her. It was so that when she jumped into the black hole, Shun Jili wouldn't be too sad and do anything extreme. And she also said that when they met in the Tianxi continent 50,000 years later, she could give him a little hope and let him survive. Ning Xiuma knew how hard it was to wait. If possible, she would rather he forget about her in these tens of thousands of years. That way, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. She had Xue Yimo's memories, so she knew that the great god didn't recognize her when they met on the Tianxi continent. He had even made things difficult for her several times. It was obvious that Shun Jili didn't have any memories of Imo Demon Master's past life. However, he had already changed history and replaced little Xiuma. Even if the Almighty went to the Tianxi continent in the future, would he still lose his memory? She was very worried about this before jumping into the black hole. In the black hole, she was bitten by the purple demon beasts. When she lost consciousness, she was worried that she would not be able to travel back and would die here forever. Not bad. It was probably because she had saved the mythical continent that she had finally transmigrated back. Furthermore, it was not a soul transmigration, but a direct rebirth in this world. The moment she opened her eyes, she found that she had finally returned to her original world. She appeared in the sky with a myriad of rays of light. She sat there and reorganized her thoughts, recalling the past. She found that the scenes of Shui, Emo, and Ning Shuima's life and death love with the great god were still fresh in her mind. This meant that there were no major changes in history. Everything was going according to the original plan. Even the scene of Shun Julie immortalizing a few months ago was still vivid in her mind. Damn it, was she tricked by the heavenly Tao stone? Chapter 2142. Damn it, had she been tricked by the heavenly law stone? Did the heavenly law stone not help her fulfill her wish? Had Shin Julie completely immortalized? Was the heavenly law stone so unreliable? Shin Julie, I am here. Where are you? Are you blaming me for hurting you 50,000 years ago and refusing to come back? She sat there, her heart burning as she stared at the nursery in a daze. She wished she could stare a flower out of the nursery. Should she go to the Fanteon Palace to look for the heavenly law stone? She wanted to ask it what was going on. Once the idea came to her mind, she did not want to wait any longer. Just when she was about to get up, she suddenly heard her son crying in the room. Mother! Wah, mother! The cry was like a little lamb being bitten by a wolf. It was as miserable as it could be and as nervous as it could be. Ning Shuima almost did not hesitate. Her body flashed and appeared in front of the bed in the hall. She pulled open the bed curtain and took a look. Her heart seemed to have been twisted by someone. Little Nianma had already shakily stood up from the bed, but his eyes were still closed. His two little hands were scratching the bed, and he kept crying for his mother. Obviously, he was sleepwalking. In his dream, he was extremely insecure, so he also wanted to look for his mother in the dream. Ning Shuima's heart ached. She raised her hand and hugged him in her arms. Nianma, mother is here. Little Nianma's two little hands immediately grabbed her sleeves tightly. His whole body desperately snuggled into her arms. Mother, don't die. Ning Shuima's heart ached. She hugged him tightly. Well, mother will not leave you again. Good boy, sleep for a while more. She simply went to the bed and hugged the child in her arms. She closed her eyes slightly. Little Nianma finally calmed down in her arms. He was really tired and fell asleep in a daze. Ning Shuima wanted to get up again, but when she saw the child holding on to her clothes tightly, she softened her heart. She decided to accompany her son to have a good rest. In a daze, she also fell asleep. When she woke up, Ning Shuima felt something warm rubbing against her nose. She opened her eyes and met her son's large, dark eyes with a hint of blue. He sat beside her and placed a small hand on her lips and the tip of her nose. It was obvious that he was subconsciously checking her breathing, probably afraid that she wasn't breathing again. Her big eyes were wide open, and she looked a little nervous. When Gu Shijio opened her eyes, little Nianma was relieved. He went back in her arms and hugged her. Mother, he sounded like he was asking for a hug. Ning Shuimo rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She reckoned that her son must have been scared out of his wits when she died that time. Normally, when a child of his age was still breastfeeding, he had already experienced so many hardships. The little fellow was not even half a year old yet. His body was the size of a 2 to 3-year-old child. Originally, he was chubby in her arms, but now she could feel his tiny skeleton. He was too skinny. He was so thin that it made her hair stand on end. If Shun Julie came back and saw that her son was so thin, he would probably blame her. She felt like there was a pair of pliers twisting her heart. She hugged her son even tighter. She did not get up. She just lay there and talked to her son for a while. Shinyema had been silent for so many days. Today, he finally opened his mouth and talked to his mother about some of the things that happened during these days. His voice was still a little hoarse. Chapter 2143. His voice was still a little hoarse. Ning Shuima listened to him with a smile and prepared a cup of honey for him to moisten his throat. Then, she quietly adjusted his muscles and veins. The child had spent the past few days in fear, anxiety, anger, and despair. His heart was full of anger, and his liver was not well. Naturally, he did not have a good appetite and needed to be properly adjusted. Her psychokinesis was very strong now, and her medical skills were excellent. In addition, the child was in a good mood now, so the depression in his body was soon relieved. Little Nianma was too tired, so he fell asleep again after a while. When he woke up, the first thing he did was to look for his mother. When he saw that she was still by his side, he was relieved. A normal person would be sick if he did not sleep for a few days, let alone a young child like little Nianma. He had not slept for half a month, and he had reached his physical limit. Now that he was relaxed, naturally, he would fall into a deep sleep. However, he was still worried about whether his mother would leave him again. Therefore, he did not sleep well at first. Coupled with the excitement, he would wake up for a while every half an hour, talk for a while, and then go back to sleep. In this way, he would sleep when he was tired and talk again when he woke up. His exhausted body finally began to recover slowly, and he finally fell asleep. Ning Xuema saw that her son was sleeping soundly, so she got up. She knew that her son would definitely sleep for a long time. The bowl of honey water that she prepared for him was very effective. Not only could it quickly restore his physical strength, but it also had the effect of adjusting his blood vessels. The little guy would be fine even if he slept for 2 days and 2 nights. She called for Bai Zhe, one of the 8 mythological beasts, and asked it to guard him. After everything was arranged properly, she walked out the door. Outside, General Manager Heimu had already reported to her that the materials were ready, and they could now restore the original form of the Crimson Nether Eagles. This work was boring and tiring. It also consumed a lot of psychokinesis. The only person who knew this method and could use this treatment was Ning Xuema. She worked for 2 days without sleep and rest to restore most of the Crimson Nether Eagles to normal demons. During this period, Bai Zhe came to see her with little Nianma. Little Nianma was like a dogskin plaster. He wanted to stay by her side all the time and did not want to leave. He knew that he couldn't disturb his mother at this time, so he obediently watched from the side and even went forward to help. Here, he displayed his superhuman talent. He was extremely sensitive to medical knowledge. Whenever Ning Xuema casually told him something, he would silently remember it. The next time they encountered the same situation, he would not wait for Ning Xuema to open her mouth and would have already prepared everything she needed for her. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Ning Xuema had a bad habit of placing things everywhere, and little Nianma was obviously similar to his father in this aspect. He liked to place everything neatly as if he was a soldier. Little Robe was always clean. The first spell he learned was the cleansing incantation. Restoring the Blood Netherhawk's original body was extremely complicated. Not only did it require mental power, but it also required a certain amount of surgery. Furthermore, it required surgery on both the soul and the body. A Blood Nether Eagle was formed by the fusion of the bodies and souls of 2 demons. They had to be completely separated. This was a very sophisticated work, and it took nearly an hour to separate one. There were more than 80 Blood Nether Eagles. Although Ning Xuema had used a spell on them in advance, it was still quite troublesome to do it. Chapter 2144. However, there were more than 80 Crimson Nether Eagles. Although Ning Xuema had cast a spell on them in advance to extend their lifespan by 1 day, it could only be extended by 1 day. If they were not treated in time, they would only have 3 days to live. She worked nonstop for 3 days, but she could only make 72 Crimson Nether Eagles. Therefore, time was tight. Once Ning Xuema started, there was no time for rest. She worked on one after another. Initially, she thought that she would not be able to finish the task, even if she risked her life. However, after Nianma helped her from a young age, they became more and more familiar with each other. Their speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, their speed increased by 1/3. They could separate 1 Crimson Nether Eagle every 15 minutes. After working together for a day and a half, they had already completed 60 Crimson Nether Eagles. There were only 20 left. Ning Xuema calculated that she could finish the task by herself, so she asked her son to rest quickly. Unexpectedly, little Nianma refused. He liked to work with his mother, and he also liked to do this. According to his own words, he could learn a lot from it. 3 days. It was a race against time. Finally, on the night of the 3rd day, all the crimson nether eagles were successfully separated. These more than 100 crimson nether eagles were saved. When the last crimson nether eagle was successfully separated, the entire MO Palace burst into deafening cheers. Long live the Devil Master! Long live the Devil Master! All hail the Devil Master! We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Devil Master. All kinds of cheers were endless. Everyone was excited. This excitement was not only because of the return of more than 100 Crimson Nether Eagles, but also because of the Devil Master's actions. These more than 100 Crimson Nether Eagles were not very high-level Crimson Nether Eagles in the MO Palace. Logically speaking, such Crimson Nether Eagles were sacrificed. The Devil Kings of the past would not sacrifice their psychokinesis for such Crimson Nether Eagles, let alone save them like Ning Xiuma did. It was unprecedented for a Devil Master to be so kind to her subordinates. Only such a Devil Master was worthy of their sacrifice. They were willing to sacrifice everything for her. What's more, this Devil Lord's medical skills were so high that he could actually cure an almost incurable disease. Having such a Devil Lord was simply a blessing that the Devil Realm had never had before. What was even rarer was that the young Lord was actually able to follow his mother's instructions. One had to know that even Head Steward Himu, a godly doctor from the Devil Realm, couldn't do anything at that time. The Demon Realm finally had a successor. The young master was also so powerful. When the lower-level Devil clansmen had sacrificed themselves to protect their young master's escape, they were still somewhat unwilling. But now, all those unwillingness had vanished like smoke in thin air. With the Devil Lord and the young master, why would the Devil Realm not prosper in the future? The devils, who had been depressed over the deaths of their friends and family, were now completely relaxed. Demons had always been open-minded when it came to problems, so they quickly pulled themselves together and began to rebuild MO Palace with great confidence. And from now on, Ning Xiuma's name as the Devil Master would be even more resounding. Outside, some loose devils who were originally not under his control also came one after another to seek refuge. MO Palace became even more prosperous. Of course, this was a story for later. Ning Xiuma had also learned a lesson from the encirclement of the four realms this time. Her MO Palace was indeed magnificent, but its defenses weren't very strong. This time, if the 8 great divine beasts hadn't used the divine barrier to hold on for 16 days, everyone in MO Palace would probably have been exterminated by the four realms. Chapter 2145. Therefore, during the reconstruction of MO Palace this time, Ning Xiuma added some mechanism techniques and taught them to Head Steward Himu. She asked him to bring people to repair the palace according to the layout. Once the modifications were successful, it would automatically form a kind of formation that only the people in MO Palace could enter and leave freely. This way, if MO Palace was attacked by other realms when she was not at home, this formation would be able to resist for a few days. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everything in MO Palace was on track, and the reconstruction was mostly successful. These days, Ning Xiuma's news was not blocked. From time to time, spies from other realms would report all kinds of news. For example, the Celestial Emperor's prestige was greatly damaged after this battle. After he returned to the Celestial World with serious injuries, not many deities from other realms went to visit him. Less than 1/3 of the original number went to visit him. The other deities either said that they were sick and could not come out. In short, the Celestial Emperor's situation was a bit miserable. His injuries were the most serious. It was said that he had invited many divine doctors, but none of them could do anything. They could only watch him suffer as if he was being tortured every day. People who were in pain for a long time naturally had a bad temper. Therefore, the Celestial Emperor often flew into a rage at the people around him. He even pulled out his sword and killed an inner servant just because the inner servant walked a little too loudly. Because of this, the Celestial Emperor naturally became even more unpopular. It was said that not only did some ministers run away, but even the maids and inner servants in the palace were gradually running away. Even the Celestial Emperor's 2 heavenly concubines did not dare to appear in front of him because of his bad temper. The Celestial Emperor could be said to be deserted by everyone. It was only a matter of time before he was overthrown. This was the reason why Ning Xuema did not kill him. Didn't he use all kinds of methods to fight for territory? Wasn't he not even willing to let the children go? She wanted him to watch helplessly as his regime was overthrown. But he was powerless. This was her greatest revenge against the Celestial Emperor. As for the Celestial Emperor's injuries, without her antidote, he would never recover. He would toss and turn in pain all day and night. Therefore, Ning Xuema could almost predict what would happen to the Celestial Emperor in the end. As for the emperors of the other realms, they also suffered a lot of injuries. They would also be in pain all day and night without relief. This was a bloody lesson she wanted to teach them. In the future, he would decide whether to give them the antidote based on their performance. Of course, in order to let them remember this lesson, she waited for them to be in pain for a full 4 days before ordering someone to send them half of the antidote. This antidote could stop the pain, but it would not cure them completely. They had to receive the antidote once every month, or else the pain would relapse, and it would only get worse after the relapse. As for the injured generals, Ning Xuema would deliver the antidote to them 4 days later. Of course, the antidote had to be taken once a month. Once it was cut off, the relapse would be even more severe. It could be said that the leaders of the invasion of the 4 realms were all under control, and they didn't dare to cause any more trouble. Ning Xuema's move could be said to be a thunderous method, but it was also the best method at the moment. What worried her the most was Luo Jiuchen. That guy never showed up, and no one even knew where he went. It was as if he had disappeared forever. However, Ning Xuema knew that he would not disappear. She just didn't know what he was planning behind her back. Since she couldn't find him for a while, she might as well not look for him. After all, she had not made the heaven's water poison yet. Now, even if that bastard came out and asked her to chop him, she couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 2146. She only asked General Manager Heimu to strengthen the security so that even if Luo Jiuchen came, he would not be able to take advantage of the situation. After she successfully rescued the Crimson Nether Eagles, she only rested for half a day to recover her energy. Then, she immediately went to Fanteon Palace. Of course, before she left, she asked her son to wait in Fanteon Palace obediently. At the same time, she also asked the 8 mythological beasts to stay close to him. After this big change, little Nianma had matured a lot. Although he was reluctant to leave his mother, he did not pester her. He went to practice. The bamboo forest was thin, and the clouds were leisurely. Ning Xuema stood outside Fanteon Palace and looked at the gate. She was lost in thought. 50,000 years had passed, but Fanteon Palace was still the same. Even the green jade nails on the gate were not missing. In fact, in order to break out of Fanteon Palace 50,000 years ago, she forcibly broke the wizardry barrier at the gate of Fanteon Palace. As a result, there was a round hole on the gate. Now, the round hole was still there, like an eye looking at Ning Xuema. A round hole. How did this hole exist? She remembered that when she was forced to leave Fanteon Palace with Nianma, there was no such hole on the gate. How did it suddenly appear now? She looked at the shape and size of the hole. It was exactly the same as when she broke it. She even saw her small handprint on it. She put her hand on it. It was neither big nor small. It was hers. Her heart skipped a beat. She remembered that when she traveled to the past, the speed of time seemed to be synchronized. The number of days she spent in the past was the same as the number of days here. Did she also leave a trace when she broke the barrier of Fanteon Palace? Then, she and Shun Julie had set up so many traps in Fanteon Palace. Would it also happen automatically? If that was the case, the waterside pavilion where Luo Jiuchen lived was set up by her and Shun Julie. Would it inadvertently trap Luo Jiuchen, who was resting inside? Later on, Shun Julie took her to set up a circle of arrays around the waterside pavilion. Each array was so powerful that even ghosts and gods would cry. Luo Jiuchen had not appeared. Did that mean that he was not missing? Was he trapped in there and cannot get out? She had heard from Yi Tianli that the Sky Emperor had been trying to contact Luo Jiuchen for the past half a month, but he could not reach him. The first time the voice transmission talisman was connected, but because the voice was too noisy, she could not hear what the other party was saying. After that, the voice transmission talisman did not go through again. She remembered that Shun Julie had once said that the array he had set up could not only trap people, but could also make the voice-transmitting talisman lose its effect. From Ning Xuema's point of view, it was Shun Julie's formation that blocked the signal. If Luo Jiuchen was really trapped inside, he wouldn't be able to communicate with the outside world. Now that he thought about it, it was a perfect match. She listened carefully. The Fanteon Palace was as quiet as a huge tomb. There was no sound at all. Strange, if Luo Jiuchen was breaking the array inside, there should be no sound at all, right? Could it be that Luo Jiuchen had already broken out of the array? Or was he trapped to death in the array? She thought about it, then cast a spell to open the gate of Fanteon Palace. She walked in. She entered very carefully. It could be said that there was no sound at all. The scenery in front of her was still the same. It was no different from when she left 50,000 years ago. But at this time, she did not have time to be sad. She had to verify the speculation in her heart. If Luo Jiuchen was trapped here, he was bound to be very weak. It was a good opportunity to beat him when he was down. She might even be able to lock this bastard into the Bell of Heaven Dao again. Chapter 21:47. Shun Julie had taught her how to open and seal the Tian Dao Bell. She didn't have a sky water poison. Even if she couldn't kill him, it would be good if she could lock him up for tens of thousands of years. If she didn't get rid of this person, he would always be a time bomb in her life. Who knew when he would blow up her beautiful life? She flew all the way and arrived at the periphery of a waterside pavilion in the blink of an eye. Then, she narrowed her eyes and unsheathed the sky regicide. The periphery of the waterside pavilion seemed to have been blown by a hurricane. There were broken walls and broken branches everywhere. In other words, the outermost array had been broken. Ning Xuema quickly circled around the periphery. From time to time, she grabbed the fallen leaves on the ground to look and smell them. She was indeed a special agent. Even the most powerful criminal police couldn't compare with her observation and tracking ability. After circling around in such a small circle, she came to two conclusions based on the current situation. The array here had indeed trapped Luo Jiuchen, and he had already escaped 3 days ago. Had he escaped from Fanteon Palace? Or was he hiding in a corner of Fanteon Palace, waiting to give her a fatal blow? Ning Xuan never dared to underestimate this person. This person was as cunning as a fox and as ruthless as a wolf. As long as it was related to him, she had to be careful. She had to be careful. Half an hour later, Ning Xuema had changed all the mechanisms. Her heart sank. All the mechanisms set up by her and Shun Julie had been broken. According to the traces at the scene, she could tell when he had broken each mechanism. The earliest mechanism was broken 10 days ago, and the latest one was broken 3 days ago. In other words, when Luo Jiuchen broke out of the array, she had just pacified the invasion of the four realms and controlled them. If Luo Jiuchen had gone out at that time, he couldn't have urged the four realms to make trouble. He had been trapped in this array for half a month. Breaking the array must have consumed a lot of his strength, and he might have been seriously injured. With that person scheming, he would not expose himself in front of the people of the four realms. So where would he go? Luo Jiuchen was proficient in the art of transformation. If he wanted to hide, ordinary spies wouldn't be able to find him at all. Logically speaking, this Fanteon Palace was the best place for him to rest and recuperate. Perhaps after he left, he would return to Fanteon Palace and cultivate in a place with abundant spirit qi to recover. Ning Xuema was also a bold person. She didn't want to miss this opportunity, so she immediately began to search inside and outside Fanteon Palace. Luo Jiuchen hadn't inherited the position of the Master of Heaven and Earth yet, so there were many places in the Fanteon Palace that he couldn't go to. Therefore, Ning Xuema found those places where he could go. Strangely enough, she had almost dug 3 feet into the ground to search, not even letting go of an ant's nest, but she still couldn't find any trace of Luo Jiuchen. It seemed like that person had really escaped. He had suffered such a big loss in Fanteon Palace, so he might have a psychological shadow of this place. That was why he ran away as soon as he was free. Then, where was he most likely to go in the Six Realms? This was a difficult question to answer. Ning Xuema pondered for a moment and decided to look for the heavenly Tao stone first. On the lone peak, the wind was biting cold. The heavenly Tao stone was still there, but it was still dim and dull, no different from an ordinary stone. Ning Xuema thought of its awesome appearance 50,000 years ago and looked at it now. She almost suspected that the one in front of her was an imposter. Chapter 2148. Heavenly Tao, how have you been? Ning Xuema did not give up and began to try to talk to it. She said a lot of things to it. She praised it, provoked it, and even scolded it. In the end, she even kicked it, but did not react at all. It stood there quietly, indicating that it was just an ordinary stone. Ning Xuema used all her methods, but it did not even flash, as if it had run out of electricity. What should she do if it played dead at this time? Her heart was full of hope that he could come back, within half a year, but now, could it be that she had made so many sacrifices in the past and still could not change her fate? She was bitten by the purple fiend beast for nothing? This bastard stone. He actually used this to trick her. Ning Xuema was angry, and desperate. She kicked the stone several times. This bastard heavenly Tao. She could not see any hope of Shun Julie coming back. After venting her anger, she sat there powerlessly. If it weren't for the fact that she was still worried about her son, she would have wanted to stay here forever. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and suddenly jumped up. Luo Jiuchen had already escaped. If he ran to Mo Palace and did something to her son. Thinking of this possibility, she immediately turned and left. She disappeared like a gust of wind. The peak returned to its usual calm, as if no one had ever come. Suddenly, the dull white stone glowed slightly under the sunlight. The light was very faint, so faint that it could be ignored if one did not look carefully. At this time, if someone had a pair of X-ray eyes, they would be able to see that the inside of the stone was not as dim as the outside. The inside was actually sparkling and transparent like crystal. Moreover, the space was not small. It was like a shining crystal hall. The crystal pillars in the hall had countless runes flashing on them. And in the center of the hall, there was a lotus, a gigantic crystal lotus. The layers of petals stretched out like a lotus seat, and in the center of the lotus sat a boy wearing a doo-doo. The boy seemed to be meditating. He looked less than a year old and was extremely beautiful. She had a fair face, fair arms and legs, and even her hair was snow white. Her long eyelashes covered her eyes and face, making her look like a porcelain doll. The lotus petals around the boy also seemed to have runes circulating around them. From time to time, they would flash with a faint light, as if they were providing nourishment for him to recover. On the crystal pillar next to the boy, lines of words slowly flashed, as if explaining something. I didn't break my promise. I didn't play dead. I will fight for this promise with all my strength. He paused for a moment, then continued. Do you think you're growing cabbages by reviving those who had already immortalized within half a year? It can be harvested in one season? A moment later, she kicked me. How disrespectful. How disrespectful. I want to strike her with lightning. Another kick. Heavens, this is the second time I've been treated like this since I was established. His first time was also with her. Damn it. In the end, the stone comforted itself. Only villains and women are hard to deal with. The heavenly Tao will not lower itself to her level. The truth would be revealed one day. By the way, Supreme Divinity, when did you wake up? How depressing. How depressing. How depressing. I don't want to break my promise, but I can't tell her. How depressing. The stone seemed to like talking to itself. It was refreshing inside when the sound of a breeze came from outside. Chapter 2149. Someone was coming. A man floated down from the lonely peak. The man was wearing a striking purple robe. His originally elegant eyes were cold, his hair was a little messy, and his thin lips were a little pale. He looked a little like a wolf. This man was none other than the sub-god Luo Jiuchen. He stood on the lonely peak and looked at the big white stone coldly. Why? Why can't I wake you up? I've already agreed to the 3 conditions of that little brat. I should be able to wake you up and become the guardian of the heavenly Tao. Why don't you recognize me?" The heavenly Tao stone stood there proudly. It was a piece of snow-white stone, and it disdained to shine on him. However, it was saying, "An evildoer wants to become the guardian of the heavenly Tao? Do you think I'm stupid? What do you want me to do? How can I become the master of this world?" Luo Jiochen's voice was filled with grief and indignation. "Stop dreaming. It will never happen. Didn't they say that after the main god ascends, the sub-god can naturally become the main god? Why can't I do it after working so hard for so long? A defective product will always be a defective product. I hate counterfeits." The heavenly Tao stone had learned a lot of modern words from Ning Xiuma, so it couldn't help but use them at this moment. Of course, these words were all in its mind. Outside, it was still a cold and hard stone, proudly refusing to give Luo Jiuchen an explanation. Why do I feel that my memory is wrong these days? I vaguely remember that after those people sealed Zisha 50,000 years ago, Shun Juli took revenge on me and plotted against me. That's why I was sealed in the heavenly Tao Bell. But now, in my memory, that girl and Shun Juli worked together to seal me in the heavenly Tao Bell. What's going on? Because that girl changed part of history, your memory is naturally wrong. But I won't explain it to you. Also, there was no array in the Fanteon Palace before. Why did it add so many arrays overnight? Is Shun Juli back? The heavenly Tao stone was silent. It was a little nervous. The runes inside flickered, and the lotus petals that were originally in a blooming state gradually closed, wrapping the little boy tightly inside layer by layer. However, he still felt that it wasn't safe enough, so he quietly moved a few more crystal pillars over, hiding the crystal lotus firmly in the depths of the pillars. No, Shun Juli should have already immortalized. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his original body to appear in this world. One of the incantations that Bastard set up was if he doesn't immortalize, I can't leave the Bell of Heaven. Luo Jiuchen was still muttering to himself. The heavenly law stone gloated. In fact, you have been fooled. Even if Shun Yinma did not let you go, you would still come out of the heavenly law bell. It would just be a year later. Since he didn't come back to life, who set up the mechanism array in Fanteon Palace? Heavenly Tao Stone, is it you? Luo Jiuchen also knew how to reason and gradually put a hat on the heavenly Tao Stone's head. The heavenly Tao Stone. Luo Jiuchen, you won't be able to understand the reason behind this, even if you crack your head. Heavenly Tao Stone, will you never acknowledge me? Luo Jiuchen was getting angrier as he spoke. The heavenly Tao Stone, yes. Heavenly Tao Stone, you will never know how hard I worked to get this position. How can you treat me like this? Luo Jiuchen's voice was getting colder and colder. Since you are so unfair, why should I fight for this position? Chapter 2150. A sword slowly appeared in his palm. A sword with purple light flashing on it. As soon as it appeared, a ghostly howl could be heard from within. Heavenly Tao Stone. Sky Demon Sword. Luo Jiuchen had actually refined a Sky Demon Sword. The refining process of a Sky Demon Sword was similar to Ning Xiuma's Sky Splitter Sword, but it was crueler. It was also more powerful. The Sky Splitter Sword was made from the bones of countless demons, and the main body of the Sky Demon Sword was made from the souls and bones of 100 immortal generals. The resentment attached to it was even more shocking. Once cut by it, the resentment on it would immediately surge in and turn a person into a demon, and a brainless demon that only knew how to kill. This person was crazy. Where did he find so many immortal generals? He was clearly on the verge of going mad. Why did he take out this sword now? The heavenly Tao Stone was on guard. Luo Jiuchen narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. That girl is very capable. She actually turned the situation around and resolved the crisis in just a few days. This is really beyond my expectations. It'll be a bit difficult for me to plot against her again. However, the more she is like this, the more I seem to like her, and the more I want to get her. I want her to groan and beg for mercy under me. I want her to bloom for me. As a former sub-god, the heavenly Tao Stone was very disdainful of him for saying such dirty words. The crystal lotus in its body suddenly swayed slightly. The heavenly Tao stone was caught off guard, and the entire stone swayed along with it. Of course, it was big and didn't sway much. If one didn't observe it carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. However, it didn't expect Luo Jiuchen to notice it. His eyes lit up, and his gaze became as sharp as needles. Heavenly Tao stone, so you have a reaction? Heavenly Tao stone. Could lie a little and say that it was blown by the wind? Luo Jiuchen's gaze was like a tangible drill as he sized up the heavenly Tao stone from top to bottom. His gaze became colder and colder, and the heavenly Tao stone became more and more alarmed. Heavenly Tao stone, I will count to 10, and you will shine for me. Otherwise, I will cut you in half right here. Luo Jiuchen slowly raised his sword. The heavenly law stone froze. In the past, it would not be threatened like this. Once someone disrespected it, it would immediately summon tribulation, lightning, to strike that person. But now it was using all its power to revive the divine Lord in its body, and it could not stop. Once it stopped, all its previous efforts would be wasted, and it would really break its promise. He would be scolded to death by that girl. Because of this, it was unable to summon the lightning tribulation. It could only allow this demigod to be arrogant in front of it. It was a heavenly law stone, so it was not afraid of any weapons. However, the heavenly demon sword was too powerful, and its original body might not be able to withstand it. Even if it wasn't split into two, there was still a possibility that there would be a crack on the stone body. However, as a dignified heavenly Tao stone, it would definitely not lower its head to evil forces. It seemed that there was only one of the 36 stratagems left: escape. Thus, Luo Jiuchen, who was counting with a cold voice, saw a scene that he would never forget. That huge white stone seemed to have grown legs as it suddenly rolled over. A gust of wind blew past, and it rolled down the cliff. Luo Jiuchen never knew that the stone could move. By the time he reacted, the stone was already falling like a meteor. Chapter 21:51. Furthermore, the place where it fell was not the right side of the mountain, but the back. Below the back of the mountain was not an ordinary land, but a sea of stars. When Luo Jiuchen hurriedly chased after it, the stone had already fallen into the sea of stars and became one of the billions of stars. Luo Jiuchen floated in the air and floated back and forth a few times, but he still could not find its whereabouts. There was no other way. Under his feet were all star stones similar to the heavenly Tao stone. He could not tell which one was the real one. He was simply gnashing his teeth. Why did no one ever tell him that this stone could run on its own? Heavenly Tao, if you don't let me become a god, then I will completely become a demon. I must become the ruler of this divine demon continent. Luo Jiuchen shouted. His voice spread through the sea of stars like a mountain's echo. Heavenly Tao stone, I will definitely find you. I will cut you into 17 or 18 pieces. Luo Jiuchen said fiercely. The sea of stars flickered, and countless star stones came and went in the air, as if they were changing their own trajectories. Each stone was like a star, constantly moving, and each had their own trajectories. It was a dazzling sight. In a very remote corner, an inconspicuous star silently fell down, never to be seen again. There were too many star stones under his feet, so Luo Jiuchen naturally did not notice that one. He stood in the air and laughed. So the heavenly Tao stone also has such a cowardly side. Then what is the use of me protecting you? I have been compromising for tens of thousands of years, but it was just a joke. However, it is not too late to understand this point now. Sooner or later, I will make all the living beings in the 6 realms tremble at my feet. Heavenly Tao stone, you are no exception. His wanton laughter spread far and wide. Originally, he always had the idea of becoming a supreme god in the future, so he was always timid when doing things. When he did bad things, he did not dare to do it personally and had to take many detours. Now, he suddenly thought it through. Once he went all out, there might not be many people in this world who could be his opponent. He was filled with grief and indignation as he laughed loudly. He did not know that his surroundings had quietly changed. Originally, His body was shrouded in a layer of faint purple gold light. Now, that golden light was gradually disappearing and was replaced by a pure purple that flowed like a stream. That purple was extremely dense, faintly tinged with black. The starstones around him seemed to have been stimulated by the murderous aura around him. The speed of their movement suddenly changed, and a gust of wind blew out from the starry sky. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and it gradually formed a hurricane that blew towards the six worlds. Little Nianma looked up at the sky. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed from time to time, as if doomsday was coming. Ka! A beam of red light seemed to tear the sky apart as it stretched across the entire world. As the red light flashed past, it was accompanied by the sound of thunder. It was right above Mo Palace, and it shook the ground beneath their feet. Why? After the thunder and lightning, heavy rain poured down. It was as if the Milky Way had exploded, and the world was covered in a layer of red. The rain wasn't ordinary rain. Instead, it was blood-red water. The water even carried a faint smell of blood that permeated the entire world. The rain fell on the wizardry barrier above Mo Palace, and the sound of the rain was deafening. The rainwater gathered into a stream on the barrier and flowed freely to the surroundings. Little Nianma clenched his fists. The weather had been like this for half a month. There was no sunlight all day long, and the clouds were always rolling. At a certain time, there would be a bloody rain. Chapter 21:52. The blood rain was like a strong acid, corrosive and corrosive. Wherever it went, holes would be corroded. Fortunately, there was a protective barrier set up by Ning Shuama above Mo Palace. Otherwise, the newly built Mo Palace would have been corroded into a hornet's nest. This kind of weather was obviously abnormal, but it wasn't just the weather that was abnormal. The people of the six realms were also abnormal. First of all, the immortal world was abnormal. The immortal generals who had fought alongside the Celestial Emperor and were forced to cut off one of their arms had all disappeared within a day. The relatives of those immortal generals thought that it was the demon world's doing, that it was another punishment from the Devil Master. So they tearfully came to Mo Palace to ask for their captives and knelt in front of Mo Palace, begging the Devil Master to let them go. At that time, Ning Shuama had just returned from Fantian Palace. What she saw was a dense crowd of people begging for her permission. After she appeared, she sent those people away with a few words. Then, she ordered head steward Himu to quickly send people to investigate. The results of the investigation were shocking. According to the families of the missing generals, they had received a transmission from General Manager Himu when they were recuperating at home. Then, they hurriedly went out alone and never returned. The family waited anxiously for a long time, but when no one came back, they were worried and went out to look for them, but they found nothing. General Manager Himu swore that he had never sent a transmission to them. There must be a misunderstanding. Ning Shuama naturally believed General Manager Himu. Her first suspect was Luo Jiochin. But what was Luo Jiochin's purpose? However, no one could guess what was going on. The demon world had always been very good at finding people. Ning Shuama immediately sent experts to investigate the whereabouts of the missing generals. 3 days later, they finally found them. However, they didn't find living people, but corpses. Corpses that had died extremely tragic and strange deaths. The lumbar vertebrae of all the corpses had been removed, and not even a trace of their souls was left. Ning Shuama's heart sank. This was obviously caused by cultivating some kind of evil art or refining some kind of evil treasure. She immediately sent people to look for Luo Jiochin's whereabouts in the six realms, but that person seemed to have disappeared. Ning Shuama used countless methods, but still couldn't find him. However, people began to disappear frequently in the six realms, never to be found again. The weather in the six realms became more and more abnormal day by day. Then, there was lightning and blood rain. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. How could it be easy to find someone who was good at transformation in the six realms? In the past half a month, everyone in the six realms was in danger, and all kinds of rumors were flying around. These days, Ning Shuama had been busy with the investigation and did not have much time to accompany her son. Little Nianma also knew that he should not be a burden to his mother during this critical period, so he had been obediently staying in Mo Palace. There was a barrier around Mo Palace, and the security at the entrance was extremely tight. People from the outside would not be able to get in. As long as little Nianma stayed in Mo Palace, he would be safe. Apart from practicing and studying, he would also take a stroll in the garden. Right now, he was walking in the garden of Mo Palace. Because they had not seen the sun for a long time, the flowers in the garden looked withered and listless. This damned Luo Jiuchen. Look at what he had done to the Six Realms. If it were not for this bastard, perhaps he and his mother would have a better life. Little Nianma sat down against a stone and took out a book. When he was about to revise the parts that he did not understand, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw General Manager Heimu standing not far behind him. Chapter 2153. Young Master, are you unhappy? Head Butler Heimu asked with a smile as he approached him. Little Nianma was a little listless. Of course, I am unhappy because I am stuck in the palace every day. It is all Luo Jiuchen's fault. He was a little surprised. Heimu, aren't you talking to my mother in the front hall? Why are you here all of a sudden? Have you finished your discussion? Head Butler Heimu smiled casually. Yes, it is not much. It was just a few words. Young Master, do you want to go out? Little Nianma lay on the stone behind him and crossed his legs. He was bored with a piece of grass in his mouth. Of course, who wants to be stuck in the same place every day? For the past few days, every time his mother went out, she would leave him in Mo Palace, and the 8 divine beasts would never leave her side. When his mother was in the Mo Palace, she had to deal with a lot of things. Most of the time, she still liked to bring her son with her. However, Shen Yima was only a child who was not even 1 year old. There were many things that he did not understand, and it was very boring. Naturally, he would get impatient and occasionally run out to play in the garden. He had walked around the garden many times, and he remembered the position of every stone in the garden. In fact, there was nothing to play with. If it weren't for that bastard Luo Jiuchen hiding in the dark like a mouse, his mother would have taken him out to play long ago. Head Butler Heimu showed sympathy. Young Master, why don't I take you out to play? Little Nianma's eyes lit up, but he immediately shook his head. No, my mother does not allow me to go out. I can secretly take you out to play for half a day. The great devil will not find out. Head Butler Heimu tried to persuade him. Little Nianma was stunned. He looked up and stared at him. Suddenly, he jumped up. No, you are not Heimu. Head Butler Heimu frowned slightly. Young Master, I am Heimu. What happened to you? He approached him as he spoke. Little Nianma quickly retreated. He waved his hand, and a shiny short sword was unsheathed. With a flick of his finger, a blue light flew straight to the sky. His set of movements was extremely smooth. The blue light was used as an alarm. As long as it exploded in the sky, his mother would sense it and quickly appear by his side. Unexpectedly, just as his blue light flew into the air, Chief Steward Heimu waved his sleeve. Like a rolling cloud, it actually wrapped around the blue light that hadn't yet exploded. The blue light exploded within his sleeve, but not a single flame came out. Little thing, you're really alert. Manager Heimu smiled as he watched him approach step by step. However, do you think you can escape from the palm of my hand? This time, you have to come with me even if you don't want to. Suddenly, his hand shot out like a snake and tried to grab Shen Yinma. Shen Yinma suddenly took a step forward and avoided the attack at the critical moment. He turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, Mother! Mother! Luo Jiuchen had entered Mo Palace. Luo Jiuchen has entered Mo Palace. Her voice was sharp and pierced through the clouds. That person was Luo Jiuchen. He also did not expect that he would miss his target. Only then did he remember that Ning Xiuma seemed to know a very special footwork to escape. It seemed that she had taught this footwork to her son. Little thing, you actually recognized me. You are not stupid, but it is useless for you to shout. I have already set up a soundproof wizardry barrier here. No one can hear you. Luo Jiuchen chased after him. Chapter 2154. There was a huge gap between their abilities. Although little Nianma was able to run for more than 10 meters with his special footwork, Luo Jiuchen still managed to catch up with him. Luo Jiuchen laughed. "Little thing, you better follow me obediently." He reached out and grabbed one of little Nianma's arms. Ouch! Ouch! Something on little Nianma's waist suddenly made a sharp noise. At the same time, his body suddenly burst into a circle of red light. Luo Jiuchen felt as if he had been electrocuted. His wrist went numb, and he subconsciously let go. Little Nianma took the opportunity to roll out. He rolled too quickly and hit a rock with a bang. Almost at the same time, a white light appeared out of nowhere, and the ground under him suddenly split open to form a large hole. He screamed and fell directly into the large hole. Luo Jiuchen was about to pick him up again, but when he saw the white light, he froze. Shen Yinma had already rolled into the big hole and disappeared. He looked into the hole, but it was dark and he could not see anything. He was afraid that the big hole was a trap arranged by Ning Xiuma. He hesitated in front of the big hole, but the big hole closed in an instant. He was stunned and was wondering if he should use the underground drilling spell to go in and take a look. Suddenly, there was a soft sound not far away. He froze. The wizardry barrier that he set to block all sound was broken. Then, he heard Ning Xiuma's voice coming from afar. "Nianma." Luo Jiuchen did not want to face Ning Xiuma at this time. He flashed and flew straight to the sky. Luo Jiuchen. Ning Xiuma had not arrived, but she had already swung her sword. Luo Jiuchen's body flashed out of thin air and avoided Ning Xiuma's fatal attack. He did not want to fight. He still rose into the sky and raised his hand to tear the wizardry barrier. He had already flashed out like lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only his laughter could be heard in the air. "Little Xiuma, don't worry. We will have the chance to meet sooner or later." When he said the last word, his voice was very far away. It was still raining blood outside, and the raindrops were blowing in through the torn enchantment. Ning Xiuma's face was pale. She raised her hand and sealed the barrier again. Although she had only met Luo Jiuchen briefly, she could tell that little Nianma was not in his hands. At this time, her priority was naturally to find her son. Everything else could wait. Because the enchantment was torn open, an ear-piercing alarm sounded from Mo Palace. Countless figures rushed in this direction. The ones at the very front were none other than Manager Heimu and the 8 divine beasts. Qiangqi's loud voice could be heard from afar. "What's going on? Someone is invading?" Ning Xiuma took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Luo Jiuchen was here." He tore open the barrier and escaped again. His target this time was little Nianma. However, he failed to take Nianma away. She was concise and went straight to the point. While she was talking, she quickly looked for the whereabouts of her son nearby. She had specially installed a special alarm on her son. As long as someone caught her son involuntarily, the alarm would automatically go off. Not only would it pop up a spell to attack the kidnapper, but it would also let Ning Xiuma know immediately and quickly locate him. Manager Heimu and the 8 divine beasts were surprised and also a little puzzled. How did that bastard Luo Jiuchen get in? We have set up a divine mirror at the entrance of the palace. As long as someone with a divine aura sneaks in, he will be revealed. Chapter 2155. Ning Xiuma said in a low voice, "Luo Jiuchen has been possessed by the devil. There is no longer any celestial aura in him." Although it was only a short encounter, Ning Xiuma could still see the dark aura around Luo Jiuchen. The demigod possessed by the devil? General Manager Heimu and the others looked at each other in shock. If the demigod was not possessed by the devil, he would have a lot of scruples in his actions and would not do anything out of the ordinary. However, once he was completely possessed by the devil, he would have no scruples in his actions and would be able to do whatever he wanted. Luo Jiuchen's kung fu was close to the peak. If he used it to practice some evil spells, his future cultivation would be unimaginable. Ning Xiuma naturally thought of this as well. She closed her eyes slightly. Luo Jiuchen would be the strongest opponent in her life. Sooner or later, they would have a life-and-death battle. She had to make the heavenly water poison as soon as possible, but she still lacked 2 special herbs. No, no! Ning Xiuma The 8 mythological beasts and general manager Heimu turned the entire garden upside down, but they could not find little Nianma. Ning Shuima's face was pale, and her hands and feet were cold. Where did the child go? Luo Jiuchen did not take him away. So how could he disappear? Did Luo Jiuchen kill him? The child was her only hope to survive. If something happened to him again, Ning Shuima almost did not dare to think about it anymore. There were a lot of things to deal with these days. She was busy from morning to night every day. She woke up earlier than the chicken and slept later than the dog. She had to deal with all kinds of affairs. Even so, she often had insomnia. In the dead of the night, Shan Julie's shadow would always appear in her heart, making her feel as if she was drowning. Lovesickness was like a knife. If she did not think about it, it would be unforgettable, but she had no place to talk about it. In fact, she also wanted to get drunk. She also wanted to wantonly get drunk and sleep like many frustrated girls. She also wanted to escape from this bitter and fucked up reality. However, she could not. She still had her son to protect and the devil world to protect. Luo Jiuchen was still eyeing her in the dark, trying to take her down. The bloody reality did not allow her to relax in the slightest. In order to pacify and stabilize the hearts of the people, she could not even reveal the slightest bit of dispirited emotions. She had been desperately persevering and working hard. She didn't want her son to be disappointed, hurt, or cry again. But now, his son had disappeared. The only thing she could sense was that her son was still alive. He couldn't sense anything else. She had installed a tracking device on her son, but it seemed to have malfunctioned. She couldn't sense it at all. Did Luo Jiuchen have other helpers? He came to distract her, but the helper took her son away. Her heart was on fire. Fortunately, Mo Palace would automatically shut down once the alarm rang. If Luo Jiuchen had help, then the other party shouldn't be able to escape the palace search. Search the entire palace. Little Nianma did not expect to fall into a black hole. The hole was extraordinarily deep, and it took him a few minutes to reach the bottom. Fortunately, his skin looked soft and tender now, but he had already trained his muscles and bones to not be afraid of bumps, so he was not injured in the process of rolling down. He got up dizzily and patted the robe on his body. He was still a little shaken. He was almost caught by that bastard. Fortunately, there was a hole here. Chapter 21:56. He looked up and saw that it was pitch black. He could not see the top, and Luo Jiuchen did not chase after him. Was he safe for the time being? He heaved a sigh of relief. The cave was pitch black, as if it had not seen sunlight for thousands of years. With his current night vision, he could not see anything clearly. He could only touch it with his hands. He touched the surrounding. The walls were hard, cold, and a little smooth. It seemed that something had crashed down and created such a huge pit. Shen Nianma scratched his head. He was very familiar with the garden above. He even remembered how many ant nests there were. How could he not know that there was such a strange cave here? He did not know that the cave above had been closed. He was afraid that Luo Jiuchen would chase after him, so he did not dare to stay in the cave for long. The ground under his feet was getting harder and harder. Slowly, he began to see a light blue light. A moment later, he found himself in an icy blue crystal cave. The walls on both sides and the top of his head were crystal clear. The crystal tunnel was still long and narrow. He did not know where it led to. Children were born to love adventure, and little Nianma was no exception. He continued to move forward along the tunnel. He was surprised to find that the crystal tunnel was colorful. First, it was blue, then yellow, and then red. There were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple colors. The deeper he went, the purer the crystals that formed the cave walls. Finally, there was a bright light in front of his eyes. There was a bright crystal hall in front of him. Little Nianma had never seen such a beautiful and magnificent crystal hall. The hall was formed naturally. The shape was not regular, but it was full of a natural wild charm. The hall was octagonal. There were crystals of different colors in the hall. The purity was unprecedentedly high. The blue ones were like water, the red ones were like fire, and the black ones were like ink. Every one of them was crystal clear. It was so beautiful that people could hardly take their eyes off it. After all, little Nianma was well educated. He could vaguely see that this seemed to be a natural crystal array. It was well known that crystals gathered energy, and the crystal cave had a very strong energy-gathering effect. The center of the crystal array should be the energy-gathering point. It could absorb the energy from the crystals from all directions. Generally speaking, the crystals in the center of the array should be the purest and most valuable. They should also have the most energy. However, at this moment, what stood in the center of the crystal formation was not a crystal, but a white stone. Moreover, it was a stone with missing corners and edges. Its shape was too ordinary. It looked like a mountain rock that could be seen everywhere in the mountains. Other than its snow-white color, there was nothing special about it. Compared to the countless crystals around it, it was like an ugly duckling that had fallen into a flock of swans. It was an eye-catching ugliness. Little Nianma circled the white stone twice and reached out to touch it again. This white stone looked like a stone and felt like a stone. No matter how you looked at it, it was actually a big stone. So ugly, little Nianma commented and shook his head. It's so ugly, he added. The ordinary-looking white stone. Strange, why would such an ugly stone occupy the center position? It feels like a sparrow occupying a phoenix's nest. Little Nianma complained again. White stone? Little Nianma raised his hand and knocked on the white stone with his knuckles. Chapter 21:57. Little Nianma raised his little hand and knocked on the white stone with his knuckles. He tilted his head to listen and shook his head. It does not sound like a beautiful jade wrapped in stone. The white stone was speechless. What was a beautiful jade? It was 10,000 times more precious than a beautiful jade. No, it was 100 million times more precious. It resisted the urge to flash a bright light and blind the little kid's eyes. It continued to play the role of a stone quietly. This white stone was the heavenly lost stone. It fell from the Fanteon Palace and quietly drilled into the ground. The spiritual energy underground was not as strong as the Fanteon Palace, and it needed to accumulate energy to maintain the resurrection of the Divine Lord in its body. Therefore, it drilled into the ground to find a crystal cave that could provide it with energy. It was the heavenly lost stone, the ancestor of all stones. Naturally, it was very sensitive to crystals. Soon, it found it here. It slightly polished the place and transformed it into a crystal array. It squatted in the middle of the array and absorbed the energy of the crystals. It sincerely felt that it was giving these crystals face by squatting in the center of these crystals. The crystals should be in awe of its presence. It was these crystals that were not worthy of it. Not that it was not worthy of these crystals. It thought that it was the most primitive, mysterious, and beautiful stone in the world. However, it did not expect that one day it would be despised and called ugly. Could the word ugly be related to it? Could it? Could it? Could it? The little kid had no taste. It was the heavenly lost stone. It would not lower itself to the same level as a child. The heavenly lost stone resisted the urge to flood its mind. It was still there with an unfathomable look. After all, the heavenly lost stone was the only magical stone left in the world. Generally, it could control the land wherever it went. It could quickly sense everything that happened on the land. When little Nianma was in danger, it did not want to intervene. However, the Divine Lord in its body seemed to have sensed it. In an instant, it controlled the stone to use the earth-splitting technique to suck little Nianma in. Although he was sucked in, the heavenly lost stone did not want to communicate with the little kid. Therefore, it let him wander around and found him here. There were crystals everywhere. Any one of them was priceless. It could be used to make many energy weapons and magical weapons. The heavenly lost stone thought that the little kid would be cheering when he saw the best crystals in the cave. However, it did not expect that he only looked around the hall and turned his attention to the stone. They even circled around it. The heavenly lost stone was a little scared by his spinning, but it was still a little relieved. This child was indeed the son of the supreme divinity. He was able to tell that the heavenly lost stone was extraordinary. However, it did not expect that the little fellow would give it an ugly evaluation. The heavenly lost stone's expression didn't change, but its heart suffered 10,000 damage. He had the illusion that his worldview had collapsed. In fact, it had already sensed that Luo Jiuchen had left and that Ning Xiuma and the others were looking for the child, but it still refused to make any reaction. That little girl had scolded it and even kicked it a few times, hurting its dignity as the heavenly Tao stone. Then, it would let her suffer while losing her son. As for the little thing in front of him, once it had wandered around enough, it would probably find its way out on its own. How long could a child play in a crystal hall? At most, he would pick up a few crystals. Therefore, the heavenly lost stone did not take Shen Yinma seriously. He even secretly made up his mind that when this little thing tried to pry open the crystals, he would make sure that the surrounding crystals were firm enough so that the little guy would not be able to pry them open. Chapter 2158. Sure enough, Shen Yinma wandered around the hall looking for the crystals. Soon, he found a red crystal pillar and placed his little hand on it. Apparently, he wanted to break the crystal pillar with his power. However, the red crystal pillar was very strong. He could not break it with ordinary methods. Swoosh! Little Nianma took out a shiny dagger and cut the bottom of the crystal pillar. Ha ha ha! He actually used a weapon to cut the crystal. Did he think that it was as easy as cutting tofu? Did he know that the crystal was very fragile? Even if a sword could cut it, it would also break the pillar. It could not be used at all. This was common sense, but the little guy did not know. He was still a child. The stone was dying of laughter. The heavenly lost stone was overjoyed. However, the heavenly lost stone was not amused for long. If it had eyes, it would have opened them wide at this moment. It saw that the dagger in little Nianma's hand had cut the incredibly beautiful red crystal off neatly. What kind of dagger was that? The heavenly lost stone's attention shifted to the dagger in little Nianma's hand. It was surprised to find that the material of the dagger was very special. It was actually made of an extremely rare meteorite iron. Moreover, it was attached with an extremely strong power. Any hard object would be cut by this dagger. It did not expect that he could own such a weapon at such a young age. Needless to say, it was given to her son by Ning Xiuma. She had spent a lot of money on this son of hers. While the heavenly lost stone was murmuring in its heart, it suddenly felt something. When it pulled its attention back, it saw little Nianma holding the crystal and walking around it. The heavenly lost stone was confused. This crystal is the most beautiful and rare. This position should belong to it. However, it is occupied by such a stupid stone. Little Nianma talked to himself. The heavenly lost stone was shocked. Little Nianma carefully put the crystal aside and then walked directly to the heavenly lost stone. The heavenly lost stone was alert. What was he trying to do? Little Nianma channeled his power of telekinesis into his hands. He opened his arms and hugged the white stone. It was a small corner. The white stone was not small. He was too short to carry it. It was being hugged. It was being hugged by a little kid. The heavenly Tao stone subconsciously wanted to send this little thing flying, but it was afraid that if it didn't control its strength well, it would directly smash this child into a meat patty. While Gu Shijio was struggling, little Nianma's two little arms had already hugged it and shook it vigorously. The heavenly Tao stone snorted. This little fellow's strength was indeed not small, but he wanted to shake it? That was undoubtedly an ant trying to shake a tree. Not to mention him, even if that bastard Luo Jiuchen came, it would be extremely difficult to shake it. As long as it didn't want to move its nest, even 10 tyrannosaurs wouldn't be able to move it. Little Nianma's face turned red. He tried for a long time, but he still could not move the eyesore away. Finally, he was angry. With a whoosh, he took out his dagger. Heavenly Tao stone. This little bastard wanted to chop it up? Did he know that he would be struck by lightning if he dared to disrespect the heavenly Tao stone? Swoosh! Little Nianma did not listen to it. The dagger flashed in the air and slashed at the base of the heavenly lost stone. Obviously, he wanted to cut off the top of the stone and put his broken crystal at that position to absorb the essence from all sides. The heavenly lost stone immediately guessed his purpose and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2159. It was true that the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. The ignorant were fearless. Pa! The red crystal that had been placed properly suddenly broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Needless to say, it was the work of the heavenly law stone. It only needed to use a little bit of its power to shatter the red crystal. Little Nyinma was shocked. He turned around and realized that the red crystal was broken. There was no wind in the cave, and he clearly placed the red crystal firmly. How could it suddenly fall to the ground and break into pieces? He did not care anymore. He had to move the white stone away first and then look for other red crystals. His mother's birthday was coming soon, and he wanted to use the red crystal to make a sword for his mother. Ordinary crystals were too brittle, but if he chose a good material and placed it in the center of the formation, the crystal would gather a large amount of energy and undergo fission. He could then use a spell to stimulate it, and it should be able to become as hard as cold iron, which would not shatter easily. Little Nyinma's idea was very good, so he turned around and wanted to cut the stone. The heavenly law stone was speechless. Little Nyinma did not care about it, and cut the stone's foot. After a loud noise, the dagger did cut the stone, but it was quickly reflected back. Not only did the sharp dagger bend, but it also broke one of little Nyinma's little hands. It was bleeding. Little Nyinma felt a strong force rebounding back, and he took a few steps back. He looked at the dagger in his hand in disbelief and then looked at his bleeding hand. This inconspicuous white stone was actually so hard. It was the first time he saw such a hard stone. Little Nyinma did not want to admit defeat. He stood there for a moment and suddenly rushed forward again. His little hand was stained with blood. His original intention was to use his psychokinesis to test how hard the rock was. Unexpectedly, just as his little hand touched it, the rock suddenly twisted and turned into a whirlpool. It pulled his little hand abruptly. Little Nyinma's vision was blurred. After a flash of light, he found that he was in another place. It was the best crystal cave. Dazzling rainbow-colored crystals surrounded him. These crystals were stacked together in a certain order, forming countless indescribable patterns of formations. Each pattern was like a flowing talisman, spinning nonstop in the surroundings like water waves. It flashed with strange and variegated lights. The crystals here were definitely the best of the best. Compared to the crystals here, the red crystal he was holding just now was like dirt. Little Nyinma fell directly into the room. He was still a little confused. After he got up, he looked around and was a little surprised. Was this the interior of the white stone? That's not right. The white stone is only the size of a round table. But this space is unbelievably big. It was at least several thousand feet wide. It was even bigger than the crystal hall he had seen earlier. What kind of place had he fallen to? Little Nyinma could not help but wander around the cave to observe. The heavenly Tao stone, however, froze. It didn't want to swallow this little guy. No one had been able to enter its interior. Even Shunjuli had been nurtured by the heavenly Tao stone, using its own divine power to gather the other party's soul. And now, this little guy had run in. He ran in. What was going on? What kind of physique did this little guy have? How could he have such an ability? The heavenly Tao stone was filled with questions, and the crystal pillar inside, it was filled with question marks. Chapter 2160. Of course, the question mark was also a special language of the heavenly law. Only a few people could understand it, so it was not afraid of being seen by little Nyinma. Little Nyinma was wandering around in the crystal cave. Naturally, he saw the strange symbols on the crystal pillars. He only thought that it was a kind of spell, so he did not care at all. He was looking at the various crystal pillars in the cave, thinking about which one looked the best. After he had chosen it, he could directly take it away without having to put it in the middle of the crystal cave to condense it. He walked around and suddenly found that these crystal pillars seemed to be arranged in a kind of array. All the crystal energy was also concentrated in the center of the array. The energy here was even more amazing. So, what good things were hidden in the middle of this place? Little Nyinma was very knowledgeable and knew a lot about arrays. After a few rounds, he finally bypassed the crystal pillars. The scene in front of him made his eyes widen. Crystal lotus. He saw a huge crystal lotus bud. The lotus was tightly closed, and its shape was very lifelike. Even the color was like a real lotus. The only difference was that the petals of this lotus were crystal clear. The veins on the petals were clear and shining slightly. It was strangely huge, at least 10 times bigger than an ordinary lotus. At a glance, there seemed to be dew rolling on it. It was so fresh that people could not wait to touch and smell it. Little Nianma did not know why, but when he saw this lotus bud, he felt very familiar with it, especially when the lotus had a faint, cold fragrance. This fragrance, his little heart suddenly began to thump wildly. His pair of eyes were wide open. He could smell his father's breath on this crystal lotus. Father's breath. How long had it been since he smelled this breath? How long had it been? Obviously, it was only a few months, but he felt that it had been a few centuries. When he was in the Fantion Palace, every time he missed his father, he would secretly go to his father's bedroom to smell the remaining breath there. However, the breath was getting lighter and lighter, and in the end, it was almost too faint to be smelled. He even secretly hid a robe of his father and put it in his small storage space. When he missed his father very much, he would secretly take out the robe to smell it and then hurriedly put it back. However, later on, the breath on the robe also faded, especially after he and his mother were forced to leave Fantion Palace. It was even harder for him to smell his father's aura. Although he didn't say it out loud these days, he still yearned for it in his heart. He didn't expect to smell it here. The fragrance of the lotus was also very faint. If one didn't walk in front of it, they wouldn't be able to smell it. Even so, it was enough for little Nianma to be excited. He walked over step by step, greedily smelling the scent of the lotus. This smell was too good. It smelled so good that he wanted to cry, and his nose felt sore. Father! Little Nianma uttered 2 words, as if he had been wronged. His big eyes were covered with a layer of tears. He missed his father. Speaking of which, when would father return? The heavenly Tao stone displayed a bunch of exclamation marks. This brat could actually tell that his father was hidden in the lotus bud. It was too amazing. Little Nianma could not help but gently press on the petals of the lotus flower. He was shocked. This petal felt too real. As if it was real. This lotus bud actually emitted the same fragrance as his father's. It must be a celestial flower. Chapter 2161. His mother seemed to like lotuses very much. Every time she saw a lotus, she would stop and look at it for a long time. Xiaohe used to live in the side courtyard, but his mother treated her like a treasure. Later, when his mother heard that Xiaohe was dead, she was sad for a long time. It was obvious that she loved lotuses to a certain extent. This time, if he could carry the lotus out of the cave and give it to his mother, she would be overjoyed. This should be the birthday present he wanted to give to his mother. However, the lotus was too big. It was 3 times bigger than him. He was afraid that he could not carry it. Little Nianma's mind was full of thoughts of picking the flower and bringing it home. His 2 little hands rubbed the petals, trying to get more of the flower's fragrance. There was still blood on his little hands. The blood gradually soaked into the petals. The petals that had been closed shook slightly, and a faint white light emerged. Little Nianma was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were wide open. The flower was going to bloom? If such a beautiful lotus really bloomed, would it be more beautiful and fragrant? Little Nianma looked at the flower with anticipation. The only worry in his heart was that if the flower bloomed, it would be bigger, and it would be more difficult for him to carry it. The lotus really showed signs of blooming. The top of the bud had begun to tremble and then stretched out little by little. Little Nianma could not help but hold his breath, but soon he carefully exhaled breath by breath. The smell was too good. He did not want to miss a mouthful. A moment later, little Nianma was stunned again. The flower was obviously about to bloom, but when it was half open, it stopped moving. It even showed signs of gathering, and the fragrance was getting weaker. Oh, why did it stop? It was uncomfortable to be half open. Little Nianma was very uncomfortable. He could not help but go forward. Hey, Xiaoyan, are you not going to open it? Open it, open it. The flower shook. Even the heavenly law stone shook. When the heavenly law stone shook, the whole space shook. Little Nianma was shaken by the shaking. He quickly held on to a crystal pillar next to him to steady himself. What happened? Was it an earthquake? He looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, the space only shook a little, and there was no more movement. He turned to look at the lotus again. His little face was a little gloomy. The half-open lotus was tightly closed again. It was even tighter than before. Is this flower shy? It can't be. Little Nianma pondered for a moment. He tiptoed and approached the flower. His two little hands peeled the gap between the petals. Little Lian, bloom. Bloom. The lotus trembled again, as if it was disgusted by him. The heavenly Tao stone couldn't bear to look at it anymore, and all sorts of gibberish appeared on the crystal pillar. The lotus seemed to be connected to little Nianma. The more he wanted to peel it, the tighter the lotus closed. Little Nianma could even feel the force of the closing petals. His strength was not as strong as the closing force of the lotus. Besides, little Nianma was worried that the petals of the lotus would be damaged, so he did not dare to use his full strength. He tried for a while, but to no avail. Disappointed, he took 2 steps back. He sniffed his little hand. The scent of the flower on his little hand was already very faint, as if it had been absorbed by the flower again. This flower was too stingy. She couldn't even bear to leave the fragrance for him. Little Nianma was a little angry and threatened. Xiao Yin, if you don't open up, I will cut you with my sword. He took out the dagger and waved it. Heavenly Tao stone. Oh no, this brat wants to kill his father. Chapter 2162. However, why did it feel so excited as if it was watching a good show? It actually wanted to watch the father and son fight against each other. Of course, the flower was not threatened by him and did not move at all. In fact, little Nianma was not afraid of anything. When he was angry, he dared to cause any trouble and kill anyone. In the past, if there was a flower that was so disobedient, he would probably kill it. However, he did not have the heart to do it now. It was not a good word to destroy a flower. He would rather not do such a thing. His mother said that boys should know how to be gentle with women. He would rather not kill the flower. Little Nianma, tried to reason with it, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the petals retracted even more. He suddenly had an idea. Did the lotus not like this name? That's right. Although it's a flower bud, it's so big. Little Nianma thought for a moment, and finally found a suitable sentence. Big Lian, the flower was stunned. The heavenly law stone had the urge to burst into laughter. The surrounding crystal pillars were full of ha-ha-ha characters. Big Lian, can you open up a little? Let me have a look. Let me have a look. You don't know that I really like lotuses. My mother also likes them. Recently, she has been standing by the lotus pond in Mo Palace for half a day. She even went to the celestial kingdom to get the celestial lotus. However, no matter how beautiful they are, they're not half as beautiful as you. If my mother sees you, she will be very happy. She will be very good to you. Although the lotus still did not move, the petals seemed to be less tightly closed. My mother has been very busy these days. Many people forced her, and she even died once. Later, she was reborn and saved the Devil Kingdom. However, she was not happy. She sleeps so late every day, but she has to wake up so early. There are a lot of things to deal with every day. It is really tiring. It will be her birthday in 10 days. I want to give her a gift to make her happy. Speaking of this, little Nianma was a little sad. I have not seen her really happy these days. She really misses my father. She even called his name in her dreams and cried. The lotus trembled slightly. Delian, mother said that father went to a very, very far place to cultivate in seclusion. She also said that he would only return after a very, very long time. I really miss my father. I feel like he doesn't want me anymore. He doesn't want my mother anymore. Otherwise, why hasn't he come back yet? It has been a long time. Little Nianma began to sniffle. When he was in Mo's palace, even if he missed his father, he didn't dare to show it. He didn't want his mother to be even sadder when she saw it, so he held back his tears. Now that there was no one else in this space other than him, he couldn't help but talk to the lotus flower. Of course, as he spoke, he also touched on his sore spot. He couldn't help but cry as he clung onto the lotus petals. Large teardrops dripped down along the petals. The petals seemed to have been scalded by his tears, and they bloomed slightly. Little Nianma had been paying attention to the reaction of the lotus petals. When he saw the reaction, he was delighted. It seemed like this lotus needed to be watered by his tears. Little Nianma was already good at crying. Coupled with the fact that he was really sad, he murmured while rolling his tears. He looked so pitiful. His voice was getting more and more choked, but the more he talked, the more he described himself as the most pitiful baby in the world. Chapter 2163. The lotus continued to cry as he tugged at it. It showed no signs of opening, nor did it show any signs of closing again. Little Nianma suddenly thought of something. Xiaohe's mother used to ask him to water it with a drop of blood every day. She said that it would grow stronger. What about the big lotus now? Little Nianma's eyes fell on his hand again. There were still some blood stains on his hand. Of course, there were also some mud stains. He used his little bloody hand to press on the bud just now, so the bud emitted a circle of white light and was about to open. Perhaps his blood had the effect of promoting the blooming of the flower. Why did it stop opening halfway? The more he pulled, the more it closed. Lotus was an extremely pure creature. Did it dislike his hands for being too dirty? Little Nianma immediately cast a cleaning spell on himself to make himself feel refreshed. Then he used his fingertip to produce a big round drop of blood. He raised his hand and let the blood drop fall into the half-closed part of the flower bud. This was not ordinary blood. It was the blood of his heart. Although it was only a drop, the effect had always been very strong. When Xiaohe was dying, little Nianma used this method to make her feel better for a few days. As soon as his blood dropped into the bud trembled slightly. A moment later, it emitted a circle of white light, and the petals slowly bloomed layer by layer. Little Nianma widened his eyes. Everything in front of him was like a slow-motion movie. He looked at the huge lotus bud slowly blooming, and the cold fragrance was getting stronger. The scene when the petals bloomed was very beautiful. It was indescribably pleasing to the eye. Little Nianma crossed his arms and looked at it in a relaxed manner. He wished that he could get a video recorder like what his mother said. He searched around in his storage space, but could not find anything suitable. When he looked up again, his eyes suddenly widened as if he was struck by lightning. Amidst the layers of petals that gradually bloomed, a person appeared. First, it was the snow-white hair, then the picturesque eyebrows, then the shoulders, and finally the chest. Shin Nianma stood there as if he was petrified. His little mouth was slightly open. He raised his hand to rub his eyes to take a look. Then, he rubbed his eyes again in disbelief. There was a little baby wrapped in the lotus. Moreover, it was an unbelievably beautiful baby. He had snow-white arms and legs that were as white as lotuses, and he was wearing a silver-white didu that was faintly glowing. His snow-white hair was draped over his shoulders, covering most of his body. The baby's eyes were slightly downcast, and its light red lips were slightly pursed. Due to its beautiful appearance and the fact that it was sitting in the lotus with a belly band and lotus petals covering its front, little Nianma could not tell if it was a boy or a girl. The little child looked less than a year old. His eyes were closed, and he sat there motionlessly. His long eyelashes covered his eyes and face, and one could almost count them one by one. Was this a real person or a fake one? Little Nianma held his breath and took a closer look. The baby's chest rose and fell slightly. It was breathing. It's actually true. It's a real person. Ever since little Nianma was born, he had been wandering around with his parents or wandering around with various mythological beasts. He had never met anyone of the same age as him. Now that he suddenly met one, he was both surprised and delighted. What was even rarer was that this little baby looked to be only about 1 year old, much younger than him. The corners of little Nianma's mouth curled up into a smile. Every child wanted to be an adult, and Shin Nianma was no exception. Chapter 2164. Unfortunately, he was the only child in the Mo Palace. Moreover, he was protected by the 8 mythological beasts. Everyone treated him like a child. Now, he finally found a child who was younger than him. Moreover, judging by his attire, little Nianma vaguely felt that the attire of the child in front of him was very similar to the mythological figure that his mother had told him about. Was this a new gift from his mother? Therefore, he looked at the child and asked, Neza, Honghayo, Ginseng baby. The child in the lotus still had his eyes closed. There was no movement at all, just like a small jade sculpture. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was this a nephrite jade sculpture? Little Nianma took a step forward and reached out his little hand, wanting to touch it. His mother said that there was a kind of robot that looked no different from a human on the surface. However, if one touched it, they could still feel it. The child in the lotus looked like a snow sculpture. It was so delicate that it seemed to melt when the wind blew. Little Nianma did not dare to touch it forcefully, so he only touched it gently. He touched the child's arm. Then his lips twitched. The child that looked so real was actually a jade sculpture. It was hard and cold to the touch. It was not as soft as it looked. Little Nianma did not give up. He put his little hand closer to the child's nose. A moment later, his little hand fell down. The child was not breathing. It seemed that the jade sculpture was too real. Coupled with the light in the crystal cave, he actually thought that the child was breathing. The strange stone, the strange crystal cave, the strange crystal-like lotus, and the strange jade doll in the lotus. Little Nianma was a little disappointed. He still hoped that the child was real. Just when he was disappointed, there was a slight cracking sound behind him. He turned around and was surprised. Behind him, there was a door that had split open. When he was sucked in, he could not find any way out. Now, the door suddenly appeared. In other words, he could go out. Little Nianma turned his head to look at the boy in the lotus again and had an idea. Could this child be a mechanism that could lead him out? No, it was not just a mechanism. All the energy in the crystal cave was concentrated in the lotus, and all the energy in the lotus was concentrated in the jade doll. Perhaps this jade doll could also cultivate into a human being. However, it lacked an opportunity. Little Nianma suddenly remembered that his blood seemed to be very effective. He immediately ran back to the lotus flower and stood on a crystal platform that was as tall as the lotus flower. He looked down at the child from above. Little Nianma looked like he was 3 or 4 years old, but the baby in front of her was less than a year old. Even if he stood up, he was still half a head shorter than Nianma. What's more, this little kid had been sitting the whole time. Little Nianma looked down at the baby and felt that the angle was perfect. The little baby remained motionless, as cold as jade. Little Nianma pondered for a moment. His face was full of smiles as he spoke to the baby, kindly, "Baby, Heavenly Tao Stone." Ha ha! The Heavenly Tao Stone's comments were all over the cave's crystal pillars. As for the child, although he did not move at all, not even his eyelashes moved, he seemed to have stiffened for a moment. Fortunately, his movement was very subtle, so little Nianma did not notice it. Little doll, the fact that you and I can meet today proves that we are indeed fated. Chapter 2165. Little baby, we are destined to meet today. I like you very much. You should be able to become a spirit soon, right? You're just one step away. Just like the person who painted the dragon. As long as the eyes are painted, the dragon will become real and fly for thousands of miles. What I'm going to do today is to give you the finishing touch. I'll give you some essence blood. If you can turn into a human, then you'll be my baby. You have to listen to me. I'm going to take you home, give you new clothes, and play with you. The duty you're wearing is too revealing. When I was your age, I didn't even wear open crotch pants. As he spoke, he forced another drop of blood from his fingertip and reached out to the boy. He wanted to press the blood on the boy's forehead. However, his hand froze in midair. The boy, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The pair of eyes were as blue as the sea and as deep as the lake. Under the reflection of the crystal, there was a cold gleam flashing. The eyes fell on little Nianma, but no emotion could be seen. Little Nianma was caught off guard and was shocked. He staggered and fell off the crystal platform. The crystal platform was quite high, and little Nianma fell backward. Although he might not be injured, he was confident that there would be a big bruise on the back of his head. A white light flashed across the ground and wrapped little Nianma in it. Then, it carried him and flew out. A moment later, little Nianma stood in the crystal hall with a confused look. The inconspicuous big white stone was still in the same place. It was as if the colorful crystal cave, the lotus, and the boy were just a dream. Was he sent out? Or was it all just a daydream? It should not be a dream, right? How could a dream be so real? Did he violate the taboo inside and was sent out? The little doll was actually alive, and it was so beautiful. The moment he saw her, he felt a sense of closeness. He wanted to get close to her and hug her. No, he had to go in again. No matter what, he had to bring the little baby out and let his mother see the baby that he found. Little Nianma began to wander around the big white stone. However, he could not even find a crack, let alone a door. Naturally, he did not give up and began to hit the white stone with his hands. Hey, let me in. Let me in. White stone naturally had no reaction. Little Nianma did not give up. He circled the big stone a few times and even touched the white stone with his little hand again. However, the miracle did not happen again. How could he be willing to give up? Unwilling to give up, he took out the dagger again to threaten her. However, after he repeated all the actions he had done before entering the white stone no longer opened its arms to him and let him in. Little Nianma stopped cursing and sat down on a crystal platform. Did he do something wrong? He just wanted a child to play with him. That way, when his mother was busy, he wouldn't be so bored. He obviously wanted to treat the little kid well and even wanted to give him his childhood clothes to wear, but the little kid obviously didn't appreciate it and actually threw him out like this. Was the little kid a stone fetus? It was just like how he was raised in the red stone, but he had parents. Did this kid have parents? He jumped up again and hit the white stone. Hey, little guy, you are not born with a stone fetus, are you? Do you have parents? I can take you to find your parents. Chapter 2166. Hey, don't ignore me. I really want to play with you. You must be very lonely here by yourself, right? I'm quite bored, too. There are no other children to play with me. Can we play together? Can you let me in again? Just once. By the way, you look a little familiar, a little like me. No, you look a little like my father. Everyone, please forgive little Nianma's poor eyesight. In his eyes, his father had always been high and mighty. He was as indifferent as the clouds in the sky and as elegant as the wind in the mountains. Naturally, he would never have thought that his father would look so cute and even wear a doo-doo. Although Shun Jili had turned smaller in front of him, it was when he was 7 or 8 years old. The appearance of 7 or 8 years old was very different from when he was less than a year old. If not for the comparison, it was almost impossible to tell. Besides, the current Shun Jili did not want his son to recognize him. His temperament was very different from before, so little Nianma could not recognize him. Little Nianma walked around the white stone and tried his best to persuade it. However, his mouth was dry, and the white stone was still too lazy to respond. In the end, he was anxious and seemed to have thought of something. All right, my mother is the best at breaking wizardry barriers. She must have a way to open this stone. I will go and find my mother to help me now. At this time, he finally remembered his mother. After a few words, he turned around and wanted to run away. Suddenly, the white stone behind him emitted a faint white light. Little Nianma subconsciously turned around and then widened his eyes. A line of words appeared on the white stone. Do not tell anyone about this. Was this a warning from the little boy? It seemed that the little boy did not want anyone to know his whereabouts. However, little Nianma clenched his little fists and arrogantly raised his eyebrows. He threatened, "Since you are not willing to let me in and play with me, I will tell someone else. Tell my mother." The white stone said, "Listen to me, and I will give you a surprise in 9 days." Little Nianma's eyes lit up. After all, he was still a child. All children like surprises. Little Nianma asked, "What surprise?" The white stone answered, "You will know when you come." Little Nianma replied, "Can I visit you on a regular basis?" White stone paused for a moment. "You can come once every 3 days." White stone reminded him again, "Remember, don't tell anyone, including your mother. A good boy should keep his promise." Okay. Little Nianma agreed without hesitation. Even children would want to have their own private space. Although the baby in the stone was strange, he was very fond of little Nianma. Therefore, he was willing to share a little secret with him. Moreover, this secret was harmless. White stone added another line of words. "Go up Your mother and the others are looking for you. If anyone asks, you can say that you used the earth-burrowing technique to escape into the crevice underground. This white stone was actually teaching him how to lie. Little Nyima looked at it. A good child will not lie. White rock. White lies are fine. Little Nyima was speechless. All right, you won't hurt my mother, right? White rock. Of course not. Little Nyima was still worried. Swear. White stone, I swear. Little Nyima was finally relieved. He smiled and squinted his eyes. Well, I will come to see you in 3 days. You still have to talk to me. White stone, okay. This little boy was really a man of few words. Not a word more. Chapter 2167. Little Nyima wanted to confirm with him again, but another line of words appeared on the white stone. Your mother is worried. The short words were like a heavy hammer, and little Nyima suddenly realized what was going on. Yes, when Luo Jiochin caught him, he accidentally triggered the alarm on his body, and it must have alerted his mother. He had not gone out for a long time, and his mother must be worried sick. Little Nyima no longer cared about anything else. He turned around and ran up the path he came from. The path led to the surface. Although the end of the path was sealed, little Nyima could go up by using the underground drilling technique. He ran for a while and occasionally looked back. Suddenly, he was shocked. The crystal path behind him disappeared as he ran, and it directly turned into an ordinary rock layer. If the crystal path disappeared, how could he come back in the future? Little Nyima wanted to run back and ask again, but the path had disappeared, and he could not go back. However, since the child promised to see him once every 3 days, there should be another path waiting for him after 3 days. Finally, he ran to the end of the path. It was the hole that he had fallen into. While he was thinking about using the underground drilling technique to go up, a faint red light suddenly flashed from the side of the hole. A woman came out from the wall of the hole. Mother! Little Nyima saw the woman and rushed directly into the woman's arms. The woman was Ning Shiwama. She was looking for her child crazily. Not only did she search all the big and small palaces in the Mo Palace, but she also did not let go of the underground. She personally used the underground drilling technique to go back and forth in search of the child. Just when she was about to lose all hope, she did not expect to find her son here, safe and sound. The moment Shin Nyinma threw himself into her arms, her whole body froze. Then, she raised her arms and hugged the child tightly into her arms. She hugged him tightly as if she was hugging a lost treasure. Shin Nyinma almost could not breathe. Mother! Shin Nyinma looked up from his mother's arms. The hole was just an ordinary hole, so even if it was dark, Shin Nyinma could still see his mother's appearance. She looked like she was in a sorry state. Her hair was disheveled, and her body was dirty here and there. Her face was extremely pale, but her eyes were shockingly bright. Her body trembled slightly, but she suppressed her emotions and asked her son in a hoarse voice, "Where did you go just now?" She had searched this place earlier and had also seen this natural cave. However, she had searched both inside and outside the cave, but she did not see her son. But now, he had suddenly appeared here. Shin Nyinma remembered the promise he made with White Stone, so he did not dare to tell the truth. He only answered vaguely. The gist of it was that he had been chased by Luo Jiochin, and in a moment of desperation, he had used the earth-burrowing technique to escape underground. Because he was afraid of being caught, he kept dodging until he accidentally bumped into a rock. He was a little dazed from the collision and was stuck in the crack of the rock until now. There were no loopholes in his words, and Ning Xiuma didn't doubt him. She calmed herself down and checked her son's body to make sure that there was nothing wrong with him. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Then she took her son upstairs. Shun Julie, why don't you want to acknowledge your son? Look, your son misses you very much. Yet, you hardened your heart and refused to acknowledge him. You are so cruel. I always thought that you had not woken up. It turns out that you have been awake for a long time. TSK, TSK. You have been staying in the bud for so long. Chapter 2168. Ha, my son called me little baby, and he was referring to you as the supreme being. Ha ha, what a joke. If this were to spread, I would be the biggest joke in the 6 realms. Ha, he even wants you to be his baby. Shun Julie, you actually used my body to talk to your son? This is a great disrespect to the heavenly Tao. In the crystal cave, the heavenly Tao stone was happily chatting with Shun Julie on the lotus seat. Shun Julie closed his eyes and ignored it. Hey, why don't you say something? Can you not be so boring? Your son is quite talkative, unlike you. He's more like his mother. That little girl's mouth can poison people to death. By the way, that little girl seems to have been waiting for your return. Since you've already woken up, why don't you go and see her? She'll probably go crazy with joy when she sees you. A few days ago, she even came to the Pantheon Palace to scold me. Shun Julie, who was sitting on the lotus seat, opened his eyes. His eyes were dark, but no one could tell what he was feeling. This person had never revealed his emotions. The heavenly Tao stone had known him for so many years, so it knew his personality very well. Trying to guess his thoughts from his expression was undoubtedly a fool's dream. The heavenly Tao stone almost wanted to shake its head, but couldn't help but send another message. I know you can't go out yet, but you can let your son pass a message to her. At the very least, she won't be worried. It didn't want that little girl to scold it behind its back. It felt like it was sneezing. Shinjuli still didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He had to recover as soon as possible. The heavenly Tao stone muttered to itself for a while. Then it suddenly thought of something. Don't tell me you don't want her to see your current appearance. Are you afraid that she'll laugh at you? Haha, your current appearance is indeed quite shameful. You're even smaller than your son. No wonder your son calls you little baby. The heavenly Tao stone was overjoyed again, and it sent another message. The message it sent was actually in Shun Julie's mind. Shun Julie finally said, "Shut up, heavenly Tao stone." After spamming here for so long, all she got in return was these two stiff words. She was a little disheartened. The Divine Lord's temperament was still the same as it had been for tens of thousands of years. It did not talk to it easily. The crystal cave finally quieted down. After a long while, the heavenly Tao stone couldn't help but write another line of words. I really feel that since you're a baby, you should be more lively to have more vitality, which suits your current appearance. Look at your son. He's alive and well now. Of course, Shun Julie did not respond to its complaints. After a while, the heavenly lost stone brushed again. All right, why did you ask your son to come and see you once every 3 days? What kind of surprise do you want to give him 9 days later? Will you be able to fully recover by then? This time, Shun Julie finally replied, why don't you make a guess? Heavenly Tao stone, it didn't want to talk to this person anymore. Otherwise, it would be angered to death. Little Nianma was severely injured. The person who injured him was none other than his mother. When he returned to the ground, little Nianma realized that the Mo Palace had been turning the world upside down to look for him. The Mo Palace was already busy, and it was even busier now. Everyone's rhythm was disrupted. The main reason for this was that little Nianma did not listen to them. When he came out, Bai Zhe, one of the 8 mythological beasts, was with him. Chapter 2169. The main reason was that little Nianma was not obedient. When he came out, Bai Zhe, one of the 8 mythological beasts, was supposed to follow him. However, little Nianma did not want to be followed everywhere, so he made up an excuse to send Bai Zhe away first. That was why he was in danger in the garden. Since the child had been found, everyone was naturally relieved. Ning Xiuma strengthened the wizardry barrier above Mo Palace a few more times. Even the 8 mythological beasts followed suit. It would be even more difficult for Luo Jiuchen to sneak in again. As for little Nianma, Ning Xiuma almost wanted to give him a beating, but she could not bear to do so. In the end, he was punished by being locked in a small dark room. The 8 mythological beasts personally guarded the room. He was not allowed to come out until he finished copying the 8 scripts. It was the first time that little Nianma saw his mother so angry at him. He felt a little wronged. Although it was called a small dark room, it was actually a study room. There was a table and a stool in the study room, but there was no bed. Even if he did not sleep, it would take him 4 days to copy the 8 scripts. In fact, copying for a few days was not a big deal. The key was that he could not go to the baby in the white stone. With the 8 mythological beasts watching, He could not sneak out at all. He had to accept his fate and copy. He had to finish as soon as possible so that he could find the baby as soon as possible. He copied for a whole day. His wrist was sore, and he was so sleepy that his upper and lower eyelids kept fighting. Children were always sleepy. Now that he was copying something so boring, he could not help but feel sleepy. Unknowingly, he fell asleep on the table. Ning Xiaomo was busy until midnight. She did not return to her bedroom, but went directly to the study room. Bai Zhe, who was waiting for her, reported, "The young master has been very obedient today. He has been writing and writing. He did not rest at all. He has just fallen asleep." This kid probably knew that he was wrong. How could he be so obedient? Ning Xiaomo was relieved. She asked Bai Zhe to rest while she walked into the room. Her heart ached when she saw her son lying there, sleeping soundly and drooling all over the floor. Although her son had caused a lot of trouble this time, it was not entirely his fault. Such a young child was at the age where he wanted to play. However, because of Luo Jiuqin, she had trapped her son in the Mo Palace and had people following him everywhere he went. Naturally, the child would be annoyed. It was naturally uncomfortable to sleep on his stomach like this. Ning Xiaomo carefully carried him up and casually conjured a big, soft bed and placed his son on it. Even if the kid was asleep, he knew that a big bed was more comfortable than a table. He immediately rolled on the bed and fell asleep again. Ning Xiaomo looked at the notes he had copied. They were horizontal and vertical, and he had copied them very carefully. However, she also found little Nianma's doodle on the table. Perhaps little Nianma was still too young to show any talent in drawing. There was a flower on the paper. Was it a flower? Ning Xiaomo tried to figure it out with uncertainty. A few large semicircles with lots of embellishments represented the overlapping petals. Even a heart of flower was represented by a big circle. There seemed to be a person standing on the center of the flower. That person also had very simple lines. For example, the head was represented by a circle. The lines drawn on the circle represented the hair. The body was even simpler. 4 curved lines were drawn on an oval, which should represent the torso and limbs of this person. The 4 lines were twisted together. This should be meditation, right? Or is he practicing some kind of kung fu? Chapter 2170. Ning Xiaomo looked at the flower and the twisted figure and could not help but laugh. Little Nianma was quite imaginative. Naturally, she would not take the scribbles of a child to heart, so she put it back on the table. A gust of wind blew and flipped the paper over. Ning Xiaomo then realized that there were words on the back of the paper. The words were written by little Nianma, and they were quite neat. Ning Xiaomo was baffled by the few words he wrote on the paper. The words on the paper were, "Big lotus, little lotus, baby." Ning Xiaomo's lips twitched. Big lotus, little lotus? Was it possible that the kid did not draw a flower, but a lotus? He even gave a name. She looked at the little figure again. Was this the baby that he mentioned? Was this brat trying to say that copying this here was as boring as a child sitting on a lotus? Oh, he could actually draw a stream of consciousness. Ning Xiaomo could not help but laugh. Her eyes fell on a vase on the table. A lotus was blooming in the vase, and its fragrance was overflowing. Ning Xiaomo stared at the lotus for a moment, and the smile on her lips dimmed. Almighty, our son is really smart. If something really happened to him this time, not only would I be sorry to you, but I would also not be able to live. She closed her eyes slightly. The whole Mo Palace was following her lead. She could not be weak. No one knew how tired she was, and no one knew how scared she was when she could not find her son. However, there was no one for her to lean on. In the past, Shun Julie was her strong support. Now, no matter what happened, she had to face it alone. Her hands and feet were still cold until now. Almighty, when will you come back? When will you come back? Her mind flashed with the look on Shun Julie's face when she jumped into the black hole as a sacrifice. He almost swore that if he was reborn, he would never fall in love with her again. He was almost crazy at that time, but she had to do it. Did he hate her so much that he refused to be reborn? Countless speculations were rolling in Ning Xiaomo's mind. Pa! The pen in her hand was suddenly broken by her unintentional pinch. She didn't seem to feel the bamboo thorns piercing her palm. After a while, she sighed softly. Great God, even if you don't love me anymore, I still hope that you can be reborn. Quickly be reborn. I just want you to live. It doesn't matter if you love me or not. The familiar pain in the depths of her heart rose again. She closed her eyes and waited for the pain to pass. Baby, baby. Little Nyenma, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and mumbled a few words. Accompany me. I am bored. Ning Shuama was stunned at first, and then her heart felt as if it had been grabbed by someone. She felt that she had overlooked a problem. Her son was already so big, but she had never bought him any decent toys. It was mainly because this brat's usual behavior was too precocious, so no one would think of buying him that kind of thing, for example, rattles, dolls, and some educational toys. When she was pregnant with him, she did buy some, but it was a pity that those things were already destroyed. She thought about it for a moment. Although she could now easily use her magic to create a few dolls, she always felt that the things made with magic were not so honest. She felt guilty for her son, so she wanted to go out and get a few toys for him. She called Cheong-chi and Tong-chi and asked them to stay and look after the child while she went out in the night.